leg going already.
Can't see anything.
Aloha kakahiaka, everyone, and welcome to the Pa'a Hawaii 2025 Molokai Solo. This is the World Championships of Long Distance Outrigger Canoe Paddling for the OC1, and we at Ocean Paddler are bringing you live coverage all day of this race. And man, I am excited to be here. Aloha, my name is Kala'i Miller, and I'm sitting in studio with none other than Keikoa Brun. Thank you, my brother. Good to see you. Thanks for coming out to help us with this broadcast. And Koa, set the stage. Tell us about what's happening today. What are our viewers going to be treated to watching?
Well, with the conditions this year, the wind is up, tide looks good. The competition is here.
Yes, sir.
From all over, especially from down south. You got all the Tahitian guys, the Hawaii boys, a couple guys from California. So it's gonna be a fast one. Some people are calling for maybe another record.
Even our the race organizer, none other Manny Kulukulo Alani, he's out there saying, hey, be ready for an early finish, because he believes that the conditions are the type that, once again, like last year, record setting. So last year we had I believe it was top 5 men break the record for a finishing time for this race. A race that's been going on since 2008, I believe. And we took a little bit of a hiatus there during the COVID times. Came back live in 2023. But man, look at the wind on the water out there just off the west end of Molokai, where our paddlers are getting ready to make their way to the starting line. But these are the kinds of conditions that everyone in an OC1 looks forward to.
Oh, this is it. This is the big dance. And looking at the conditions right now, you can see the wind going already. A lot of times the wind, it looks to me, a lot of times the wind's coming more from the north, with the trades, but because I can see the movement right there, it looks like it's a lot more east, which takes you straighter to Oahu, right?
Right.
All things considered.
Yeah, so. East is definitely a better direction for the wind. That's a great aerial shot from our drones out there in West Molokai. We're looking for all of these. So each one of these OC1 paddlers is going to have an escort boat following them, providing them whatever assistance they need, hydration, food, course line corrections, any of that kind of stuff. But initially off the start, they're going to be lined up, and it won't be till maybe about half an hour into the race that the escorts will be able to come up alongside their paddlers. But you can see, as Koa had mentioned, that the wind is more easterly, which is more directly at the back of our paddlers as they're heading down to Oahu, as opposed to a northeasterly direction, which is typical trades. So our trades have clocked around a little bit more to the east, which is certainly beneficial for these paddlers and makes it really a sleigh ride out there. And those paddling technicians, I would call them, out there that really know how to surf, really know how to use the ocean, they're going to be able to capitalize today, Koa.
All day, every day. The thing about the start, like I'm watching this footage, I'm getting like anxiety because this is the moment you're going, oh, how am I going to take off too hard? Am I going to go too hard? Am I going to burn out? Do I conserve? Where do I line up? Am I behind the line? Shoot, I'm way behind the line. I got to catch up. What time's the start? Manny's going up and down the water yelling at everybody, A lot of excitement going on right now. Like all these guys, they're kind of kicking back, right?
Right. You think it's mellow, and this is a point where our more experienced paddlers are kind of relaxed. They're kind of just say, it's another Kaiwi for me, whatever. But a lot of our younger paddlers, or ones that don't have as much experience with this race, like you said, the nerves are up. They're worried about, am I in the right place? Who is this I'm lined up next to? Should I have a really quick start and get away from everybody, or should I just ease into this thing? Right. What am I going to be? I hope my equipment is tight. My escort boat can find me. All of that stuff is going through their head. And so it's not only very much a physical game getting across this channel. It's arguably more of a mental game than a physical game.
As you know, any sport, mental is the key. Yeah. Of course, you got to do the training to get your body right, all the necessities. But you get that mind right,
Yeah, mind right, body tight.
Body tight, and let's fight. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Well, I think we just coined a new one. Mind right, body tight, ready to fight. Yes, I like that. But it's also going to be a challenge for these escort boat teams out there, as well as our camera boat teams. We are featuring 3 vessels on the water today. We got one that's planned to stay with our top Kane, our men. We have another one planning to stay with the top women. And then we are treated to a third boat piloted by none other than Captain
James, Kimo, and Jimmy Austin.
Patrick,
right?
yeah, by Jimmy Austin, right? And so that's gonna be good fun. I don't know if there's gonna be more commentary or more boat driving. We're gonna have to see how that goes. Okay, but he's also going to have Simeon K. Paloma with him, and we'll get a lot of action from the water from them. But real quick, let's send it out to our conditions package here. Let's check in with what it's going to look like on the water today. Hi.
Waves,
Here we
wind, currents. So it's going to be unreal. And thank you for covering it. There's people like my parents, they can't make it. They're at home, so they'll be following this tracker everywhere. So pretty stoked on that.
Right on. Well, I think every paddler is nervous, happy, excited. We're all kind of feeling all different types of emotions. Competition, the spiritual side of things, the camaraderie, and so I think everyone's just really ready and makau to cross, and we're just so grateful and lucky that we have the ability that Molokai has allowed us and welcomed us again to be able to do this race. And we want to thank Manny as well for putting on the race, and all the paddlers for, participating. So, yeah.
Everybody's here. There's 130-something of us, which is probably our biggest showing in a while, and I'm just can't wait. Good luck to all the paddlers. Hopefully we make it across safely, and can't wait to be here back at Texas 808. This will be awesome.
The World Championship, crossing in OC1, so exciting and scared at the same time. Let's see.
Conditions is unreal. We're going to be
interview that we had, I think that was during the signups. I'm not sure exactly how far back that was, but some of our top paddlers there, Rylan Hart, Aaron Norris, Kiala, all of these paddlers, top ones, and you can see how they are just excited to go, excited about the conditions, and as excited as we are about bringing you this live coverage. Now, all day, folks are going to be able to log on to the Pa'a Hawaii Facebook page, the Ocean Paddler Facebook page, of course, Ocean Paddler. If you want to see a really good feed on this, our Ocean Paddler YouTube page is always a great one. And on those 3 platforms, we're going to be looking for folks to log on, send your comments, cheer on your friends online, and just ask questions, whatever. And then, of course, we have Adventure Zone Sports Network that we're tied in with that you would be able to find on your Amazon, your Roku, or your Apple TV, and that's something where you can stream this onto your big screen in your living room. You can be at home cleaning house, cooking for the ohana, whatever it is, and have this on in your living room and get the friends or loved ones are out here battling the Kaiwi channel and enjoying the conditions that we're looking forward to today. So kind of exciting to be able to bring this race to you live at the level that our crew at Ocean Paddler has worked so hard to develop. We're really proud of the kind of live coverage of ocean sports that we're being able to bring not only here in Hawaii, Molokai, other islands, Big Island, but across the world, Sydney Harbor. We've been to New York, all these places. And so it's exciting to be able to continue to be at the forefront of making paddling a spectator sport, because back in the day, Koa, it was like you would know when they would leave Molokai, and then you'd be waiting on shore at Hawai'i Kaiwi, not knowing what's happening, what's going on, and not being able to see that back and forth that's happening, the individual performances of these athletes. And as I was mentioning to you earlier, Koa, it's really a treat for us to be able to see this live in front of our faces, up close, and now we're able to share that with everybody in real time.
This is key to not only the growth of the sport, but getting back to what you just said. Your family wouldn't see you till the Thursday before you went up. And the next
right.
thing they saw you dying coming across the finish line, whenever that was. So, so basically, what a blessing to watch the whole race. And the coverage we're going to have today, I mean, so many aspects that we're going to be able to watch.
Yeah, and we're excited to have, not only Cole Bruin, but Ryan Dolan with us, so it's kind of excited. So right now, let's get a course look here. We're at the start, and the different types of courses a paddler might choose. Cole, what are you seeing out there? Why would a paddler want to choose one of those different course lines, and talk about those arrows on top and how they may have shifted?
Okay. Well, taking whatever I've heard from other good guys, I'll tell you what the philosophy that I heard. You see where those arrows are pointing down, that's a normal trade winds, right? A little more northerly. Like I said, when I saw what it looked like today was not coming from the east. So on a northerly trade, the higher the wind, you might want to stay more north.
Right.
Because it's gonna constantly push you down south, right? The middle is usually probably the best, right? Straight line, right?
Yeah.
But then again, for the past few years, I've seen a lot of guys that went south ended up either winning or coming in at top 3. You know what I mean? So there is no.
And you're thinking on that southerly course, they're kind of taking more advantage of the current running.
Tide, the current and the tide,
current.
exactly.
Okay, so on that more northerly course with the classic northeasterly trade wind, you're trading overall distance for good surfing angle, right?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're surfing like a Dickens down south, but if you're too far down south, then you got to fight back up.
Right,
you got to fight back up. Now it comes to it. You have the training, the mental for that last blast to the finish.
Right.
What was that? Porlock.
Yeah. And it's different, too, because, during, let's say, a Molokai Hoi, Navahine, you can be more off the coast because you got this Hawai'i Kaiwi run. You can kind of angle down into Waikiki, as opposed to this race where your finish is right around the corner at Portlock and into the harbor in Hawai'i Kaiwi. It's you got to play that tighter to the wall, or it's a pain in the okole to try to work back up straight into Hawai'i Kaiwi because of the way the winds funnel right out of the valley.
Torture. Whoever designed that course at the end, really,
yeah.
We surf all the way, and then at the end, it's just
upwind.
What is it? A mile and a half, maybe?
Yeah.
2 strokes forward, 5 boats back. You just want to quit, and that's when the body starts cramping and everything. But yeah, you're right. The course has a lot to do with it. And everybody talks course, conditions and everything, but it does come down to being in that mental state, feeling the flow of the ocean, all the intangibles, equipment, all that stuff comes into play. So it's going to be interesting.
Here we go. We have a start of our race. Excellent. Looks like they're out and they're going. Somebody has blown the whistle. It is 10:21. We were looking for a 10:30 start. This is a little early, but hey, that's okay. As long as they get across. Are they starting? Yeah, it looks like they're still going. Yeah, it's going. Great. So, if talking to our boys in the studio, so you're getting to see me and Cole right now. We of course have our producer Alex behind all of this, and we have a team in the studio working the camera switches and the graphics package. Cole, let's talk a little bit about who Mr. Dolan chose as top 5 male and female paddlers. If we can maybe pull up that graphic at some point from the top. There we go. So this is the number is on the left of where they registered. This is our real quick off the cuff top 5 men to watch. Okay,
right.
just guys that we're going to be really queuing in on. Tristan Koho'okele Santos, of course, he came second last year. He had a great race last year. Young man out of Maui, young Hawaiian who really, it's been a joy watching him come up from early in, and now he's racing with Wailea, doing a great job. And then, of course, followed by 3 incredible Tahiti paddlers, Kyle Taraufao, Kevin Saran Jerusalemi, and Stevie Te Hota'ata. These guys are some of the top paddlers from Tahiti. There are other Tahitians that are going to be there today, of course, but we're really queuing on these. Kevin and Stevie have had really top-notch finishes in this race before, so we're watching them. And then your buddy Danny Ching coming in from California.
Danny.
Yeah, Danny's Danny's getting up there. You know, he's
I think he's
40s,
41.
Yeah, he's in his 40s, but really trains hard, tough paddler, and he's on his new boat this year.
He does. He has his own model that he came up with his own deal.
So those are some of the top Kane paddlers that we'll be looking at today. And then of course, what about our Wahine paddlers? Let's see if we get our top 5 Wahine paddlers out there. You can see with a little bit of this pausing that you're seeing on your video screen, this is, you know, just the connection issues that happen right off of Molokai. There's not a cell site in view, so it's going to be like that. Of course, all living here in Hawaii, Lauren Spalding, arguably, maybe there is no argument. No argument.
Yeah.
The best female paddler in the last at least 2 decades.
Maybe overall
Maybe
paddler.
ever. Maybe ever. Yeah. You know, we were talking about it earlier, Akoa. A lot of good paddlers, they're male paddlers. Their goal is to go out there and hopefully be able to beat Lauren Spalding.
Yeah,
She's an absolute hammer.
Don't lose to Lauren.
Don't lose to Lauren.
And plenty guys have.
Yeah. Lauren, of course, part of that Navahine winning crew from Team Bradley. One of her crewmates right there, Kristen Foster from the island of Kauai. She is an absolute physical specimen. This Wahine is an amazing paddler and just a love, sweet girl. And then Kahanu Amantiad, a young paddler there.
Not sure, huh?
Yeah. Beata Markin, she's actually out of Western Europe originally. I think she's like, is it Hungarian? Hungarian, I think she is. And
well, she's hungry today.
Yeah, she's
Hungary.
Paddlers, I'll tell you that. She's going to be putting on a show today. Another tall, big stroke, really strong paddler. Good to see you out there. And of course, rounding out the top 5, that's Andrea Moeller as well from the island of Maui. A top multi-sport athlete, big wave surfing, windsurfing, and she's as well part of that Team Bradley women that have won, I think it's over 10 world championships at Navahine. Yeah. So some top paddlers there on the Wahine side. But
well, right now I think that's Danny Ching right there, yeah, on his new boat.
Danny Ching right there. We have our crew list. And if you want to look for a list of past winners and results and who's paddling out in the water today, you can log on to the Pa'a Hawaii page, their website, and you'll be able to get all that information, maybe print it out if you're really serious about watching this, and be able to scroll through as you see different people. So, yeah, entrant number 5, that is Danny Ching. He's 41 years old, paddling out of 404 Hermosa Beach, California for Lanakila Outrigger. We got Tracy Cheatham on here going to say best of luck, Buck and Beal. Go Hekili Outrigger Canoe Club from Cairns, Australia. And that's what's neat about this, too, is we have this looks like...
It looks like a Maui boy. Maybe.
Yeah, but it's great. We have a lot of representation from other places around the world here today, so that's great. We got the Tahitians. We have paddlers that, they fly the Hawaii flag, but like Andrea Muller, she's originally from Brazil. Beata Markin from Hungary. So it's great to have these paddlers really get into the sport and start calling Hawaii home.
Automatic. Seems like Lamar Garcia, that's what it is, from Kailua, apparently.
Very smooth, big reach, very calm, feeling a little bump right there. Looking good, Lamar.
A little blurry, but he's moving.
He's on his Noyo, made there by Kamanu Composites. Looking forward, a good race from Lamar. So Lamar is 28, paddling a Noyo. He's out of Kailua. Paddles for Keahiakahoe.
Hey, here we got Bob Marley's nephew with the red, yellow, green. Let's see. He's on the Polari.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's see what we got here.
Yeah, we're going to look for 71 there. 71. That is
Jesse Solis.
Nice.
19 years old.
Wow. And you mentioned that earlier, Koa, about how many young paddlers are entered.
Right off the bat, if we have a little bit to talk about that. I'm looking at all these ages. Back in 1920s when I was doing a solo, there was only a couple young boys, and one of them was Ryan's brother, Pat.
Right.
And, he's a future champion,
yes.
How many years later. But look at this. At least I'm counting at least 15 to 20 maybe kids under the age of 18. And this is what it takes. Like we always look at it, as we mentioned, the top favorites are a lot of Tahitians, right? Undeniable. what makes them so good, everybody always asks. Doesn't matter, right? All we can do is support I think in any sport, it starts from bringing the young kids up.
True.
So in Hawaii, there's been a lot of attempts to continue to, start programs and stuff with the kids. And I think what helps is changing the culture. This is a football, basketball, baseball culture in Hawaii, but this is our cultural sport.
This is our sport.
This is our
Hawaii
sport.
Yes, sir.
So with footage like this, hopefully we can inspire, all these kids coming out, inspire them to embrace the va'a and the ocean,
For sure. As you mentioned about Ryan and Pat and a lot of these young paddlers, in the day it was just a couple here and there. But now you got places like Big Island Junior Va'a. You got what they're doing on Kauai with Kilohana Canoe Club. All the youth paddling programs here, Hawai'i Kaiwi did a great job over the last several years. And now, for the young kids, it's all about what's cool and what you see sometimes, right? And they go on the TV or on Facebook and they see, guys playing basketball and football. Now they're going to get to go on the screen and see other kids their age paddling in the channel. There was a time when, the organizers of events like this didn't think it was possible for somebody under 18 to make it across the channel.
Correct. But you could be 82 impact across.
Yes.
So finally, things came. And another thing, just on a personal note, the company I work for Pesha Hawaii.
Yes.
What they're really supporting paddling within our what we're trying to do is just give our little part of that. So we're starting. My brother specifically, Kai, is starting this thing. It's a program sponsored by Pesha. And what we do is we take the kids. And when I say kids, these kids are faster than all of us at times, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
they're teaching us, but we go on runs, we support them, and we do. And Ryan's kind of the leader of that. And it's just inspiring to see these kids. First, we had 3 kids, 4 kids, 5. Then this guy brings his kid. Next thing you know, we got about 15 young men and women, girls, out there. And the girls are smashing. It's just interesting. That's how you build it. And
a lot of time they need support. It's the financial. It's, uncle, I just need a ride. Or do you know anybody who's selling one good
$6,000 for a canoe?
It's crazy. They want to buy a good used one man and get started. So it's great that, guys like you and Ryan and Kai, and of course, great that bigger companies like Pesha that are putting their dollars behind this stuff, because the reality is, like you mentioned, this is Hawaii sport. This is Hawaii sport, and we need to be on that level. So right here we're watching Sean Havens, number 91 from Lanikai. His last solo, he raced last year, but here he is again, 91, and a Lanikai guy. How about that?
Lanikai, newcomer, but he's at the top of all the time trials. I noticed as I'm coming in on the back end.
Yes,
me
right.
and Dave Daniels.
He's still out there.
Yeah. So what do we have here?
You can see in the distance now that the escort boats are still kind of kept on a little bit of a barrier from the lane that the paddlers are using. So the paddlers are still quite together at this point. There's still very much of a grouping here, but as they continue on into the channel, different lines will be picked. They'll surf different waves, and some people are faster than others, of course, and so they'll really start to spread out. And that's when our tracker will come in. We got Mahea and Sunny saying that, Butch Kiahio Lalo, Bronson Iwohi, Brett Deblin, Ian Nelson, Kristen Farser, Marcus Lizarraga. That
Kauai. That's all Kauai
good paddler
people
right there. That's all the Kauai paddlers that are in attendance here today, and we'll be keeping an eye out for our friends from the Garden Isle. Good luck to them in today's race. Some hammer paddlers right there. Bronson, Butch, all great paddlers. Marcus Lizarraga, shucks, some good paddlers.
Those guys are fortunate with some of the conditions they got.
Yeah. They know about paddling downwind. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna throw it out to our guy in the water here today. None other than top-level paddler and foiler himself, Simeon Kepoloma. What's up, Simeon? What you got out there on the waters in the Kaiwi? I like the shirt.
Kung Fu
All right,
theater.
sorry about that. We're having a little bit of a challenge with our audio connection. I'm sure Jimmy pulled the wire because he only people hear when he talks.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
But we're gonna look forward to a lot of Fast and Furious commentary from Simeon there, a very experienced, high-level waterman even at his young age, and so excited to hear his perspectives on what's going on over there today. But as you had mentioned, Cole, the conditions look pretty good. I mean, it's kind of small bumps, right?
Correct.
We're still just right off the island, maybe a mile or so right off the coast, and so a lot of this wind is still being shielded by the island of Molokai. So, but as we see it, these smaller bumps are coming in, but I can see that is going to mean that as we get into this channel, there's going to be some bombs, bro.
Yeah, that looks like Nick 40 right there.
Right, 88, you might be right.
Son of the legend.
88, Nick 40, very good.
I can tell because he got the big bang. He leans forward a lot. I can tell his style. Look at him sitting there. That's it. That's part of the strategy.
Is what? Rest.
Rest is the key. I learned that from Carell. It's a lot of just Junior. Tell me, the more you kick back and flow at the wave, conserve to the end and then pound.
That's true.
But it's interesting,
Nick Fody over there, young man, part of that legendary Fody family from Lanikai and Lanikai Canoe Club. Nice young man and a heck of a paddler and part of that team Lanikai right now. So who's our next paddler we have? Well, in next to him.
If you look at it, looking back at that, two guys, Nick's leaning forward, rotating forwards, up and down. That guy next to him is sitting up more erect. We were talking earlier about technique. There is no one technique that works. It's the catch, it's the feel, it's all of that. But it just goes to show you two contrasting techniques or styles, but they're right next to each other going,
I think that's really important. What we were talking, you, me, Ryan, earlier about technique, and it's not what so much somebody sitting in these chairs or at home is going to see. It's all what you see above the water.
Correct.
Is, that looks so different. That guy's trying really hard. This guy is hardly trying. It's what that black part of the paddle that's in the water. Yeah. It's what that is doing. It's the pressure that's putting there. It's the angle. It's the amount of time in the water. It's the feel of that really is what matters in the end, right?
And in the open ocean, specifically the Kaiwi, it's where is that catch in the water? Is it in the front for that particular moment? So many variables with these conditions, right? Big open ocean water. In Kailua, we're fortunate to paddle. We go about 20 minutes out, and we're in water very similar to this channel. And that's what, from experience, it's all those little tick-ticks here, little strokes here, rest, all that stuff just comes into play. And watching the same two guys, it looks like Nick, and I'm curious to see who that is next to him.
Yeah, Nick has a really nice forward attack right now. So right now on your screen, you're looking at the past 5 years or 5 times that they ran this race. Who were the winners and what were their times? And so you can see last year, Patrick Dolan, who was a 2-time winner of this event, he smashed the record with a time of 3:19.11, which is really fast. Not to say that somebody like Danny Ching the year before in 2023 that was 10 minutes back from him isn't really fast too, or even Kevin Saran Jerusalemi almost an hour later in times. It's a lot about conditions. You're still going to get across the channel, right, Cole? But it's a matter of how quickly you'll be able to do it. And that's really, in my mind, what separates, when there's good conditions, what separates the high-level guys from just the good paddlers is their ability to capitalize on what the ocean offers in after the third hour.
Correct.
Into the second 2.5, 3 hours. And so we're looking for that kind of conditions today. And so hopefully it's going to be a treat for our viewers.
Looks like it's going to be. Right there, we got Anela Borges.
Yeah, one of our top paddlers here.
Top paddler from Hawaii.
She's on a Kantare, 42 years old, from right here on Oahu. She paddles typically for Outrigger Canoe Club.
There you go, nice little runner.
Yeah, Nella, really just a sweet local girl, always a big smile and good fun to be around, Anela, and just a very strong-minded paddler. She's not one of those paddlers that looks I would say physically imposing. Right. She still looks very like she's not real muscle bound or anything like that. But man, when she gets in the water, she knows how to apply pressure to that blade.
It's funny you say that. It goes with many of the women, a lot of the men too. You kind of tell by looking at the body how in shape they really are.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It has a lot to do with cardio, lung volume, technique. Some people, they just, just put on muscle easily. Height.
There's some guys 6'5", 5'6".
Yeah.
And they both came away. Not mentioning no names, Travis Grant. No. But, here's the winners from the
last
former
7 years
winners,
for the women. The last 5 years, you're going to notice there was a gap. 2019, 20, 21, 22, the race did not operate mostly because of the pandemic. But here we go. Lindsay Shank won last year. She's here again this year. Kristen Foster winning in 23. Our friend from the island of Kauai. Monica Esquivel, she was, during that 2018 year, she had a hell of a season. Of course, Lauren Spalding, who's won a bunch of these, 2008 being the first year that this was run. Lauren Spalding there, and Amy Woodward. She paddles for OCC. Woodwards are a very strong paddling family, as well as the Spaldings, of course. But yes, there's your times, mostly within that, 45 minutes to an hour difference from the men. But man, there are some tough wahinis out there today on the water, and we're going to be really watching them enjoy these conditions.
Yeah, and I believe Lindsay Shank broke the record last year as well.
Right.
So that's
right.
should be noted.
Interesting to see if she can do it again, or somebody can beat her time in these conditions.
We shall see. Like I said, I've been hearing a lot of people talking potential record breaking today, so we'll see.
And as you can see, too, for our viewers, you noticed how there was kind of that wind chop coming off the coastline. It was kind of smaller, and now, just based on this water level camera angle, you can see how the size of these swells are picking up. It's still kind of a little bit more out of the north, coming from their right side, because that swell energy, the wind energy, is wrapping around the corner of the island of Molokai. But as they get farther into the Kaiwi Channel, it'll line up a little bit more directly behind them. And we should see that be a benefit to our paddlers here, but definitely getting more bumpy out there. That might have been Tristan there, or no?
No, I look like the guy in the background in that yellow boat. That was number 94. I could see his number. That's Tuteari'i Huatua.
Oh, he's good.
He's a hammer.
He's a hammer out of.
And now that looks like that looks like Tristan right there.
Yes.
The blue boat.
Kind of tall torso.
I can just tell by the
there.
technique.
Yeah.
So
our defending champion Pat Dolan not racing here today, and this right there, you can see it's a great example of Tristan using the small wind chop to help him get into the bigger ground swell.
Perfect timing too. If you notice on that bump, the wave looks like it's going to his left, but he's angling right, milking the side bump of that wave. Mm-hmm. It looks like if you wanted to get the most bang for your buck, you would turn left right now, right, and just head straight down seas. But then you'd be on Kauai.
and you'd be working too hard to get on those big waves, right? You want to get on the small one, accelerate, and then drop down into the bigger wave.
Correct.
Like there he goes right there.
Right there. Yeah, he's moving, and he's looking pretty comfortable. Little love taps here and there. Right there. This looks like should be a nice little lineup right there. Yeah, it is kind of stacking a little bit.
See, now he turns back upwind. He's going to ride that little swell bump, some backwash from, I don't know, whatever boat that would be. But certainly the conditions are waking up out there, Cole, right now.
All right, look at that. It's already getting a little lively. What we got over here?
This is
hard to tell, but yeah. Though, I see a lot of people sitting, not paddling. So that means there's some nice rollers at least.
Right. And so talk about that, Cole, as somebody who's paddled this race and done a lot of it's important to know when to rest and rest as often as you can.
That's the key. I think that's the key to surfing bumps, is to maximize the power of the wave too. Rest, relax, get ready, because you're going to have to bang again and again. And that transfers to the six-man too, same philosophy, right? But a lot of times, I think I see some guys go way too hard because you get so excited. You get on a bump, you're like, I want another. If you lay back in the cut, like Tapa always says, lay back in the cut. Milk the wave. It'll give you what it can give you. And some of these guys have the strength and the shape to outrun bumps, to get to the next. But eventually, that lactic threshold may kick in prior to hitting the island. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom.
Yeah,
and
you're
then
down.
And then the tortoise comes by. How are you, my brother? Just kind of, it just rolls right by.
That's a good analogy. And I think I've seen that type of paddling where you're talking about, where these guys are just in amazing physical condition, powerful, and they're just hunting and jumping right over one wave into the next one. And you can do that maybe on a Maliko run, 7-8 mile race,
Right.
sub 1 hour
Right.
time. But when you're looking at a race that's at least based upon the records,
Yep.
going to be over 3 hours,
Well,
unless you are an absolute specimen, you're not going to be able to do that. That's beyond the majority, even the top guys, that's beyond your physical threshold. So you got to be a tactician in the way that you are using the ocean. And like you said, called milking, right?
and mind, yeah, just in your mind. Keeping your mind steady, keeping it calm yet intense. Crazy yet sane. Humble yet little cocky.
Yeah, right.
It's all the yin and yang of
Yes.
this race. And this race in particular brings out all of that. Kaiwi has a way of doing that. I mean, and again, this isn't just any other race. This
Right.
is the Kaiwi channel.
Yes, sir. The Pa'a Solo. This is the one. This is the one that everybody builds up to out there. There's a lot of people that go out and do, the small coastal races and all of that. But in the end, the top level paddlers know that you're going to test your mettle in this channel at this race.
At this race, on this day.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about our sport. You can have every reason in the world. Some people call them excuses, but every reason why you didn't do well or why you did good. First place is first place.
Yep. Undeniable.
You know what I mean? And that's why there's no judging. There's not like surfing where it's judged. This is the kind. Whoever crosses that line first is the winner.
Yeah.
And
It's very black and white.
Very black and white, brother. Here we go.
Nice surfing there. Look at this.
Look, the ocean is getting lively, like you said.
it's waking up for sure, bud.
Getting back to what you were talking about Anela, about her body type or whatever. There are some kids out here, like some of these kids, the arms skinnier than my chicken legs. And they're flying.
Yes.
And so in other words, it's the straight to weight ratio, all that stuff comes into play.
And how they're applying. And a lot of times, a shorter or smaller person is able to center their weight farther forward in the boat, right? Because of the length of their inseam and where the pedals are. And so it encourages them to be able to drop down. Just who we were speaking about right here, once again, Anela Borges, one of our top female paddlers here. And you can watch her. She sits up when she needs to, and then she applies. When the ocean gives her something, she applies.
And you can tell that's all from training. All those little nuances of moving the body up and down, shifting your hips, that's all from getting out there. You can talk about it, read any book you want, but until you get out in these conditions, you're not going to be able to apply it to the actual race. Oh, that looks like Steve. Tahitian Steve.
Yeah.
I don't even know the number.
Number 3, I think you're right. That is
right?
CV Teho Ta'ata.
I've been watching these guys on video for so many years. I can kind of
tell by their posture. And this is a switch for him. A lot of people might not realize that guys like Steve, he paddles primarily 95% of the time. He's on a rudderless canoe in Tahiti. This type of condition and this exact boat is something that's not his bread and butter.
all these Tahitian guys.
Yeah.
I mean, they grew up in those rudderless, which is the real deal, as we all know. You just did the Aloha Aito.
Yeah, man, watching these guys, he was there.
Yeah.
And it's great watching them. But I think a lot of people argue that rudderless allows them to develop a real high level of feel for the ocean, for the canoe, which is great, and which certainly transfers over to the OC1. However, if it's not what you do all the time,
right,
it's not going to quite be the same.
Right. A lot of guys, I remember kayakers used to call the Amo training wheels. Mm-hmm. You could probably say the same thing about having a rudder, right?
Right.
But, maybe if I tried to ride a bike with training wheels right now, people, I'm struggling, right? Right
and there you go.
Kevin.
Saran Jerusalemi right here, another one of our top Tahitian paddlers. Boat number 2, 31-year-old male out of Huahine. He's a very well-known steersman, top V1 paddler, champion. Yep. And Kevin is amazing, his feel on the water. You know, just a big barrel-chested guy who really knows. Look at him.
And that's
He's
what I
just
mean.
cruising.
But that's what we were
But look how
talking
fast
about.
he's still getting spray off the front of his boat.
That's what we're talking about. Relax. Right now he's breathing, looking around, checking out who's around. He probably doesn't know anybody other than the Tahitian guys, but he don't care. He's up there anyway, right?
Oh, hilarious.
It was watching this guy particularly. He has a little combination of both pounding and that smooth style, but he sits pretty
Look at
erect.
him just relaxing there. Beautiful. I want to go to a commercial package. I can step out.
That looks like, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin Saran, Jerusalem.
Oh, look, the surf. The surf
last
is
couple of
moving
years,
now.
he's come and done really well. He's certainly in our top 5 Kane to watch here today. But this is how these guys are able to have these incredible times making it across this channel. They're not balls to the wall, pounding, paddling the whole while. They are using the ocean. They're surfing, and then, you know, being able to still do this 3 hours in.
It definitely doesn't look as big as last year.
Yeah.
But we don't know. We're not in the ocean.
Sometimes big can be more of a distraction.
Absolutely.
You know, it might be kind of harder to deal with bigger water. You know, sometimes a more consistent, cleaner channel can be faster, depending on the current.
Yep, straighter line. He probably, this race is 32 miles with us, with all the angles and turns. They're probably doing it 33, 34.
Right, easily.
Yeah.
Easily. Oh, look at that. So
What
we
a
can
shot.
still see that groundswell is coming off their like side quarter, you know, but definitely being able to use it. But you got to surf down, work up, surf down,
Yeah,
work up.
but you can actually surf. You see that angle they're all headed? You can surf that off of that bump that looks like it's going south. Oh, there we go. Simi. Sounds like Simi, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, right there. When you angle right, you can actually ride the back of that wave that's breaking left. And that's his kailua, basically. That's why I can speak on that.
Yeah. Knowing how to ride the back of waves, and people don't realize how important that can be. You know, your coach always talks about that, even when you're a young paddler. You got to surf the back of the wave. You're like, what are you even talking about? And then the first time it happened, you're like, holy crap, it is possible.
Right. Hold on, hey, look at this. How far are we in? Maybe,
well, 21 we started, right? We're
about 30
half
minutes.
hour in.
Yeah, people are still together, still running together. Nice slow-mo right there.
Wow. Look at that.
Like you said, Kalei, look at that. A lot of guys just sitting, cruising.
Sitting up. We're getting some white caps out there. And that's why a lot of people don't realize, like, why are they having this race right in the middle of the day? So hot. Wouldn't you want to start earlier and get pow earlier with this race? No, the reason is you wait till the wind comes on.
Correct.
Right? Because typically in the morning, folks, the conditions are calmer in the channel, in the coastal waters of Hawaii. Wow, nice surf
What
run
a
right
roller.
there.
Look at that.
But so they wait till that hour of about 10:30 start, and really the conditions are up and moving already, and so the paddlers don't have to wait for it to come on. Nice surf run right there. Is that 81 that I see? Is that Jordan Gomes?
Is that Jordan Gomes?
Yeah.
Lanikai Canoe Club?
Oh, another green and white.
Not a green and white. Like, look at him. Yeah, I've been seeing him out on the water a lot.
Tough kid, firefighter as well.
Firefighter, yep.
Really top
Former
shape
football
young
player.
man. Yeah.
He finally saw the light. Get on the VA.
Yeah, and that's what's great about the VA, really. And, we, like you mentioned earlier, we're so concentrated on some of these prototypical American ball sports, but paddling is something you can do your whole life. This here is number 4, Manutea Milion.
Danny Ching, and it looks like Rylan Hart right with them.
Wow, what a shot.
I believe that's Rylan. I could be wrong.
Right,
Danny Ching.
There's Danny on his new boat. Looks like it's performing well for him. Very strong paddler. He is, part Hawaiian, but his father relocated to California. And then you watch Manutea Milion. He's very long, very he has a less consistent stroke rate. He's going to bump up and paddle quick to catch something. Then he's going to back off. Very much a feel kind of paddler, jumping on a nice bump right there. But look how relaxed he is. A long, lean paddler. Really nice young man there, too.
Yeah, very, very smooth.
Yeah, very smooth paddler, and that's a transition of that V1 style onto the OC1, right?
Absolutely. And he's been doing this race for
Several years now.
Several years now, so he's no stranger to this. That may be Riley if that's number 9. Yeah, gotta be.
Yeah, to be up front like this in the green canoe. Okay. We're going to be hopefully soon checking in with some of our gang out there on the water.
Same thing.
But beautiful. Okay, look at this. All right, here we go. Throwing it out to our guy, Simeon Kepoloma, out there in the water. Simeon, what you got?
Minutes into the race, we actually had a really interesting start this morning. A bunch of the canoes were waiting at the official boat, all facing towards Elio Point, parallel to shore, and we got an air horn about 8 to 9 minutes early. So like a big snake on the water, everyone just started jamming for it. But like I said, we're about 20 minutes in. Captain Jimmy said we're about a quarter mile north of a straight line. To me, this is the most interesting part of the race because guys are starting to settle in, catch bumps, start surfing, start kind of locking into their course, and so right now it's a game of keeping your speed up, staying disciplined and surfing north and sticking true to your course, or who's going to be greedy and try and shoot out ahead and in front and catch bumps going left. So right now we're at the back of the pack, but it's a lot of influence from the escort boats, and it can be a lot of action ping-ponging around, but the leaders up front, they're going to have nice, clean waters that are uninterrupted by any boat wake or whatnot. So it's hard. Right now the channel seems big, but you got to stay composed because a lot of this is boat wake, but it's going to be a great channel. Like I said, I'm not sure if this is everybody pulling north with the current or deciding to surf north, but this is a great sign. It's going to mean that we're going to see a lot of action. It's going to be ideal for the paddlers about make their decision halfway through if they're going to be like, okay, this is going to be a sleigh ride and it's going to be a good, easy race, or you have to assess and see, okay, I got to be a little bit more technical here and get my work in early and often so that I don't have to struggle at the end. But like I said, very important and interesting part of the race is right now, this first third. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to follow up to the leaders up front and give you guys an update about who's leading and who's looking strong and who's doing well up there. So stay tuned.
All right. Nice work out there from CVK Polo. Oh, that's on good-looking young Hawaiian over there.
Very handsome.
I think my job might be in jeopardy.
Almost as handsome as you,
out
brother.
with the old, in with the new already. I think so.
I feel extra ugly today.
But it's a good point that Simeon was making, that this first third of the race is really important. And I think for these top paddlers, they know how to get out there and establish themselves off the top. As Marvin Osuji would always say during our sailing canoe races, it's he who adjusts to the conditions and solves the problems as they develop the fastest is going to be in the front, right? Everything's changing. The water is changing. If you can adjust quicker all the elements that you need to, your stroke style, the way you're surfing, your angle, your course, any of that, it's that person that's going to be in the lead and typically able to maintain that. And so, great point by Simeon. What are you thinking about the conditions you're seeing out there right now, Kwa?
It's getting lively. Like I said, doesn't look as big, but shoot, that could change in a matter of minutes. But and you made a good point. Maybe too big is not it can be a detriment at times. A lot of guys were
getting blown
purling.
up.
Blown up, purling. But here right now, that looks like who? Oh, these guys surfing already.
Yeah, but look at that. Too steep of a drop. Like you mentioned, you're going to be burying the front of your boat, and it's not really efficient surfing, right?
We were talking earlier about surfing. One thing I was thinking about was staying in the power of the source of the wave, right, of the bump. Sometimes, surfers, when they take off on a wave, a lot of stalling to stay in that power pocket.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden they're gone and they fly a big air. Same concept with the bump, I think. Stay in that power, that bit of pocket, and then when the energy of the ocean is right there, boom, you respond. Couple love taps in the water, boom, 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 and then you're connecting. And once you're connecting, the mind, it just gets into automatic mode, like you know we were saying.
You come Noah, you come free.
Correct,
yeah, it's
man.
amazing, and that's when you get into that flow state. Right? So you're using like Koa mentioned, you're getting you're using that power, then a couple love taps, and that energy you're using it to slingshot you into your next pocket of energy that you find, and you're gonna milk that until you use that one to slingshot you into the next, and to be able to hit that, it's very meditative.
It looks like Manutea's father.
Yeah, my son, the Blue Flash, Jean Guy Million. This he's sending good salute out to his son out there paddling, Manutea Million, and so I can see where he got his looks. The father's a good looking
very
guy,
handsome
bro.
guy. Hey, like I said, I'm getting ugly about a minute, but that guy, if my mind serves me correct, I remember racing against him in Hawai'i Kaiwi. Not racing against him. We was bushes, and they were up front. But I think he was with. It was him who was with Pirai or one of those teams.
Yeah.
But
Hey, that paddling runs in the genetics. Look at the Bruins. You know what I mean? Hey. That's what the Bruins do. They paddle. No. But again, we're certainly getting way more white caps. It's opening up out there, and what's so cool is this drone footage, looking overhead and watching how these guys are doing what they do. Wow. You know, and it's very educational a lot of times.
Right there.
Yeah. Fly Alma, cut back in.
Fly Alma, cut back in. Now, who do we have here?
85? 95. We're looking at paddler number 95.
Is that 95?
Yeah, I think it's 95. That would be
Wailani Wong.
Wailani Wong, right
there.
Yeah,
Wailani Wong, Lani Kaikaru Club.
Nice.
I raced. Oh, no. I boat coached with that guy last year. Yeah.
Nice work out there. Why?
I think he's another pilot.
Oh, yeah?
I think he's a pilot, yeah.
Flying the friendly sky? Yeah. All right.
Smooth. Look at that, man.
Oh, who's this? Kikuakaho Kelly Santos?
Oh, that's
beautiful
Tristan's older brother.
Yep. Oh, we're just going here and there and everywhere with our shots, but I like these drone shots. Now, imagine having to cross this channel up to do the escort in like one small whaler. Bro. Nuts, bro. I remember one time I seen one of the 40s out there in a 14 whaler cross the channel. I was like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yes. Those 40s, they're a special breed, I tell you.
Tavita Maea, 134.
Yeah, North
showing us how it's done right there.
Kekai, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's moving now, Kalai. Look at that.
Yep.
Everybody's rolling. Oh, you know what else too is when the bump comes, if sometimes you miss that bump and you try so hard, and then when the next one comes, you don't have the energy to get on that next one. So sometimes it's best to just let it go. When that other one comes, you get ready to pound
There's
again.
a lot of metaphors for life in paddling, bro.
Totally,
a lot of metaphors for life, and that's one of them. Sometimes you kind of burn yourself out trying to make it work. You got to let it go and get ready for the next opportunity.
Correct. You cannot downhole it the whole time. Hey, brother, no big thing. No, sometimes it's a big thing. Sometimes you got to cross your eyes and go.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But hey, right now, like it's so funny. The angle from the top makes the whole conditions look different, than from the water level.
Yes, sir. But this is Classic Kaiwi, and you can see it's not obvious, right? What you want to surf and the angle you want to take it and which one you're going to get on, it's not obvious. You're having to constantly problem solve, and it's those experienced paddlers like our Danny Chings, like our Kevin Saran Jerusalemis, all of these top guys that have that experience to problem solve that effortlessly and make the good choices.
Yeah, and I think what those guys know, what they've learned the most is that everything they think they know sometimes don't even matter. and it's knowing that it brings you something different every time. It keeps them on their toes.
Yeah.
Because it's always different.
Yeah.
Always different.
And it's certainly one of the most experienced and greatest watermen we've ever had in Hawaii, Nainoa Thompson. Yeah, I remember somebody asking him, "Oh, so what do you think about the conditions and this?" And I said, is it always on the rising tide and it's beneficial? And this, he's like, you know what? I've been out there in all kind of different conditions, and it's not always the same. You got to be able to make the best of what's given you. Conventional wisdom would say, yes, a rising tide is beneficial for crossing the Kaiwi. But if you're closer to Penguin Banks, or you're farther north, or it's a different moon phase or whatever, it's going to change all of that, So who knows?
If this race was at night, how could I know it would dominate? On course.
Yeah, he'd be the one guy. I don't know. You can kind of see Oahu from Molokai, right? With all the lights.
With all the lights, you're right. Oh, that's another good point. A lot of these guys can't even see the island depending on their 2020 vision and the cloud cover and everything. So the closer they get, the more of an idea they have. And when you mention a Penguin Banks, how many times that can be a big factor? It starts getting all kind of messy.
Yeah, messy in there. Or even off of Portlock, there's kind of an area where it gets messy and it stalls in there. And you really, towards the end of this race, you're like busting your okoli to work through that. Who we got here in a yellow jersey? This looks like one of our Wahine paddlers.
31?
Is that 31 that I'm seeing out there?
Lauren.
Maybe?
No, that's not Lauren. I looked at it wrong.
Maybe. It might be.
Nah, Lauren, I think would be dropping her shoulder more. Oh, that could be
That
Lauren.
is. That's 31.
Oh, she's sitting up kind of more than usual.
From Hawai'i
changing
Canoe
up
Club.
the game, Lauren Spalding.
All right. Kailua Canoe, Hawai'i Canoe Club.
Okay, now,
part of Team Bradley from Kula, Maui.
What is that guy to her left thinking? Don't lose to Lauren. Sorry, brother.
Oh my God, we were talking about Lauren earlier, and again, Lauren she's a taller gal. She's got broad shoulders on her, but she's not one of those physically imposing people. She's good fun to be around. Kind of carries herself fun and humble. But man, she's an absolute tiger on the water.
She is an animal, as all these women are.
Yeah.
I mean
animal in a good way.
Oh yeah, in a good way. In a very
and very strong-minded.
Yeah, very strong-minded.
What I love about Lauren too is how quietly competitive she is, and she'll smile at you and give you a hug, and she wants to kick your ass the whole time. You know what I mean? Very competitive.
That's Lauren right there in everything.
Yeah, in everything.
Yeah. It's really
you go to their house and her dad's like, okay, we're gonna have one pull-up contest, all this kind of stuff. That's how they were raised.
Oh, I remember Lauren doing pull-ups with a 45-pound plate strapped to her waist. I could bang like 2.5 pull-ups, and she's over there banging like 10.
Yeah.
So yeah. She's strong.
And just the knowledge there too. Again, we're back with Stevie Teho Ta'ata from out of Tahiti, and you can see very upright, good vision in the canoe, and just enjoying these bumps right here. He's on an oil, part of Team Kamanu Composites that is representing out there today.
Steve can surf like I watched old footage of him in Tahiti and the rudderless, and just watching him, the ability he has. You figure jump over here, gravy.
Yeah, but again, it's a different boat, it's different conditions, but still the talent is there for sure. And this is that Kevin Saran Jerusalemi there?
Looks like it could be his technique.
Right, so he's in the trough right now, so he's just working until he finds something, and then he's going to relax. But this last Hawai'i Kaiwi, to watch him on the third leg, put in a clinic steering, man, he's so good. He's so good, and it's one of those things you don't even realize what's happening as he's doing it, and you have to look at the replay or the footage after. That's what he was working on. Yeah. He's an incredible paddler.
That does look like him. Whoever that is, they're flying. Oh, no, that's Kekoa.
Kelly
Santos. He's moving. Hey, that's a compliment. Looks very similar to a world champion. You know what I mean?
But
maybe Therese is there.
In the background there, isn't that Sonny Bradley's boat?
Could be. Oh, the volume is very up on the yelling in that.
Nice work by Kekoa Kelly Santos.
Oh, Kekoa is moving, bro. I love his first name, too,
Yeah.
I heard he was named after a legend.
A
from
legend
Kailua,
out of Kailua,
yeah.
Right
and
here.
He's regretted it ever since.
Leaning
Look at that. Enjoyment,
he knows how to work the drone. Look at him.
Pa.
Oh, he knows about the Shaka Cam, this guy.
He knows. He's on video already. Social media. But he is. He's looking smooth. Conserving, having good fun. Let's see how fun it is coming into Portlock, brother.
Let's see if you're still raising your hand, fighting upwind into
We all
Portlock.
die at that point. Oh, but Kiko is moving. And he's another guy put it in that time.
Yeah, he's really put in a time, and it's paid off for him. Look at this paddler changing angles, surfing down, coming back across.
Conserving
this
energy,
is nice
just milking,
right here. Real
milking the
nice.
waves.
Putting up his sails. Almost looks like Marcus Lizarraga somehow.
Tape 62.
62.
Kaise Ikera. For real.
Yeah, 15-year-old.
Yeah, 15-year-old. Wow.
Nice.
Ikera-san. Wow. See what I mean? Look at that. 15 years
International
old
representation.
with the
Look at this guy
wherewithal
go.
to just
It's
relax.
a beautiful workout here he's got. Very
Moving
smooth.
real good.
A lot of body. Picking it up when he needs to.
Cannot be his first dance in this kind of conditions. To know like that lean back. That's all telltale signs of somebody who understands the surf. At least
Changing their body position, sitting up.
the posture,
Yep.
the lean forward, the kick back. And then he might do the boots up, lean back. Popular in the late 90s, you know what I mean?
Oh, classic. Good fun. I know you would bring the fun out in this kickoff.
Yeah.
Stoked to have you here.
I'm happy to be here, brother. Right there, Steve again, moving, steady.
Yep, that classic bright lime green hat. We'll be able to recognize that all day long with his green Noyo. I think he's paddling as well. The Noyos are doing really well this year, as well as boats from Kaiwa'a and Ozone.
Is that Kaho'okele?
Yeah, that kind of
That is
purplish boat.
Kiko.
Yeah?
Look at that.
He's hungry,
He was
this guy.
sped up. Oh, that bugger is revving.
No, he's going. He's getting at it. Look at him go. Nice work, Kiko.
Yeah. One thing about these races, I mean, I know the same guys seem to have winning for the past 25 years, but it might be a time for change where somebody comes out, from the middle of the pack and just says, hey, Hawaii, hey, world, I'm here. Let's go.
At any time, somebody can put it together.
Oh, absolutely.
Anybody can put it together and win this thing.
That looks like from Kauai, his style. Butch. Could that be?
Kiahiolalo.
Am I wrong?
One something. Is that 117 or something like that?
Well, no, I'm wrong.
But yeah, it is.
Is it?
You are good,
I
Cole.
can go by the technique.
Ooh,
Wow. He was in the middle of the pack with me back in the late 2000s, mid 2000s.
Yeah, 122. Butch Kiahiolalo. He's he well-known paddler. This guy is a big time. He's into cycling. Right out behind him is Johan Schulz, number 96. But Butch is retired from the fire department now. He is operates the sheet, the sail on the team Olukai sailing canoe. This guy is well versed and definitely a distance athlete in many different disciplines.
Definitely.
Yeah,
and he's
nice
always
work.
out there doing something.
Yeah, I seen him lately. I don't know if he's still working it, but he had this big beard, bola head with a big beard. Now that he's retired from the Kauai Fire Department, and just he looked like one out of the bushes, out of the Koivi's kanak. But you hear him speak, he's like well spoken.
Yeah. Most indubitably so.
Yeah,
that guy, what's his name, Johan? Next
Johan
to him?
Schultz,
Johan
96.
Schultz. It looks like he's from Tahiti too. So, the Tahitis are representing in the front of the pack. And he's still moving.
Copy. All right. Hey, some good action out there. The channel certainly woke up this morning and does not disappoint. We're excited to be bringing you. We're almost, shucks, what are we at now? Just coming up on pretty soon an hour into this, about a third into this race. And as Simeon had mentioned, this first third is really important. Being able to get out there, feel it, and set a good tone for the rest of your race. What are you seeing out there, Koa?
I'm seeing what we expected, good surf. I'm surprised at the level of guys kind of staying calm in the surf. I guess seeing it from this perspective can see everybody, but a lot of guys are milking the bumps, relaxing, conserving, pounding when they have to, and good to see the Hawaiians up there with the Tahitians, at least for the time being.
Yes, it's really good. Everybody's having a great channel out there this morning, but we're going to bring you continued live coverage of the Pa'a Hawaii 2025 Moloka'i Solo, brought to you by Ocean Paddler, and we're going to bring in another special guest after this break, but we're going to have Koa back in the studio later on and continue to bring his humor and his experience. And man, I am impressed, Koa, at how you can visually pick out paddlers before seeing the numbers. That's pretty good, Ba.
Too much time on the toilet, staying on my phone. Yeah.
We'll be right back after this break. Mahalo, Koa. Bring you more live again from the 2025 Pa'a Hawaii Moloka'i Solo. We'll be right back.
Hoi pa, my brother.
The 2025 Pa'a Hawaii Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kaiwa'a, Ozone Outrigger, Pool Care Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
You came looking for a light beer. And you found gold. Modelo Oro, the light beer with a clean, crisp finish. For anyone who expects more from their light beer. Modelo Oro, the gold standard of light beer.
In the late 80s, Paul Gay, Walter Guild, and John Martin added rudders to Tahitian V1s and Amos to surf skis, and the Hawaiian OC1 was born. Since then, OC1 has spread from Hawaii to the mainland and now the world. Today, we've come full circle as paddlers are back to compete where it all began. At Ozone, we're stoked to be part of that journey.
Our responsibility is to teach people about the tradition of the core canoes, the spec boats, where it came from, and why we do it. My grandfather was a core canoe builder. My dad was a core canoe builder. I spent many, many of my younger years working on core canoes with them, as I will in my future.
This is how you work on a wood canoe. This is where what we do came from.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
The Kaiwi Solo, the proving grounds for paddlers. It's where your journey ends and the adventure begins. I always saw the journey of getting to the starting line as a true reward. Nothing feels better than showing up prepared and being able to enjoy the adventure of what Kaiwi has to offer. At Kaiwa'a, we are here to support your journey and celebrate your adventure. Enjoy the day. It is truly a blessing just to be out there.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. The 2020 Pa'a Hawaii Moloka'i Solo, and you're getting to see a great battle right there. That looks like that was Tristan Kaokele Santos and Kevin Jerusalemi. They're paddling, but mahalo to our brother Kekoa Brune. He's going to be back in studio with us throughout the day. We're about 1/3 coming up on the first hour of this race, and we're lucky to bring into the studio with us Ryan Dolan, one of the mainstays in paddling, of course, out of Lanikai Canoe Club and the Kailua area, but a top-level 6-man and 1-man paddler. So welcome, brother. Thanks for coming in to hang out with us and I noticed when you were off camera here, kind of watching, I could see your own personal commentary kind of going in your head and the things you were seeing. Give us your take on the first hour of this race from what you were looking at.
It's really exciting to see all the drone shots that we got going on. The biggest thing I'm seeing is everyone's starting to converge with their paddlers. You start to see the escort boats, and you can see it on the water, some of the wake that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So you see some paddlers taking advantage of that a little back from the front pack. But then we're also seeing the drone shots, what the angle of people are taking. And we, on our live feed, we can see what's going to be the best course. You have guys kind of a little bit north still, it looks like. We'll see what pays off. Some people going more straight.
And even a couple south. When you're looking at just those ocean conditions yourself, looking at how these guys are surfing and what they're doing, what does that lead you to think? What kind of memories and what kind of stuff is going through your head as you watching some of these top-level paddlers? As you know, if you were paddling, you'd be right out there with them. What are you seeing? What you think's going through their head as they're working this?
So the main thing I'm looking at is how the guys are surfing. Obviously, the Tahitians have really good gears, and our top guys like Tristan and Danny and Rylan. I want to see how much those gears are going to stay there. When you see a lot of high stroke rates, we know that that's obviously for the bumps, but as the bumps get a little bit bigger and harder to catch, hour in, now we see what's going to happen with the position. Are guys going to be able to keep up that pace, or are they going to be a little bit more selective with the bumps that they're catching?
I feel sometimes watching a race like this, when you got great conditions, it's really exciting, Ryan, like, you know, as opposed to just a six-man race, because there's so many different paddlers, so many different little angles of surfing that you're constantly watching them work with, and it's fun to have these different angles, seeing different paddlers quickly revealed to you consecutively throughout this, and kind of watching what they're dealing with. It's kind of making this like really fun for the spectator.
Yeah, so right here we got Tristan, and it looks like Kevin. I think they're probably jockeying with each other.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends on what paddler's going to drop down, how much can they drop down. So whenever I was escorting Pat in prior years, we would kind of set our course, and maybe it's down to the south of him, and you say, do whatever you got to do to go as fast as you can, but don't go past us. If he starts to creep, we're going to let him, but we're going to also bring him back. So I'll be interested to see what these escorts are telling their paddlers. With the conditions given today, tide, how much can they go? And then also, if you're maybe Tristan's next to Kevin, how much is he going to let him go down? Who's going to dictate that as we go on the race?
So you're kind of thinking of that's really interesting, Ryan, that you bring that to light, is that you do have a plan.
Yes.
But at a certain point, you got to give your athlete leeway to do what they do.
Yep. And I actually called Danny earlier in the week, and I said, hey, what's your line? Because the last time he won, it was a north course. Last year, Pat won. It was more on a straight course. And Danny said he was just going to go out there. He's going to see what works. And after that.
Yep. So we're again, talking about some of our top paddlers. Again, this is Kristen Foster, part of that Team Bradley. She's out of the island of Kauai, and just a sweetheart of a woman, and great to watch her paddle, man. She is a specimen, and she's certainly going to be one of the ladies that we're looking for a top finish today.
Yeah, she looks really relaxed, getting on bumps, but also taking care of her body. It's going to be really important as we get closer to the island. We got to have the energy at the end. Like Kiko was saying, you don't want the tortoise to come past you. You want to come through the finish at the same speed.
And that's, that's really the a part of the artistry of surfing, is how well you surf dictates how much you'll be able to rest, and really getting that experience of knowing when and how to rest, or, don't chase this bump to the point you burn yourself out, right?
Right. And looking at the top paddlers, it's always fun and exciting to see. They're resting, but it's an active rest. The top guys, they might let off on a really good bump, but they're resting while they're different gears. And that's what they have to do, a 3.5-hour race. It's who can stay focused and surf the best for that whole time. It's pretty amazing.
And you're right. Any long canoe race, there's a moment where you got to keep your mind from drifting off at a certain point, especially it's in the solo. I would think, when you're in a race like Molokai Hoi and you're doing changes and you have other guys and there's a dynamic of a team there. But when you're out there solo, man, it might be easy to just kind of like lose focus at times, right?
I find that just in a Hawai'i Kaiwi run or a 2-hour race, I start thinking about
true.
work and life and family, and
yes.
it's all good stuff to think about. But then you got to snap yourself back into gear, and I got to focus on the next bump. And we get into lulls, and everybody will have them out there. So it's really impressive how long these people can focus.
So again, like your brother last year, you escorted him. Is that correct?
I didn't last year. I have in the past.
And when he's had top performances, are you kind of like hollering at him from the escort boat like, hey, get back on it? Are you kind of monitoring your paddler and how he's drifting on and off? Or was Pat just the guy that's so high? We'll come back to that real quick. We want to show you the graphic that we're looking at on a scene. Okay, great. I'm able to change this as we touch it. I can come in and we are looking literally at what you are looking at. This is from the laptop between our chairs. Now we're going to zoom in on, I'm going to touch the green dot next to that camera that is way north. And that is going to be, come on, green dot. Okay, you're going to see it right there. That's Tristan Koho'okele Santos. He is real far north, and we are kind of, opening it up right there. He's kind of north of Rumline. That blue line right down the middle represents Rumline, or more or less a point A to point B for this course, right? And so he is arguably just ahead in first place, right? There's Tristan. Now let's look way south to the far green dot. That's going to be his brother. So cool. Two brothers, feeling the water differently and going for two different courses, but both arguably in the lead. Now let's check right behind Keikoa. Both of those Koho'okele Santos boys having a great race. That's none other than Stevie Teho'o Ta'ata from Tahiti. He's having a great race, just right there behind Keikoa, arguably in third place. And then up north of him, that other red dot that seems to be way out towards the front there. Nalu Sampson, number 16.
So that's a teammate of Tristan and Keikoa.
Right, he's out of that Wailea Canoe Club. He's from Lahaina, 27-year-old. He is having a hell of a race today. He's up with the big dogs and asserting himself as a name to be watched over the next several years. We'll come back a little bit farther north. Wyatt Egbert right there, next to Tristan, another great paddler number 6. He's Wyatt is out of Kailua. He's on a Kantare. He's part of Team Puakea. And then Spencer Allen, a young man that has been, he's got water in his blood, bro. That guy's got some serious genetics for performing out in the ocean. And those are some of our top paddlers. Right behind Spencer is Keikoa Cows right there. Another member of that family with Tristan and Keikoa, and then some of these other paddlers. Max Young is looking good up there. Ekolu Kalama having a heck of a race for him. He's up in that top 10 pack right there, kind of just in that area behind Nalu Sampson. And Rusty Crab, Nainoa Crab is out there a little bit south, down by Keikoa, Koho'okele Santos. So those are some of our standings there. Great to be able to bring this play-by-play on this tracker that is here today. You can see Max up there, Rusty Crab. Let's check out some of these other paddlers in this pack here. Daniel Chun from the Big Island of Hawaii, part of what was that Team Livestrong and Red Bull team out there. Great guy. I love Daniel Chun. Good brother there. All right, so we're going to continue to check, but you guys are getting a feel for what the pack looks like, who are our top leaders on that visual, and it's pretty cool. We're going to check in with our man on the water there, none other than Simeon Kepaloma. What you got? Is Jimmy driving you crazy yet, Simeon?
All right, guys, we're about an hour and a half in, maybe just under an hour in. We're about 19 miles from Hanauma Bay. Our line is looking okay. A lot of the pack is sucked up north. It looks like the lead pack is further south behind us. We have Kristen Foster from Kauai. And about 5 minutes ago, we were tracking Lauren Spalding, and she's looking good. She's surfing good. And we just so happened to spot Kristen just kind of like dead even with her, a little bit south. So you got a little bit of that peekaboo game where you don't really know where your competitors are, and you hope you're doing well, you hope you're out in front. But this is what makes exciting racing. Right now, in my opinion, this part of the channel, it's about surfing as fast as you can, maintaining your speed with using the least amount of energy as possible. Right now, the bumps are going to be clean, big, stretched out. It shouldn't be a lot of work. You want to make sure that you maintain your speed so that as we get closer to Oahu and start approaching that backwash and you start settling in with that fatigue, that you can just continue to motor through and get to the island. That's the name of the game in this race, is who's going to get to the island first, have a good line to go to China Walls, and just kind of motor and muscle into that win. But Kristen's doing real well. Pretty even with Lauren. This is super exciting racing. We know Lauren's like, I don't know, 10, 11, 12-time Molokai World Champ. So it's always exciting and interesting for us to follow the women's racing and kind of see like, oh wow, like Lauren, someone's threatening Lauren this year. And it's, you know, because she was so untouchable for so many years. So it's just great to see the level of the competition raised in the women's side. And really see, I'm not going to say anything. We're still so early. You know, you never count out Lauren. We know that she's going to be strong. She knows what to do. She's done this, and she's won this race many, many times. So, but Chris is looking strong. So we'll see how this all pans out. It's going to be exciting as closer we get to Oahu. So keep surfing, conserve your energy, keep drinking water. Make sure that no check engine lights come on now. You don't want it to come on now. You want to make sure you push through. So. My check engine light is
that play-by-play there on the water, Christian doing a great job out there in the channel. And yes, it is kind of, you know, when you are as dominant of a paddler as Lauren has been over the last 20 years, you kind of are the barometer or the paddler that everybody else measures themselves against. And so you're doing good in comparison to what, and you know, that's been a number of paddlers on the Kane side as well. We got some Malolo flying across the channel there, but you know, Kristen is a hell of a paddler herself, and it's good to see those ladies that are really close friends pushing each other out there.
Teammates, so they know each other really well. It's probably in the back of their mind too, but it's pretty cool. I think they have a record number of over 30 women. Not to mention, it's Mother's Day tomorrow. Happy Mother's Day, women out there.
All right, true. Yeah, and so it's great to see the Wahinis this year. And you mentioned over 30 women out there of all ages.
Yep.
And 130-something paddlers. I want to say probably about 135, 134, something there. That is a lot of canoes,
That's
right?
a lot. It's a lot. And
what does that say about the sport, you know?
It's growing. I think the women and the juniors participation has really bumped that up, which is really good for the sport. Pretty amazing how many juniors, just going back to when I was a junior, it was rare for a junior paddler to own their own canoe. So now you see all these kids and they're fired up and they have their own canoe. Not to mention the best canoes. All
a lot
the
of them are
updated
sponsored,
canoes.
right?
So I think with that, their paddlers are just going to keep getting better and better. Getting them out on the water. They don't have to borrow canoes from their club. It's accessible. So it's awesome that they have all these young kids out there.
And a lot of them, you know, are doing it as second-generation paddlers. So their parent is super supportive, and a lot of times the one that's driving the pickup boat for everybody doing the pickup car for everybody doing Hawai'i Kai runs. And so I noticed as well, Ryan, coming off of COVID, did you guys, I'm sure you saw it at Lanikai Canoe Club and a lot of these canoe clubs all over the island, at how the level of participation in paddling jumped up when everybody came out of COVID. We're talking like 2021, 2022, everybody's getting back into the social aspect. And when it was all taken away and you had to stay in your living room at home and in your own yard, what people realized, what they really valued was the freedom and the feel of being out in the ocean, and how they brought that into their families and all the kids that really started coming out. It was great to see paddling exploding like by 20-30% in that year following, and it's kept going.
Yeah, it's the way to stay healthy. It's a social thing that was outside.
Yes, sir.
People
Yes, sir.
could get together and have fun. People had training groups were getting bigger. And and I think like you mentioned, it's a lot of the paddlers that now have kids. That's their way of getting out and doing a good activity with their kids and,
Family,
and bonding. You know, it's they can share that same thing. And what's better than going to a regatta, and it's not just you now out of the house, it's your kids, it's a family affair.
Yes,
so
sir.
it's good for the sport.
I feel that.
It's
Is
growing.
this Iloha Ishin here out of Tahiti? I noticed she always, Wahine paddler, but she always has her cap on backwards there. She is one of the top paddlers. She's actually coaches and runs a team out of France. Great paddler. She's
feeling it
working
out there.
it right
She's doing
here.
good.
She's the best V1 paddler in the world right now. Top finisher in the races in Tahiti, and she's a part of Team Ade there. Yeah, paddling the new Ade boat. So Iloha Eshin there. Eshin, I'm not always perfect on how to pronounce her last name, but always can recognize her as a paddler.
She looks really smooth. She looks comfortable, so that she'll be interesting to watch as we get a little bit closer.
I did notice
finish.
that, and you picked it up as well, Ryan, is that when she was resting on that bump, she looked very loose, very happy. She's probably got her tunes in her ears.
Yep.
You know, she's out there enjoying herself, and nothing's going to make it the work and maybe later on the pain of paddling your hardest is no more tolerable than when you're having fun.
Yeah, and she looks very composed. She's sitting up. She's using her big muscles like her back, so she's not revving like we say it with her arms. She's not getting overexcited. Going back to what Simeon said too, this part of the race you want to be surfing with as least amount of effort, saving it for later when it's going to start stacking up against the island. So she looks smooth. It's going to be fun to watch what she does.
I'm not quite sure where she is as far as the standings. I'm going to try to look her up here, but we're going to be able to try bring you some different results. Let's look at. Okay. Which is pretty cool. Ryan's going to continue to give you commentary while the old man here is trying to figure out how to work this computer.
This drone footage is really nice. You can see the texture on the water, and you can see Molokai in the background. You can see from the course is starting to drop down more towards the rum line. Where we started is on the left-hand side. We're spinning around. You can see the bigger swell is going to go down towards Kauai, and those are the sleigh rides, and then up the right-hand bump on her right are the smaller ones that are easier to catch, and that's kind of always your bailout or your second option to get you going with speed. We got, looks like Kevin from the top.
Yep, Saran Jerusalemi there out of Tahiti. Incredible surfing by him. I know he's certainly one of our...
He's moving really fast. Good rhythm.
There's a couple paddlers out there that are going to be not in our top 5 picks, but no surprise that they're doing well. One of them right now is Jordan Gomes. He is like in the top 5, having a great race today. He's a little bit farther north with Tristan Kelly Santos and those guys up there. He is pounding, and Jordan is a specimen, strong-minded, real top shape, and he puts the time in. He trains.
He's gotten really good in a short period of time. He's not a paddler from young kids. He was a football player and got introduced through his family, so he's doing good. He's getting better. He paddles out of Kailua, so he's really familiar with these types of conditions. And so that probably is why he's a little bit further north. He's used to the Kailua bumps that are going to go more towards the northern, and he's probably planning on dropping down as we get closer to the island.
So a great race there by Jordan, and I'm sure he's got a lot of friends and family following him, probably the guys at the Firehouse too. So as you're seeing on the bottom of your screen, you should be seeing that that address right there, mymotion.vision.com/event/live. If you log on to that, you should be able to see the same map that Ryan and I are looking at in studio here. And you'll be able to track not only your favorite paddler, but where they stand with everybody else. And it's really intuitive the way that it's set up to use. And so go ahead, friends and family, jump on that. That is something that Ocean Paddler and are really using for the first time here in this race and making available to all of our viewers and our Ohana Va'a out there to just, man, it's incredible looking back at, over a decade of doing this type of broadcast and how we've been able to incorporate the technology and how much fun it's made doing these productions and watching it, and what we'll be able to give the folks that are either at home or in different escorts boats. So check that out. We continue to look. Jordan Gomes is a guy that is having a great race along with Kevin Saran Jerusalemi right here. Another guy that's within the top 10 that's having a great race. He's one of our top paddlers that is paddling closest to Rumline. And if that's Ekolu Kalama. Ekolu, of course, out of Molokai. He was the winner of the first SUP Molokai Solo. An incredible waterman from canoe surfing to stand-up surfing and paddling. Incredible guy, and he's having a great race. I like to see these 40-plus gentlemen still competing with the young bucks out there.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's up there. He's just going out there and having a day.
A lot of talent up there. Ethan Siegfried is having a great race. Paddler number 70. He's way up with our leaders right now. Ethan on his Noyo out of Kailua. And a lot of people really unexpected paddlers, paddlers that weren't these big household names that you would be able to recognize are making a statement today out in the water.
Yeah, so Ethan was one of the younger kids that started with KOK, and he went away to college, and then now it looks like he's back, and he's getting back into it, and he's a natural athlete, volleyball player,
sure.
So he's putting his skills to the water now.
Yeah, he kind of had backed off doing the volleyball thing and then going to college, and now he's back to say, hey, I'm here. I'm going to be on this stage, and he's having a great race today. But I still think we have our farthest north paddler right now. I would say he's maybe within the top 15 is Kingi Gilbert. He's out there having a good race. He's gambling on being a little farther north. We're going to see how that pays off as he closes in on the island of Oahu and kind of turns down a little bit. But the majority of our pack is running just north of Rumline, of that straight track. Is that the kind of course that you would have plotted today, right?
I think I would be a little bit hesitant to go so far north. I like to be engaged with everybody so I can see all the escort boats. Going alone is a lonely path. You kind of don't know where everyone is.
Okay.
But also now path of least resistance. I want to get point A to point B as fast as I can. So Kingi's probably hoping that later on when the tide or something changes that it's going to be a little bit easier coming parallel with the island, more so getting to the island straight to the wall. Spitting Caves area.
It's a lot about course, conditions, training. There's so many factors that lead into it. And, of course, as Cole was saying earlier, it's mental. It's very mental. And so we're going to take a quick break here from our live coverage in studio. I have none other than Ryan Dolan with me. We'll be right back after this commercial break with an opportunity to thank our sponsors for bringing you this live coverage of the 2025 Pa'a Hawaii Molokai Solo. The 2025 Pa'a Hawaii Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kai Va'a, Ozone Outrigger, Pool Care Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
You came looking for a light beer, and you found gold. Modelo Oro, the light beer with a smooth, elevated taste. Perfect for those who demand the next level of light beer. Modelo Oro, the gold standard of light beer.
The Hawai'i Solo, the proving grounds for paddlers. It's where your journey ends and the adventure begins. I always saw the journey of getting to the starting line as a true reward. Nothing feels better than showing up prepared and being able to enjoy the adventure of what Kaiwi has to offer. At Kaiba'a, we are here to support your journey and celebrate your adventure. Enjoy the day. It is truly a blessing just to be out there.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
In the late 80s, Paul Gay, Walter Guild, and John Martin added rudders to Tahitian V1s and Amos to surf skis, and the Hawaiian OC1 was born. Since then, OC1 has spread from Hawaii to the mainland and now the world. Today, we've come full circle as paddlers are back to compete where it all began. At Ozone, we're stoked to be part of that journey.
If you live in the islands, your keiki or teen are no stranger to ocean sports. But have they tried outrigger paddling? The thrill of being at one with the water, gaining confidence, meeting new friends, and having fun. It's easy to learn and is something you can do your whole life. They'll experience ohana wa'a, being part of the outrigger family. Let Ade Tahiti find you a club or a coach to launch this inspiring journey.
Our responsibility is to teach people about the tradition of the core canoes, the spec boats, where it came from, and why we do it. My grandfather was a core canoe builder. My dad was a core canoe builder. I spent many of my younger years working on core canoes with them, as I will in my future.
This is how you work on a wood canoe. This is where what we do came from.
The 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kaiwa'a, Ozone Outrigger, Puakea Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. All right, folks, we are back from our commercial break. Thank you for that. We always got to thank the sponsors. And here is canoe number 104. That is a Kolu Kalama that we were talking about earlier. And this guy is having a heck of a race today. He's kind of close to Rumline. He's kind of one of our guys farther up in the pack, and he's having a great race. Always good to see this guy come out here and represent, the local boys, the Hawaiians, and just a classic multi-sport real waterman,
Yeah, he's doing good. And this is kind of from a Oahu perspective is when you get to the solo, you have all these new paddlers that you don't normally see. Like I don't think I remember Ikolu ever racing in a Kanaki Kaika race when I was racing. So if you're on the line and all of a sudden you get these people from Maui, Big Island, Kauai, even California now, that can also play a part in where you're sitting and how you're feeling.
For sure.
I don't know who this guy is.
For sure. Is that 60? Are we looking at 60? I think I'm going to go at I don't think, because 60 is Jackson Monahan. I don't think that is Jackson. That would be Jackson Monahan out there.
This is Kyle. This is Kyle. This is Brad Gall and Pat escorting him. That's who that is. That's
Kyle Taraufau.
Yep. He's from Tahiti.
Okay.
He's a top Tahitian V1 paddler. He should be up there too. You can see some of his strokes. He's still paddling a little bit like with the C or J strokes. He's probably still getting used to paddling OC1. He's moving really nicely up on his north bump right now. He's coming towards the camera. He'll take those for a while, and then he's going to turn down left when he gets enough speed.
That might be canoe 80, just to confirm that. I think you're right, though, Ryan, for sure. Yep. Kyle, 80, Kyle Tarafao. He's paddling on a Kaiwa'a Vela.
Yep.
He's part of that Air Tahiti team. Another top paddler out of French Polynesia, and recently at the Aloha Aito, he had a great performance there, the Aloha Aito over in Sand Island. So it's great to see these top level paddlers, and a lot of them are getting help from guys like Are Tahiti and stuff like this. But these teams that keep coming out, or these paddlers that keep coming to Hawaii, and to have this exchange between the top level paddlers, it is great that they're making that effort to come here. We really welcome them and always love having the Tahitians around. They certainly bring up the level for everyone, and everybody knows when the Tahitians are on the line, the top Tahitians, but they bring a flavor of that authentic Polynesian feel to this race, and I love it when they're here.
There's a different intensity when they're around. Everyone's a little bit more serious. It looks like right behind him in the background is Rylan Hart, and on his Volare, crossing right behind him, changing lines a little bit.
Nice. Again, with our MyMotion.vision, it's gonna be relative. It's not in real time, and so there's going to be a bit of a delay on that. But it may not be 100% accurate, but it's pretty darn close to what's happening out there in the water. So Sarah Kissel's out there cheering for her family members, and mahalo to all of you joining in on whether it's the Pa'a Hawaii Facebook or Ocean Paddler Facebook, Ocean Paddler YouTube page is a great place to watch this. But look at these two guys going at it. This is Rylan Hart and Kyle Tarafao, and they are really, really showing you how two guys right next to each other can be just dancing almost back and forth and finding the little bumps. It's really cool to watch that dynamic.
Yeah, just a matter of a couple bumps. One guy goes from 50 yards to the left of you to 50 yards to the right of you. So they're really loose. They're just trying to find whatever is working. And you can see their escort boats are behind them because they're so close together, trying to – that's another game in itself is
Yes.
The escort boats jockeying not to give the other paddler an advantage.
Yeah, for sure. A good escort boat driver is definitely worth some money out there. And for those that aren't used to this kind of paddling or maybe watching it for the first time, you would think it would be more linear, like a foot race or like a car race or something. It's not. You're all over the place using these conditions. And so the actual distance that these paddlers travel is much farther than what it would be point A to point B.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's how they move fast. That's how they get ahead, is using whatever the ocean gives them. And a nice bump there by Rylan Hart.
Yeah, he's been performing really well in all season long in the Oahu races. He won almost every race this year. So he's definitely a top competitor, very good shape. He's fit. He's always paddling. So he's looking really good. He has a lot of gears. It's fun to watch him paddle. He has a lot of ups. He's very explosive. So you can see that when he's paddling. Very patient, but knows when to go.
Explain that a little better for folks, or a little deeper maybe, is what do you mean by gears, Ryan?
So when I'm watching these paddlers, they have a few different styles of strokes. They have a quick up tempo when they're trying to chase the smaller bump, and then they might have a more rhythm stroke when they're on the bigger bumps, and that's kind of that active rest we were talking about. And then they might just have a brute strength, or just you have to have it kind of moment. And you can't do that all the time, but you'll see them some where you go for it, and it might be that good bump that connects you 3 or 4. So it's mainly the higher one, and then your active rest. And then some guys, everybody has their own style, but Rylan, like I was saying, is very explosive, a lot of up. And now Danny Chink's on the screen, somebody he learned from and got mentored from, very similar paddling. I think it's from that flatter California bump that's very heavy. They don't have as much wind swell, so they have to be really light on the water.
What do you mean there by being light on the water? Just being able to kind of tap into it, or just kind of staying high and on plane?
Yeah, so anytime I've been to California racing the Catalina, the bumps are smaller. You don't have this size. So it's a more up front, and you're really trying to stay on the front of that bump versus you can't sit there. You're constantly paddling, chasing. Whereas in the channel, you can't do that because you'll, like Cole was saying earlier, you'll outrun the bump and you're just going to burn yourself out. So it's a matter of staying within the bump. We have different conditions, so it kind of dictates how we're paddling.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. That was great. Again, this is Danny Ching. He's out of California, Lanakila outrigger. Their top one-man paddler. This is the first year that he's out there with his own OC1 design. I'm sure he's having fun out there trying to show that his boat is worthy of being up there with the Kaiva'as and the Ozones and the Kamanus. And so good luck to him. He's having a really nice race here. As we kind of zoom out and watch him in the distance there, you're going to be able to see the island of Oahu. The far left would be Diamond Head, and somewhere kind of out there towards that middle underneath the big clouds is the corner that they're aiming for. Your far right would be like Waimanalo Kailua area. But again, this is paddler number 5, Danny Ching from Lanakila Outrigger. And as you saw earlier, that young man, Rylan Hart, was one of the young paddlers that kind of grew up paddling with Danny and being coached by him. And so Danny's having a really good channel today and as deserved was one of your top 5 picks. Why did you pick Danny? Not only has he won this race in the past, but what was it about Danny that you thought he would certainly be a contender here today?
I've seen Danny for the last 15 years, and he's always like an Energizer bunny. He always comes in really good shape.
Always got.
He has like we were talking about all the different gears. He's always fast, and he's always a top competitor. So he's always consistent, but he's done the race. He's won the race. Anytime I think somebody's won the race, you can't count them out. I think it's a big hurdle that a lot of people try to get over. And once you've won one, I notice people tend to win another one because they get over that big hurdle.
Right.
Most of these winners on paper, they have more than one, right? So I always count Danny in. He always is going to come prepared if he's here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that definitely gets him into the top 5. Again, on screen right here, this is Eloy Sheen from Tahiti and France. She's having a good race on her Are OC1. Looking good out there, Iloha. But, you're talking about past winners that have done it more than once. We missed having your brother Pat back in the water today, and I'm sure a lot of people are scratching their heads on that one and just curious about how that went down and why he chose not to repeat this year. If you would be able to shed a little light on that.
I'll try to speak for him as best as I can without putting words for him. But I think anytime you race this race, you want to be at the top of your game.
Especially if you've won before, right?
And if you're the past winner with the record, there's more pressure on you than ever. But Pat's in a little bit different space in his life. He's a firefighter.
Yes.
He's a father now. He's a husband. So trying to balance everything. And he also still has that carrot for the surf ski. He's gotten third multiple times. And I think he really just wants to focus on that. When you do the OC1, 2 weeks later, sometimes just 3 weeks later, it's the surf ski, which he's done back-to-back. But, you don't normally see marathon runners running a marathon 3 weeks apart from each other and hoping to be competitive. So with winning the OC1, I think that he wants to get that surf ski under his belt and try to put his best effort forward.
Nice. Well, we certainly miss him out there. He's always fun to watch paddle. I mean, that guy is just an excellent paddler, but just he's a horse, man. Your brother's a big, strong, tough guy, but also knows how to use the ocean. And so we always enjoy having him out there. Send some alohas out to him. I'm sure he's watching this, or he's out there escorting somebody.
He's out there. He's escorting Kyle. So he's helping him. Yep. I think it's good. He can help have some local knowledge for that finish. I know Tahitians in the past have had a hard time coming in and navigating that last stretch in Port Lock. So hopefully he can give some insight, and Kyle has a good race.
Yeah, nice. Well, that's part of maybe a small part of what explains why Kyle's having such a great race out here today. Aloha to Pat and the rest of the family. We got Nikki Rios logging on. She says, "Let's go, Jesse Rios. Way to go, Brooksy." And so cool to get all the comments from different family and friends that are watching again that was off of our YouTube page, as you could tell by that little red icon on the far right. But we have people watching us from their phones whether it's on the Pa'a Hawaii Facebook page or the Ocean Paddler Facebook page. And please, folks, don't forget that you can catch us on your TV at home through either Roku, your Fire Stick, your Amazon Fire, or your Apple TV, and that would be at Adventure Zone Sports Network. Get this on the big screen in your living room and really enjoy the performance being put on by these paddlers out here today. And so here you go. This is a view kind of backwards, looking back at Molokai and realizing that we're about at the midpoint here. Another shot of Iloha Asian, but midpoint. Ryan, what's going on in a paddler's brain right now?
I think now a little bit of the fatigue starting to set in. The bumps aren't quite as easy to catch in the beginning because it's not just all wind swell. It's not your nerves. You're settled in. You're starting to get into your race plan with hydration. Your escort boat's telling you where you got to go. The top paddlers are starting to see Oahu, so they're just trying to settle in where they're at. But now it's really important to start taking care of your hydration, getting your food drops, making sure you don't cramp up later in the race.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it, as with any sport, than people think. We are at times on the MyMotion.vision, signals are coming in and out from certain paddlers, and we might lose connectivity and gain connectivity as this thing continually updates itself. I would imagine it would be more accurate as we close in on the island of Oahu. But again, another great performance being put on by Iloha. And man, our women's times over the last several years have just continued to get faster and faster. And as Kekoa had mentioned earlier, man, you would think this would be, it seems like a real muscle kind of upper body sport that would certainly lend towards the male physique dominating. But man, these Wahinis, there's some tough, strong ladies out there that are just crushing it, and Iloha is one of them. She is really a technical paddler, grown up in Tahiti and France and really know how to do it. You're going to see our drone guy coming here, catching the drone, seeing what it takes with our Class A safety grab to the back there.
Yeah, thanks to them, we're getting some unreal paddling footage that we wouldn't normally get.
Mm-hmm.
It's keeping us engaged, keeping everyone at home, and our sponsors happy.
Yep, and that's a part of it. And again, we're really stoked to finally being able to partner up with Pa'a and Manny and get this coverage out here for you folks, because I don't know, to me, this is one of those events that really defines and traces the path of a sport. The Molokai Solo is definitely one of the big whips of sport out here for paddling. Not only the OC1, but six-man. It's one of those that all the paddlers know about. So we're continuing to try to keep a look on who's out in the front as we update.
Nice bump. Trying to find where some of these paddlers are in relation to our video so you guys can get an idea of where everybody's in the standings.
It would seem that that's Daniel Chun way out there. I don't think he's our leader. I think what's happening is our top paddlers have entered into an area where connection to the uplink is what's giving us. I know we're broadcasting, but on the dot vision, I'm not seeing some of the top, the guys that should be our leaders.
So that's an issue on dot.
Yeah. So just explaining, it's for the dots that you can see, it should be relatively accurate. There's a bit of a lag, but you can't tell the difference. But as we get forward in the race, more closer to Oahu, which you're seeing in the background there, as we get closer to Oahu, I think it'll be more accurate and more up to date. So in this midpoint we don't have the best connectivity as would be logical, right? So, okay, right now, speaking of that, let's go check up with our man Simeon Kipaloma and see what's going on out there in the water. Simeon, how you doing out there, bro?
All right, guys, we're about 12 miles out. We just pulled up on Steve Teixotata. He's the past winner of this race, Tahitian champion on the V1 rudderless canoe. And it's hard to tell precisely, but we're probably in the top 5 right now. We got Kevin up ahead. It looks like we're just trying to identify people by the escrow boats. Kevin up ahead, Tahitian Kevin. We got Miles Orr somewhere back here. We got Steve right here. Probably a few hundred yards back, we got Danny Ching running strong. Danny and Steve are the most south of the pack, of the lead pack. And this is where it gets interesting. This is either they're going to stick to their course and go all chips in right here, or they have a last chance to readjust, make some course decisions while trying to kind of pace yourself and get ready for that last brutal section as we get close to that shelf off of Coco Head and Hanama Bay. But Steve is looking strong. He's got a unique paddling style where a lot of the Tahitians, they're real fluid with their stroke, but we can always tell it's Stevie because has such good attack. Good, it's good. But yeah, Stevie has such a unique attack, and he's known for surfing really strong. So we'll see how this all pans out. Surf. Just keep surfing. We don't know yet who's going to win. Obviously, we don't know, but it's going to be a very interesting finish for sure. Yeah, bro. Back to you guys.
All right, Simmy, thank you for that. Sim Boogie, nice commentary there, and he's right. We're in that last third of the race, maybe 12 miles out, and you can hear none other than Jimmy Austin in the background. Just there is no mute button on that man, but he has a lot of good stuff to say, and he has a lot of ocean knowledge. I'll definitely give that brother that. Jimmy Austin is a hell of a waterman, and enjoying watching Stevie do his thing out there, a champion. In several disciplines and in many places, but always good to see Stevie crushing it. And he's surfing really well. And you've been off screen for a little bit, Kikoa Brood, letting Ryan come in here and share his mana'o. Back there, what are you seeing? What's happening? Where are we going with this? What are you picking up?
Just watching from the behind the scenes. They're surfing.
Yes, sir.
Everybody seems to be surfing real well, and like Ryan was saying, taking their breaks where they need to. What I'm noticing is, like you said earlier, guys are not where we thought they might be at this stage, and it gets me going. Like, oh, could this be the day that somebody comes out of nowhere, and takes the title? But as I think the closer we get to the island, the top guys seem to always end up being at that same area. But it should be interesting, right?
To show you why they're the top guy. But, some of these other paddlers, Bronson Iwoi's having a great race. Miles Orr, he's a great paddler, but he's having a great race today. There's a lot of these guys that expand those that are really watchable, so to say, beyond the top 5 into the top 10, because the level of competition in general, Koa, has come up, and that's what happens when the sport gains popularity and you have 130 paddlers on the water.
130.
That's amazing.
You, especially when your family's at home, and they're so fortunate to watch this, but they're like, where's my... Oh, right here, real fast. Hoatua. I watched a few years ago, right at Portlock coming in, he's in the lead. Coming around Portlock, he's in the lead. Catching a wave, he's in the lead. On the reef, he's not in the lead. Couple brothers came right past him. So this race, like we said, the Kaiwi, all the way to the end, to Mauna Loa Bay, the entrance, anything can happen. Yep. So it's just keep in mind, everyone's flowing right now, everyone's grooving, everyone's moving. But when you get closer to the island, crunch time.
Yeah.
You know?
A little bit of local knowledge as it always helps. And the racers that are either from here or like Danny Ching, who have done this race several times, you can definitely see that there's an advantage to that, knowing that uphill section is coming and being mentally and physically prepared to lay it down at that moment into the finish line. So, Stevie Boy is the Lion champ. Love it. Good to see them. And right there, that looks like Kevin Saran Jerusalemi out of Huahine. And he's having a hell of a race as well. Certainly one of our top 10.
Yeah, right now I don't know if people are seeing what we're seeing right now, but these guys they're revving, and like Ryan was saying, then they're cruising. Revving and cruising. Earlier, I was talking about everybody at home watching their family members, hoping to see them on the coverage. It's hard to get all 132.
Yes.
But everyone is participating in this, has dedicated so much time, training, money.
Mm-hmm.
We pay to do this. They save for the money. And it's just the glory of crossing that beautiful channel, that challenging channel. I wanted to point one particular. I was looking at that dot vision earlier. Mr. BJ Bagud is out there. And we want to talk about hammers. He is a definite hammer.
You gotta share that story with us.
Yeah, well, I think maybe about 2 years ago, he had an unfortunate accident, and he lost a portion of his leg. Not to be too graphic, but he's out there. He rigged up his, I believe it's an Aries, Kaiwa Aries. He rigged up his pedals so that he can steer with one foot. And he's out there laughing every day, enjoying life with his son, with his daughter, with his family, paddling, putting in the time, keeping a positive outlook and living it, not just talking about it. It's just encouraging to see guys like BJ. And there's so many stories from first place to last place of all the personal battles that all these people are going through. And to get out on that ocean and find the freedom of pounding. And
real quick, our guys in studio, if we could switch to the dot vision that we have here. This is a quick look at where BJ Bagud is, and while we tell this story of this amazing man, dedicated paddler, a lover of the ocean. It was not only that he had lost his leg, he also had some, he took a blow to his head and all of that. Tough guy, always was top shape. I mean, if you know BJ, he's always real fit. He's got that big shoulder area. Guys in the studio, again, if we can go to the dot vision real quick to check this out, and just giving BJ a look here. He's kind of in the middle of the pack.
He's
right
definitely in the conversation, right? And that's all we can ask for. You're in the conversation, you got a chance.
Yeah, for sure. And as you can see, that's Oahu in the background there that we're checking out. They send it to the dot vision.
Quick to mention, BJ's son apparently,
such a thing.
Yes,
that is hilarious. Here's Hoatua again on that lime green Ares Kaiwa canoe, and I know you heard that during the commercial break. Kai Bartlett talking behind the ad about the canoes that he makes. He's a champion of this race, an incredible paddler. Again, had some continued health challenges, but an amazing guy and still making amazing canoes. And we want to send our lows out to him. I know in some way, somehow he's out there in the channel today.
Absolutely, always will be. Obviously, I got special feelings for Kai. I consider him my brother. And what he does for just his presence alone has affected so many of these paddlers that are up in the front right now.
Yep, for sure.
Yes, and he's a good man, good human being, good family man. Keeps his priorities in check, and look at what a warrior he is.
Oh, yeah.
Now going through his struggles. So
yeah, he is. At the bottom of the screen there, that's Mike Field. He's over on the Big Island watching with Dale Hope, a couple of incredible paddlers on Waterman right there. Dale Hope, a connoisseur of the Aloha shirt and an artist, and Mike Field, an artist himself, incredible canoe sailor and paddler, and aloha to those guys that are watching from somewhere on the Kohala coast, I would imagine. But again, in front of us with the red ama that is on an Aries with the 5 A'ak sticker is Kevin Saran Jerusalemi. And what a surfer, what a feel this guy has for the water. And again, rest, active rest.
Active rest, kick and glide. Who's that? I think, could that be Tyson Kubo escorting him? Yeah, earlier you guys were talking about the escorts, right? Basically cheerleaders, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what a difference they can make in your mindset, you know, when you're feeling the pain, and then they provide just that right amount of energy. I've seen the opposite too. They can make you spin your wheels, like my brother did a few years ago in the channel, escorting me. But I love him.
That's what brothers are for, bro. Right there, Nalu Sampson. He's having a heck of a race today. One of those, as we should say, Ryan, dark horse out there. You know, he wasn't one of the big names, but certainly making a statement today, and is a paddler that needs to be considered with what he's happening, what he's make happen out in the water today. So great job, Nalu Sampson, bro. Great to see you racing out there and putting on a performance. Can see all the hard work and dedication paying off, man.
Yeah, those Maui boys are putting in that time, and it seems like they also rallied together. Even though they're on one man's today, their common goal is to stick together as a hui when the 6-man comes around. But
and we were talking about that earlier, prior to the broadcast, about, you know, what you guys have been doing at Lani Kai, and how sometimes it's about the team. And you guys always say, you know, club before crew, crew before self. And a lot of these top paddlers, like these guys you're seeing right here, they are part of something bigger, and their one-manning is not the only facet of what they do, and they're part of a bigger ohana, whether that's, you know, Air Tahiti or Wailea or Lani Kai or Lanakila Canoe Club. They're part of something bigger, and they're carrying their teammates out there with them when they paddle.
Kai Barley said it best when somebody asked him which one means more, his wins, and he had to say it. That's the one with his club, his crew, his team, because it's so much harder. Because you have to rely on so many other, your brother or your sister to push you through to all those, to every training session. I remember Mike Judd told me, he's all, racing is 2% of paddling. Training is, what's the math? I went to high school. Sorry. I got you. Who had to go private school? Anyway, maybe 3%, I don't know. But anyway, that's a big concept. But yeah, you're right. There's always a bigger thing. And then for each one of these paddlers, they're paddling for their family, their mothers, their fathers, their children, their friends. You know what I mean? Their culture.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have made sacrifices for every one of these crews to be out there. And I think that Manaya Kalani boat right there, that's Kai Bartlett's. I think, yeah, one of them. I think it's the boat I saw him on last in Molokai. He's probably there with his wife, Kea. Yeah, it's Kea right there.
Another legend.
Another amazing, just athlete.
And just beautiful human being. More than anything.
Such a sweet lady.
It's like, it's just icing on the cake that she's such a, another word again, beast animal in sports. But
good to see Bartlett Ohana out there, and we're sending you some love, Kai. I know every paddler that's out there on Aries or one of his other boats is carrying a piece of him with them on this channel. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna head back out there to Simeon Cape Paloma with some updates from our leaders in the midst of this Kaiwi channel. Here they go.
All right, guys, we're here. We just pulled up to the first junior Wyatt Egbert Bouquet team rider. This guy needs no introduction at all. Last year, as a 15-year-old, he got 7th overall in a highly competitive Molokai Channel crossing. And no, not because he's youth. He has youth and a lot of fitness. The conditions were just like this, lots of surf. This kid has a special talent and special abilities. And kind of like a natural flow and rhythm in the surf. As you can see, people like him or like Wyatt, when you see how much effort he's putting into surfing and keeping that whole speed going, it's pretty minimal. and he's going fast. He's in the top 10. He's earned a lot of respect from a lot of very accomplished paddlers who are very familiar out here in the channel and in the waves. So Wyatt's looking strong. We're about, like I said, about 10 miles off of Hanama Bay. So here's where things start to get interesting, where that experience surfing is going to really show, right? We're getting tired. We're starting to fight backwash. We're trying to assess the angle of the bumps. And so if you're a veteran or a young veteran like Wyatt, this is where you start to shine and really start to drop and pass people and really start to pull away. So excited for Wyatt. Junior, 16 years old, top 10. That's not too shabby at all. He's on a good line, good course where seems to be approaching Sandy Beach on a straight line. So we're on a good course. So closer we get to the island, he's going to be nose down and surfing. Looking really good. Look at this guy. He's a baby face. Resting, cruising. But most importantly, keeping that hull speed and using the least amount of energy possible. So great job to Wyatt. We'll see how he pans out towards the finish. If he's going to make some ground or hold where he's at. And hopefully have a nice, safe finish there at the end. Back to you guys.
Hello, Simeon K. Paloma giving us the updates from there. And you are right. That was an amazing performance by this young man. Wyatt Egbert is 16 years old. And it's, again, as you see, I got Ryan back in the studio, and we've been switching out between him and Cole. It's kind of cool. Next year we'll have 3 microphones. We're going to work on that. But it's really cool and kind of a proper moment for you that went through a lot of that. You were one of the youngest paddlers out there for a while. You went through a lot of Olympic development stuff with the kayaking, all of that. And, man, what's it like? This kid, and I'm going to call him a kid because he's freaking 16 years old, bro.
Yeah, it's unreal. 16, I would say
incredible.
The biggest parallel is having good male or adult, if you're a boy, role models. And he's got Jimmy Austin and the group of paddlers, Rylan, Miles. I know they all train together in the mornings out of Kaimana. Mm-hmm. So that's a huge thing. You got the experience showing you the way how to do it, and who better than Jimmy, right? He's on the channel. He can tell him. And then also he's been a part of that KOK, highly competitive. He's looking up to the men and then through the boys, and now whoever else he paddles with. I know one of his best friends is Spencer, who's also out there. So
yeah, Spencer's having a great race.
I'm sure they're just going out there and jockeying with each other all the time and training, which it's fun, and then you get better.
Yeah, it's incredible. And there was a time that like we talked about, people thought 16 is too young to cross this channel, or even like with some of the first Molokai Hois, the women cannot paddle across this channel, and how far it has come, and how many doors have been opened for people to get out there and compete, not only at younger ages but older ages as well. Incredible what some of these paddlers are doing, and really big ups to Wyatt Egbert, and of course his coaches, his support network, his family, because his parents have to be supporting him in this for him to be doing this well. Yeah. And it's paying off. The kid is having a great day. Kevin Faua says, why not 100% Tahitian paddlers on the podium
BJ
this
right
year?
There on our live feed.
Aloha.
Showing off the leg.
Yes, okay. We hear you. That would be cool. But I think our Hawaii paddlers and Danny Chi included would have something to say about that. It's BJ Bogood. That's right. He's showing off his leg. Yes, BJ. Maybe, you never know. He may be able to put more weight on that left side so he can help keep the ama down or something. But big ups to you, BJ Bogood. You the man.
So inspiring.
I think 101. Yeah, that's a good number for him. So inspiring, and he's doing really well. BJ's like right in the middle of the pack. I mean, just an incredible human, man.
He's having fun. He knows the ocean. He's going to go out there and surf as much as he can. But like I said before, just an awesome guy. He's so inspiring. And what he's doing with his kids is really fun to see, too. He's a good dad, taking his kids out, exposing them.
He really is. The guy was such a capable human. I mean, he ran businesses. He was a contractor building houses. He was a paddler. He was a high level at a lot of stuff. He was really a go-getter. And to see him overcome a setback like that, man, what an example. And what a statement of no excuses to everybody else out there,
definitely.
Right? Yeah. BJ Bagood, we love you, bro. Big ups to you, my brother. Good to see you out there. And this is canoe number... Is this back to Wyatt here, or is this Miles, or maybe let's see who this is. Oh, Kenny Kaneko, number 77.
From Japan.
Yep, out of Japan. Kenny Kaneko. He's been in the OC1 arena for quite a while. He's from Japan and is paddling an ozone boat there. Kenny Kaneko, what's up, brother? He's having a good race as well.
You can see now from that shot, we can see the top edge of Makapu. And then the paddlers are starting to be able to turn down. You can see on the left-hand side where Portlock and Hanama Bay are.
Right.
So you can see the angle. They're able to turn and surf that better bump down now. They don't have to keep working north. So for the guys that are up north, maybe now's the time they're going to start bringing in the southerly course.
Guys like Kingy Gilbert and stuff like that were kind of playing that more northerly course. We'll try to continue with our highlights from the dot vision, my motion dot vision, but you can see based on the rum line compared to earlier, the pack has started to come down and is closer to that rum line now.
Tighter to each other, yeah.
So the majority of our paddlers today did opt for a more northerly course, and at this last third of the race, they all seem to be opting to course correcting and surfing down into Mauna Loa Bay and getting ready to come around that wall in the Portlock area.
So this is another point in the race where it might be an advantage or disadvantage to your brain, because now you can see Oahu, but now Oahu might not be getting bigger. It might be staying at that point, right?
We've all felt that one.
It's that happy medium. I'm getting closer, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like it's getting closer
this looks
fast
like
enough.
Toa.
That's 29. Paddler number 29. Is that 20? Oh, is that 29? Sig Konohia.
Sig Konohia out of Maui.
Yep. Out of Maui. Another young paddler, 18 years old. He's on a vela out of Wailuku, Maui. Sig Konohia. Nice race, young man. We're going to continue to bounce back and forth from paddlers. We're at that point where our escort boats are starting to kind of position themselves to properly cover the end of this race. And so as one or two of our boats are making their way through the pack, we'll get these shots of a lot of these paddlers that are, maybe not in the top 10, but certainly having good races, but are kind of more middle of the pack paddlers. And this young man out of Maui, Sig Konohia, is getting out there and enjoying himself. Beautiful day on the water. You can see how sunny, and we got some sun, we got some wind. This is a good day of paddling out here, right?
It looks fun. It's hard to watch from the screen. I don't want to be out there.
Yeah, you want to be out getting your run in, huh? Good stuff, though. I think, I don't know if this is going to be record-setting conditions, but certainly a good channel to be out there in. And there's our guy, paddler number 101, BJ Bagood. He's getting coverage.
He's getting coverage from the sun with no shirt.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at him, man. This guy is a beast. Look at the shoulders on that kid. My goodness. He didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, just to remind everyone, with that one leg, he has a pulley system, so he's only steering with his one leg, which is pretty amazing. That's some practice getting used to that.
So how does that work? He probably would, if he presses, it would go to the right. If he lifts, it would go to the left.
I think it's pulley, so it's coming as once it comes back flat, it's pulling left. Or I don't know.
Cool. Very cool, man. Ain't nothing stopping him out there.
Looks like Kenny Kaneko again.
Yep, Kenny Kaneko out of Japan. He's going at it today.
You can see he's following the bumps now. It's the fun part of the race where he doesn't have to work north. He's just following.
Looks like he's got one of those spooky quick blade, what they call the manta, that paddle. He seems to be making that one work for him.
Yeah, he is. I see him right behind it.
Nice surfing.
Okay,
work and rest.
You guys need to go.
Nice aerial shots. You can see all the boats converging and getting closer to each other. Cole, what do you think about the conditions so far?
From my observation, score Bruin back on the feed. Everybody's doing what they're doing. Nothing much to say about everyone's surfing.
It's fun to see the different styles, though. Everyone's got a little bit different stroke going on, and the different canoes are reacting differently, right? They got to pick their different lines.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I noticed?
Oh, nice close shot.
When I get to borrow one guys like you, your lighter boats, a lot of it is more tappity tap instead of the
more gears.
Yeah, more gears. So that probably has a lot to do with it.
You can see they're still pretty far north up compared to that rum line.
Yeah, and they're getting close pretty
Ethan
fast.
Siegfried.
It's not as big as last year, but it looks like they're pounding. It's more steady. You know what I mean? It's more steady bumps. Almost looks like a firing Hawai'i Kaiwi. Or am I wrong?
I think what's cool is with this amount of competitors, when you're converging, there's so many people around you. Like I did a race this past year in Kanaki Kaika, and I was shocked with how many people there was compared to past years. You could lose 20 places in a matter of minutes.
Oh yeah,
because there's so many people here. Looks like Tristan.
Is that Tristan?
Looks like him.
Okay, I wonder. See, with the dot vision, it's hard to see where he exactly is, but
he looks smooth. He's making a lot of ground with minimal strokes.
Yeah, that is Tristan.
So
number one
place,
in our hearts and number one on his boat.
Yep, second place from last year.
Yep. Again, we're only seeing a lot of these shots are individual, so you can't tell exactly where they're at. But if you look at I'm gonna color you. I cannot figure this. I don't even know how to turn this computer on. Oh, with your finger. Oh, technology, unreal. Okay, yeah. Okay, looking at this, if this dot vision is correct, we got front of the pack, Steve Teho Tata, Kekoa Kaho'okele Santos. How you do this? Oh, wrong one.
What is?
And yeah, looks like Tristan's right up in that pack. Oh, that's a pretty tight pack up, even up in the front.
Tristan looks smooth.
Tristan's in the flow right now. And we're moving along. Who we got over here? See if we can get that number. Ooh, and we're switching again. Oh, it's back to Kevin. Kevin Saran Jerusalemi. Still moving. He looks like he's by himself for now. Nobody really close to him. So, I mean, who knows? He could be up there at this moment. And it's unreal how I've watched him in Kevin paddling in the Tahiti races. He'll be maybe 15th, 20th place in the middle towards the end of the race, and all of a sudden he just makes his move. So it could just be a strategy he's taking. But right now, Tristan does look smooth. You're right. Yeah, he got that trademark white paddle he got made for him by was it Palafamala?
Yep, out of Maui.
Out of Maui. I believe it's Maui built. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that paddle is built right in that shop, right in Maui. Steady. And you know what's good? Like you said earlier, he didn't win it. He didn't win this solo, but he has won before. I believe he won the Kanaka Kaika OC1 division. So just the experience of being up there, getting that feeling.
So
you don't have deer in the headlights. You know what I mean? And then last year's performance, he was right by your brother all the way to the end, you know.
Tristan's got some birds over him. He must be coming through some current, and action happening as we get closer to Oahu.
And hopefully that escort boat doesn't pull away and go fishing, but because it has happened before, you know what I mean? These guys. Lehua Grant, she goes, let's go Mark James Grant. Guarantee related.
Maybe.
Big aloha to the Grants. Speaking of Grant, I wonder where Travis Grant is in this thing over here. Let's take a look. He was in the mix earlier. And he's a former champion. Two-time champion, Travis Grant.
Travis one time.
One-time champion. One's enough.
Yep, one's enough.
2 is just the icing. I think we got back to two brothers battling together. This is what we like to see. You can see the difference in techniques, the intensity as they're going.
27 is Marcus Lazaraga.
Marcus Lazagara. And in the foreground, in the background, we're not too sure.
Marcus
he's from
Lehue.
Hawaii.
He's looking good.
Looking solid.
Nice ups and downs, catching lots of bumps.
Funny, these guys, they all look solid. So it's hard to tell where they're at.
12 miles to go, and they look great. They look
Marcus
really,
Lizarraga.
Really
Sorry
strong.
about the pronunciation. Number 27. He's in a steady flow state right now. And I think you were saying earlier, Ryan, about now is the time. Hydrate. Make sure you got enough food in you, not too much. Because you might get the crappy pahinui, you know what I mean, towards the end. Next thing you know, seas up. It's over.
We're getting to that point in the race where these lead boats their escort boats are telling them, okay, now or never.
Yep.
Let's do it. Give it all you got. Get to the island, because once you get there, everyone's in the same spot as you. Tired, hurting, cramping.
Yeah. Asking yourself, why did I do this? Why? Because you love it. That's why. Cannot stop. Oh, there's Tristan again. He's moving. Usually he wears the kind of old school visor. Yeah. Looks like he has a regular cap today. I wonder if that'll make a difference in the resistance. Hey, every little bit counts. This boy, and talk about the youth. He's been banging these races since he was in his 15, 16 years old.
Yep, he's been paddling over with the Wailea boys for a long time.
Yep.
He's becoming one of the top guys in their crew, becoming a leader.
When your heroes become your rivals.
Great leadership in that crew.
Yeah.
Kiko Kramer, Tyson, Mael, Kai Bartlett.
All those guys. Philippe, all those old school guys. Old school. Oh, hate saying that word. We old.
It looks like this looks like Mia Chukovic.
Is that Mia? Check the number. Oh, look at Mia. 17 years old?
Yep, 17 from Oahu, Marino High School.
Marino for the Spartans. This is Sparta. Yeah, so she can surf this girl.
Yeah, so Mia had a really good Maui to Molokai. She got 4th place behind some of the open women. So not too sure on the dot vision how she's doing, but she's done really well this year.
Yeah. She participated in a couple of our trainings for the Pesha paddling project. And I was just watching her out there surfing and how comfortable she is in the water on our side, Kailua's side. You can tell she has the experience.
She's very relaxed when she paddles. You can tell she knows how to surf the boat, the least amount of effort.
Oh, like Oahu is nice and clear right now, which means we're getting close. I see an escort. That's Tristan, and there's an escort boat to the north of him, up ahead. I wonder if that's another paddler.
I don't see the Hawaiian cat, so I don't think it's Kevin.
Yeah. Like I say, you never know.
Here's Mia
Mia's
again.
moving good right now. Her dad, Brett, another longtime paddler. Outrigger.
I know Brett's out there escorting right now.
Nice. Oh, good father-daughter day out on the water on a beautiful sunny Saturday. So fortunate to have this live coverage. The families at home can watch their kids, their parents, their grandkids, their mom. I said parents already, yeah? Tristan, back to Tristan.
Back to Tristan.
Yeah, he's paddling pretty tight right now. And when I say tight, I mean like
it's more compact.
Yeah, compact.
Yep. The stroke's not as out front. It's a little bit further back. It might be due to the conditions. It's starting to stack up off of Oahu.
And so when it stacks, what do you usually think that the best route is? To just keep tapping it?
Every boat and person reacts a little different, but yeah, you gotta. It's kind of some of those go for broke strokes at times because you just have to have it. But it looks like he's conserving well.
You know what we don't see? What's going on in the hips and the feet? I know that's a big what you and your brother paddle. You guys use a lot of your hips when you're paddling. So like a lot of the they're able to stay light in quotes on the boat is a lot to do with shifting of the hips and posturing up of the body and keeping that center of gravity at the right spot on the bump at the right time, right?
Yeah, I think especially now because it is stacking up, it's going to get harder to drop in. So you might have a little bit more jerk from your knees and hips to kind of get that nose down as he takes a stroke. But everybody's in the same position as him, right? So it's good.
Hey, there's Mia again moving. She's moving steady. What a beautiful shot. It's like you got to save the replay and put this in the archives for future reference. Like, hey, look what I did back in 2025.
I think some of the what's nice is when you see the really good paddlers, they look really relaxed. It looks like they're not trying, but they are. It's just they're efficient. They're conserving energy.
They're in shape.
Correct. They're only trying to catch what they need to catch.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the information right there. Her last solo race was, like Ryan said, the Maui to Molokai. 12th place overall.
I think that's last. I think that's a prior one. I know she got fourth, but
fourth in the last one. Solid. So encouraging to see the youth out there.
She's another paddler that's paddling out of Kaimana Beach in the morning, mainly boys and men. So, she's chasing them all the time, which I'm sure ties into her fitness and her skills right now.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
This is Keola, the main escort boat for Ocean Paddler TV.
Oh, there you go, brother Keola representing. He's up there with Kevin. Yeah.
And I think he has Tyson Kubo from Maui, who usually helps escort them.
So, like earlier, you were saying you didn't see the cat up there, so that might not be Kevin, who was north of Tristan, or
he might be a little bit more south. But the other thing that I look at when I'm watching the TV is how close is the escort boat to the paddler. If the escort boat's dropping back a bit, that means another paddler's close by, and they have to be mindful of not waking them out.
Right.
If the escort boat's real tight on the paddler, there's either a drop, they're giving them course corrections, or there's just nobody by them.
Dominic Amantiad saying, give him, Kahanu. Shout out to Kahanu Amantiad out there. Kevin flowing, moving.
Kevin looks very lively. He's got a lot of gears still. He's moving really nicely. That's a good shot. You can see where the bumps are going. If you took those to the left, you'd be off course of Oahu.
Right.
So he's going to take it down to the left when he can and then track back right.
Right. I wonder where the other Tahitians are comparative to him. I know Steve was more south earlier. Oh, plus he got the shades on. He saw the sunglass. You gotta look cool when you're there. It's not only, you shouldn't only be good. You gotta look good. You know what I mean?
Look good, feel good, paddle
good. Look good, feel good, paddle good. Yeah, I was gonna ask you. So when they start making sure they got the right food towards the end, what kind of foods do you suggest, or do you think that the majority of them are eating carbs?
I think a lot of them are drinking their carbs in the sports drinks that are providing them the glycogen replenishment and making them feel good. But I think at this point you're almost to that caffeine stage, the last ditch effort where maybe in a few more miles you might drop a Red Bull or an energy goo with some caffeine. Right. Just take the edge off, finish the race off strong.
It's a fine balance, to have the nutrition, energy, and not eat too much of whatever it is. They need the kind.
I think a lot of these Tahitians too, the races are more coastal, or the islands aren't as far apart, so they're able to carry a lot of their nutrition, right? They're not used to having an escort boat.
Right. Yeah.
So they might not be doing as many drops as our Hawaii paddlers are.
Yeah, big shout out to the guys on the escort boat. They got to do the food and water drops because they're sitting in that big ocean open to all the elements. So if you're not familiar, what happens is the escort boat will follow the paddler. And throughout the race, if the paddler needs any assistance, mainly a lot of them have like a water pack or some kind of drinking system on their boat. But throughout the race, that drinking system is done. So they either got to pass them a new one or give them something else. They need some kind of a food. So the escort boat will drive up ahead of the paddler, drop somebody off in the water, and they kind of just sit in the direction of the paddler coming towards them and try and line up the best they can to supply the paddler with whatever they need. So that's a big part of this race too. I mean, the escort boats are not only required, but they're imperative. Hey, Nakoa, Gumapak Maguire. Let's go, Wailea boys. I think he's a fellow Wailea paddler, formerly out of Huinalu. And we got back to Mia right now. Mia's probably got some of the best photo shots right now, video shots, huh?
She looks relaxed. She's making it look easy. She's probably having a lot of fun with these conditions. It looks like it is out there. Looks very fun.
Yeah, not too scary. Like last year, it got kind of scary at
organized,
times.
yes.
Yeah. So curious to see. I mean, what's the time right now? We're about 2 hours. 2 hours in, a little over 2 hours. So records, who knows? It looks, from what I'm looking at, it looks like Kevin Saran Jerusalemi could be ahead.
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's by himself, but that's from our angle.
Right. Because what we're doing is that we're looking at the video and panning out, looking to the right and the left. And not so much the left we can see, but I don't really see any escort boats around them, and that's usually the gauge of the closest paddlers to them.
Another gauge, too, is when you stop seeing Rabbit Island, what do they say that mileage is? When you bury the rabbit, it's about 3 or 4 miles off of Oahu.
That's right.
So we can still see Rabbit Island pretty clearly off of Waimanalo.
That's right. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Looks almost like the Tahiti right there. Hey, look, a Tahitian. Wow. Go figure. Oh, what I love to see is a little bit of the isla around the midsection. It's always encouraging for some of us guys on a little isla. You know, it's not all about bricks and muscles. This sport shows you that you can have all kinds of body types, like Kalai was saying earlier, and still be not only successful, but up front. Who do we have here? We got right now, looks like on Puakea canoe, number 24.
That looks like Miles. If I had to, Jacob Pepper, if it's number 24.
I couldn't really see. Jacob Pepper, you said?
If that is number 24, that's Jacob Pepper. 17 out of Honolulu.
Nice. Yeah, it does look like, if that's Kevin, it looks like he's kind of alone up there in front. But you never know. The past couple years.
Yep.
Yeah.
We still have a bit of time to converge. We're, I would guess, about 7 or 8 miles off still?
I would say about, yep. Based on my no knowledge of nothing. Nah. We look about that. Well, put it this way. If I was racing right now, I'd be going, what?
So that's this part of the race,
gauge,
though.
yeah.
This is everyone's converging. Oahu's not quite getting bigger at a fast rate, and you're starting to get fatigued. You might be getting a little cramp.
Yep. And then all right, well, we're continuing the coverage over here. We're gonna head over. We're gonna cut to commercial, and we'll be back in a couple minutes to talk some more about this beautiful Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo 2025. Aloha.
The 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kaiwa'a, Ozone Outrigger, Pool Care Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
You came looking for a light beer, and you found gold. Modelo Oro, the light beer with a clean, crisp finish. For anyone who expects more from their light beer, Modelo Oro, the gold standard of light beer.
In the late 80s, Paul Gay, Walter Guild, and John Martin added rudders to Tahitian V1s and Amos to surf skis, and the Hawaiian OC1 was born. Since then, OC1 has spread from Hawaii to the mainland and now the world. Today, we've come full circle as paddlers are back to compete where it all began. At Ozone, we're stoked to be part of that journey.
Our responsibility is to teach people about the tradition of the core canoes, the spec boats, where it came from, and why we do it. My grandfather was a core canoe builder. My dad was a core canoe builder. I spent many of my younger years working on core canoes with them, as I will in my future.
This is how you work on a wood canoe. This is where what we do came from.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
The Kaiwi Solo, the proving grounds for paddlers. It's where your journey ends and the adventure begins. I always saw the journey of getting to the starting line as a true reward. Nothing feels better than showing up prepared and being able to enjoy the adventure of what Kaiwi has to offer. At Kaiwa'a, we are here to support your journey and celebrate your adventure. Enjoy the day. It is truly a blessing just to be out there.
Why do the top Tahitian paddlers prefer Timi Va'a? It's the way it cuts through the high surf, big bumps, and flat water. It's a V1 that's tons of fun, and it puts more paddlers on the podium. Timi Va'a, fast by design since 1968. Get yours at shopoutrigger.com. Channel, and props to Ryan and Koa, who held it down there for a while really well. I think you guys are missing your calling here. You guys do a great job with the back and forth on the broadcast. And again, we're here with Mia Chukovich. She's having a great race, daughter of Brett Chukovich. She's got paddling in her DNA, and she really seems to have a good feel for the water. We're going to continue to bring you this live coverage with commentary by Ryan Dolan and Keikoa Bruin, as well as myself, Kala'i Miller, and we're proud to be bringing you this live broadcast of the 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Moloka'i Solo, brought to you by Ocean Paddler TV. And as you were mentioning earlier, Ryan, this is probably your favorite part of the race. Can you tell us why?
I like this part because we're getting closer. You've gotten all the initial bursts of people that might not necessarily be up there. Then you get also the part of the top guys, maybe how they're feeling. They start dropping back, and you get the courses converging because we're getting closer to the island. There's only so many places you can go now. There's no north and south. So you're going to get a lot of people in these last-minute battles. You're going to see who really wants to be up there.
Oh, yeah.
And then don't count anybody out because, I mean, that last 2 miles has a lot of parity. It changes a lot.
For sure. I agree with you. You know, obviously there's guys in the middle of the pack that aren't going to be on the podium, but there are several top-level paddlers at the top front right now that can either pull something out of their hat, they might fall back and cramp and have a bad race, there was Hotua you were just watching there. As Kikoa had mentioned earlier, he was winning a race a few years back and landed up on the reef coming in to Hawai'i Kaiwi and fell way back. So we're at that anything can happen part of the race, and it's exciting because it's like coming to the good part of a book, and you're going to see the climax and the finish, and there's a lot of anticipation from everybody watching, and these paddlers know it as far as, okay, I put in the work, everything I've done this season, it's all here, it was a good race so far, but it's either go time right now where I can pull away from everybody else, or I'm going to wallow in pain or cramping or difficulty I'm having. And you've been there before, Ryan. What's it like mentally to have to pull out the shovel and dig deep?
I think this part of the race, yeah, it's some of those I gotta have it bumps. You're gonna hurt, but also the hydration, the water drops, really important at this point. This is where we were talking earlier with Koa. This is where paddlers might start getting a Red Bull or a caffeine gel for that last minute boost. See what they can get out. This is the culmination of the season. Just leave it all out there.
Roger that. We're gonna go quick to the boat with Simeon and see what's happening with him.
All right, guys, we fell back on the lead pack of the juniors, and we found Lauren Spalding back here. She's starting to look strong. We're assuming that she's in first place. She's looking strong. Her pace is maybe a little bit down from where we saw her about an hour ago, but we're not worried. She knows how to surf, and this is kind of the time when the champions, they struggle, but then they'll kind of kick it into gear and kind of find that second win soon. So as long as she can get here, get closer to the island, she's going to be in good shape. Right now, we are pretty north compared to the majority of the pack. So we're on the line. We're on the line, so it just kind of shows her true veteran status. Everyone kind of fell off the line, and they're kind of rushing towards Coco Head, and Lauren's right on it, and it just shows how experienced she is out here. So it could come into play as we approach Oahu, and see which one of those juniors are going to be suspect or under attack by Lauren. But she's looking good. She's looking strong. It's going to be interesting to see things unravel as we get closer, and seeing how the other women kind of fall into play. It sounded like we had Andrea Mahler south a little bit back. We lost track of Kristen Foster, so we don't know exactly where she is. So Lauren's looking comfortable, and she should have a very strong finish. We'll see how it all turns out. Back to you guys at the studio.
All right, mahalo Simeon for that update. And in the background with him, we were seeing Lauren Spalding, the champ. Again, we didn't know where Kristen Foster is, but it's great to see those two just mainstays of women's paddling here battle it out. Something interesting that he mentioned, Ryan, was the experience and the feel that she had to not turn down and be drawn into, okay, I was getting close, I'm going to turn down and start surfing. It's almost like Braveheart. Hold, and knowing when to execute at the right moment. And that is veteran status.
Yeah, she's being patient. See if it plays out how we're looking. But sometimes if a paddler's feeling a little weak or getting a little fatigued, they might have to roll the dice. The race is on the line. It might work, right? You might just be in a section where you go a little south. 15 minutes later, the current lets up, or you're over a plateau of underwater mass. It might open up. So, but I think she's gonna just stay safe and wait to drop down until the right time.
Knowing when.
And I'm sure her escort boat's letting her know that too. You're okay. They drop down. So in her mind, she's probably gaining confidence. I feel good. I'm still doing the hard course, so when I drop down later, we'll be good.
And Lauren, no matter where she's been on the podium or what race she's in or whatever, she's the kind of wahine you can never count out. Just what mental fortitude she has. That you talk about strong mind, like man, that's somebody who just doesn't break.
She's so competitive. It's like you guys were talking about earlier. She wants to be the best at everything she does.
Yes.
So I'm sure when she finds out that somebody dropped down, like we said, it's firing her up. She wants to go to the next guy that's in front of her and try to beat him.
and I'm sure she's doing it.
That's what motivates her.
I'm sure she's doing it. She likes giving people brain damage. You know her. But a big aloha's out to the Spalding Ohana. I know her sister Nicole and brother-in-law Kenyon are there, as well as probably her dad Mike. Aloha to them, and just what a great Hawaii Ocean family that is representing out there today. And we're back with it looks like Kevin Saran, Jerusalem. He is up there right now. That's again Keola Kingsley in his Molokai Cat escort boat, hanging with Kevin. And Kevin looks good, man. He looks really good. He looks smooth. He's still on the attack, but there's nothing rushed or disjointed about it.
He looks really composed, like he's
Composed,
in
yes.
control. He's starting to pick it up for bumps because it's getting harder. And on our dot vision, he's a little bit more north than Tristan is, closer to the rum line. So, so this will be interesting too. Like we were talking about the converging and when he's going to drop down. It's probably in another 3 or 4 miles.
And we'll see paddling styles too. You know, I know that Tristan is in top shape. He's a young guy. You know, not that Kevin is old by any means, but you know, Tristan may just have that little bit extra, but it'll certainly be interesting to see. Hoatua's up there as well. He's doing really good, just in front of Kevin, battling with Tristan, and so all of these paddlers looking really good. We're going to see who turns down and when, and with the proximity that they have next to each other, I think one of the things I'm anticipating and really looking forward to is a battle off the cliffs heading into Hawai'i Kai. What are you thinking?
I think that too. The first thing that jumps out at me is now that we see that they're both close together on the north line. They're both riding Kai's boats, so maybe the escort boats they're on Team Kaiwa. Maybe they're being advised to hold that line, or maybe the boat is running a little better north right now. The Aries, Tristan's on a more rum line. Maybe the No EO's running better on that line. Or maybe he just doesn't want to be by the competition. He wants to do his own thing, be in his groove. Tristan's kind of following the same line that him and Pat were on when they converged last year. So, yeah, I think it'll be really interesting. And they know the two Tahitians know each other well. They race each other all the time. So I'm sure they're really comfortable, and they don't mind jockeying for position right now. But that's Kai's escort boat escorting him now. So, I mean, who better to have navigating your course?
Oh, yeah. For sure. And look in the distance, as you had mentioned earlier, the rabbit has been buried, right? So we can no longer, from the perspective of these paddlers, when they look off to their right at 3 o'clock, they can no longer see Rabbit Island, which means they're going to soon kind of be coming into that lee where the swell and everything will be kind of bending with the island a little bit more in line with their direction of paddle.
Yeah, it's going to become a bit more of like a coastal race coming up. They're going to be more parallel to the shore. The bumps are going to change, like you can see now. Now they're surfing more towards Diamond Head on the south bump, and but in that same respect, it's going to get harder to get on those bumps because now it's coming. The current's going to be pushing out, I'm sure, off of the cliffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a certain art form or technique in and of itself, is understanding how to paddle that cliff wall, and not too many people have a good amount of experience in that.
I know Kai mentioned a couple of years back when he ran aground that he was going to put an emphasis on showing them and getting somebody like Pat or another team rider from Oahu to take him out and just show them how to get into the bay and the do's and don'ts of how far you can go, right? Because I'm always impressed by outer island paddlers when they come to Oahu. They don't know our landmarks.
Right.
It's like if I go to a Maui race or a surf run, I'm confused. So I give them a lot of props. They only get to come to Oahu and race this once or twice, a year maybe. So for them, it's a totally new experience. They're not as comfortable. So
it's uncharted.
It's a different perspective for their eyes looking at it.
Yeah, Kevin is looking good right here. He's still, like we mentioned earlier, on the attack. He's doing what he's got to do out there. It does seem that the water has calmed down a bit. There's still action, but it's not like anything big or unmanageable. But it definitely has calmed down a little bit. We'll see what's going to happen here. These guys are relatively close. Tristan, Kevin, and Hoatua are Rumline and North. I'm going to say in fourth place, we're going to look at Kyle Taraufau. And then a ways south of them, Stevie Tehota'ata. He's
way south.
Yeah, he's way south, like below Kyle Taraufau. Behind Kyle in probably like, what would you call that? Fourth, fifth, sixth place. Miles Orr is having a hell of a race today.
Having a good race. He's kind of been unseen on the camera. He's might do some damage here at the end when they converge.
Yep, for sure. Don't count that brother out.
It looks like Travis.
And there's Travis. I don't know why there's an American flag next to him. I know he's lived here for a while, but I think he still earns his Aussie stripes. But Travis is having a great race too, and he's in the 40s division, huh?
I'm curious to see where Rylan is and Danny Ching. I don't see them on our dot vision, but I know they got to be somewhere in that area where Kyle was, because they were
kind of battling out with Kyle, yeah. Kikoa Kelly Santos is still pretty far south, dropping back a little bit to maybe like 8th or 9th place. And it seems Danny is down there with him. Is down there with Kikoa. And who else we got over here? Kainoa Tanoai, the big man, is having a good race. He's about 12th overall, something like that. He's kind of just south of Rumline, and near him is a pack of paddlers that would include Daniel Chan, Marcus Lizaraga. That young man from Kauai is a hell of a paddler.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how these southern courses come as it gets closer, because they're so far off of the Rumline comparatively to the other. But maybe they're in the water, they're feeling it. They're down there for a reason, whether they have to be or they chose to do that. Maybe the conditions will help them out get into the island first. It's a less traditional route, but it can work. We'll just have to see as it plays out.
Man, this is so cool having this dot vision, as well as watching these paddlers reel in Oahu, and then you get the drone shots. Look at that right there. So we're looking at we'll go back and kind of click to the front here. If we can go back to the dot vision in the studio, if I can get it to do its thing.
You kind of wonder if some of the escort boats are also looking at this dot vision, and if they don't necessarily know where their competition is.
Here, man, you press it. This thing doesn't like my finger. Or your finger either. There you go. You guys can see that's Tristan in the front right there. I would argue that this is more accurate than it has been about an hour ago, because it's showing Tristan in the lead. We're getting better connectivity as we approach Oahu, and then
that's a nice shot right there, kind of outside of Hanama Bay, blowhole area.
Wow, yeah,
starting
that's
to
pretty.
see shore, so we got to be at least 5 or 6 miles away from shore now.
Nice work from up high. It doesn't look like it's kind of like it's settled down, but when you come back down to water level, there's still a lot to be had here.
I can't say Kevin looks a whole lot different. He looks strong still. His form, he's not fatigued. He's still sitting up. He's still getting his reach.
He's very steady, yeah?
Yeah, this part of the race, you're going to see other guys get a little tighter. Their stroke rate might get a little higher or lower, and where the paddle's going in might get a little shorter. But
yeah, the reach shortens, yeah.
He looks the same as he did an hour ago, which is really impressive. And you can see his escort boat's on the right-hand side of him, so there's probably not anyone up above him. He's probably more north than anybody else.
I think he's the most north that we got right now. I believe that someone is just below him,
looks like,
and that would be Hoatua is just below him if we were to look to our right as you're looking at the screen. But yeah, getting some action from the Manu and a beautiful channel. That other boat up there, the bigger yellow one, is one of our camera boats. That might be Cliff Tillotson, and I want to send a big mahalo out to him and all the gang from Prometheus Construction for helping making this broadcast possible. He's one of those lovers of paddling that has really kind of done well in his own life and stepped up to support the growth of paddling in Hawaii and around the world, and mahalo him for that. You know, he's put his personal successes behind his love for paddling and has done a lot for the paddling community here in Hawaii. So mahalo, Cliff, and aloha to you and all your gang out there at Prometheus Construction. So,
yeah, thank
mahalo.
you. Thank you to all the sponsors and Manny for
Manny putting this together.
To forge this path. How many? In
the
2008, right?
The vision.
The first solo for all OC1s. Thank you, Manny.
Yeah, Manny doing it there. And you know what I really liked as well, as we're enjoying watching Kevin surf here, is I liked the first person testimony from guys like Kai Bartlett during that commercial there. You know, he's saying, hey, you know, thank you for being out there with his paddlers and everybody on my boat. You know, you take us there with you, and it's really that ohana va'a feel, as well as, you know, Johnny Puakea. Hey, I'm a third generation canoe builder, and you can see as you really begin to peel the pages back, there's a lot of depth into the history and the ohana that is here on the water today, and so it's really cool to unveil that or allow other people in the greater community to see what's happening.
Yeah, and it's cool to see all these canoe builders keep coming out with new models,
pushing
the sport better and better, because you know, the canoe design could have stalled off at any point, but they keep coming out with new models. They want to go faster, and the times keep getting faster.
Remember
too,
the Naya and all those, some of the first ones, man, that was awesome. And a lot of what we see now, like guys like Danny Ching coming up with a new model, or Kamanu Composites and Keizo coming up with the Noyo, they really are standing on the shoulders of giants, or guys that were the first to step out there and say, hey, let's start this race. Let's build a company. Let's design a one man. You know, it's killer. So we're going to step out real quick and thank our sponsors again as we close in on the island of Oahu here at the 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo. We'll be right back. The 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kai Va'a, Ozone Outrigger, Puakea Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
You came looking for a light beer, and you found gold. Modelo Oro, the light beer with a clean, crisp finish. For anyone who expects more from their light beer, Modelo Oro, the gold standard of light beer.
In the late 80s, Paul Gay, Walter Guild, and John Martin added rudders to Tahitian V1s and Amos to surf skis, and the Hawaiian OC1 was born. Since then, OC1 has spread from Hawaii to the mainland and now the world. Today, we've come full circle as paddlers are back to compete where it all began. At Ozone, we're stoked to be part of that journey.
Our responsibility is to teach people about the tradition of the core canoes, the spec boats, where it came from, and why we do it. My grandfather was a core canoe builder. My dad was a core canoe builder. I spent many, many of my younger years working on core canoes with them, as I will in my future.
This is how you work on a wood canoe. This is where what we do came from.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
The Kaiwi Solo, the proving grounds for paddlers. It's where your journey ends and the adventure begins. I always saw the journey of getting to the starting line as a true reward. Nothing feels better than showing up prepared and being able to enjoy the adventure of what Kaiwi has to offer. At Kaiba'a, we are here to support your journey and celebrate your adventure. Enjoy the day. It is truly a blessing just to be out there.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
What are the standings for the women? Hey, back from commercial. Thank you for sticking with us for Ocean Paddlers live coverage of the 2025 Hawai'i Molokai Solo. And you are on your screen viewing none other than Kevin Saran Jerusalemi, an incredible paddler from the French Polynesian Islands, and he is a steersman for Huahine, and he is now coming into the cliff. That in the background, what you're seeing, that shot was Hanama Bay, I believe, right? Coming into Hawai'i Kai, and Koa, you're back in with us. It's the end of that race. This is where, as I've heard Danny say before, you know, you put all your work together and all this, but it really becomes, at times, a battle of the tough guys. Who is the strongest? Who can continue to execute on the plan and your training and everything going forward and not fall apart mentally, physically?
And avoid all those pitfalls that are right around that corner.
Yes.
Yeah, this is it. And this is where the guys that aren't in first place still get chance. Because they can. This is where some people roll the dice coming around this corner. And like we were talking earlier, we believe Tristan might be south of Kevin. Coming around this turn, it's a rising tide right now, I think. I think the tide's still rising. That's pushing the ocean towards the land, right? So that might not be as much of a detriment for him. And who knows, maybe that action off of the island might give Kevin, it doesn't look like it, but it might give him little challenges. So we see. But I'll tell you right now, every finish for the last eight years has been close. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Coming around that port lock. And that's so frustrating. You paddle 30 miles, 31 miles, and all of a sudden,
and the guy's
still next to you. Like, this bug, I tell you.
Here we go, Spencer Allen, a young paddler from Oahu out of KLK originally, but he's having a great race here, Spencer Allen. I think that's him, the farther one away that's now in the lead a little bit. It was great to see him race Te Aito. He was there representing the 19 and under, and he had a really killer race, led the whole way, but was back at the end. And also with him is Max Young.
Max Young from Kailua.
83 from Kailua.
Kailua
having a good
Club.
race himself right there. A nice runner by Max.
Little experience. He had the age, and then he had the young boy. The young boy has the youth, but let's see if Max does a lot of paddling, a lot of training out of Kailua. So we'll see if that has an effect. It's the guys that I rarely go now, but when I do go, if I see the same guys out there, I know that they're putting in the time because
they're putting in the mileage.
Yeah.
This is one of those sports you cannot deny that it just takes time and mileage to get good.
You said it. Anybody to anybody. This sport, you can have almost zero ability. You put in the time, you can't help but get faster, and you never know. Be at the level of these guys if you want to take it there.
Yep.
But that bird's been following him the whole way.
I wonder what's under his canoe.
Yeah, exactly. That's the scary part, right?
Nice little run there by Spencer Allen again. This, young, lean guy. His father is a heck of a waterman himself, as well as on the mom's side. I heard she's an athlete as well. He's got some great genetics, this kid, and he just put it into the water, and we're going to enjoy watching him develop in his career in the years going forward. A lot left to come from this young man, Spencer Allen, who's having a great race here today.
And the experience, look at that, the composure.
Yes.
All these young guys, the composure I'm seeing, nobody's Usually the head's not on a swivel. Usually you're worried about who's next to you. He was right next to Max earlier.
Right.
And just steadily keep pushing.
That's one thing they say about Spencer is that he's very calm-minded, very just, simple about staying to his paddling, just staying with himself and not getting too excited. So great to see that pay off. I think we're back up here. Is that Hoatua, yeah? Again, as you had mentioned, I'm not sure if you recall what year that he was in the lead and then had a mishap there with a low tide coming in. But as you had mentioned, there's a lot yet to navigate to this till you get to the end of this race. Yeah. As we can see, the trade winds are up and have been for several days now, which means you're going to have trade wind waves wrapping around that corner along China walls. And if these paddlers are not to that place or don't hit that swell pattern at the right time, they could really land up in trouble, Koa.
Yeah. And you're coming around by China walls. You got people all over the rocks. It's kind of a spectacle. You start feeling a little bit of anxiousness, right? Because you can see the finish now. You can see the bridge where you're going. You can feel that wind in your face, and you're hoping a wave comes behind you. But if it's too big, or if, like you said, the angle is a little off and you're on the wrong part of that wave, it could take you right straight into the rocks. So it takes discipline to say, hey, I better get off this wave and wait for, a better opportunity than try and ride it out. Because the wave, as we all know, the ocean will take you where it wants you to go. They don't humble anybody.
They're ready to educate you at a moment's notice. And as we've been seeing all day, these craft are built for this open ocean swells and these bumps. Amazing in this. But a one-man is not built to get barreled, bro.
No. Yeah. A lot of people go catch waves with one-mans. Those are usually people that Clay Carson loves to see at Sand Island to fix their boat. But, this is open ocean vessels. I mean, of course, flat water.
Yeah, right.
But
for sure.
To watch these guys out here with these light, and they're light. These light boats are light.
These the boats that these top-level paddlers are getting, these are like their elite race boats. They're all carbon. They're like 17, 18 pounds, like that. It's amazing the technology that these builders are putting into these boats nowadays, but it can easily be blown up in a wave, right? Hey, our buddy Kaika Haunio.
That's right, brother Kikes. Fanny pack all day, every day. In the early 90s till now.
Ikaika Haunio from over there on the Big Island. What's up to you, brother? I seen your brother Li'i the other day over on the Big Island. He's looking good as well. Haunio family always well represented in the Hawaii athletics.
Oh, yeah.
Even his father was a well-respected firefighter here on Oahu. And here they go again. This is Hoatua.
Yeah.
He's been in this space before, and I'm sure with his countenance and his experience, it's really not bugging him, but it's got to be somewhere rattling around in his brain about what happened last time, right?
Yeah. And I hope I'm saying, I hope it was him. Now I'm thinking it was him. But yeah, you're right. That's in the back of your mind. But maybe these guys, the amount of training they do up into here, and their mind I think it's like granite already. You know what I mean? Like just watching the races up there. They got 600 guys racing in one rudderless race. Yep. So I don't think mind games play too much with these guys.
Here's one, Cole. What do you think? An athlete's mind is like steel. The more you bang on it and hit it with the hammer, the stronger it gets.
Absolutely.
It's like being tempered, and so these guys that are constantly pushing themselves, testing themselves, making themselves go out and train when they don't want to, when they're tired or there's someplace else they'd rather be. I think it's one of those things where, and you get in a team of guys like that, iron sharpens iron, but a athlete's brain is like steel. You hit it with the hammer enough times, it's almost unbreakable.
And you got to keep the consistency, is keep banging that steel. You know what I mean? You got to keep that intensity, and that's hard to do. Recovery and all of that, comes into training. And then just the mind game.
And having a life.
Having a life, job,
yeah. A woman, a family, relationships, all of that stuff. There's a million other things that are pulling you in different directions. Here we go. We're going to check this out again. And there's Hoatua. Kevin Saran Jerusalemi is looking like he's in the lead right now. Hoatua is even with, I think that light green is Tristan Kelly Santos. Right now, Kevin is looking really good as we begin to round Portlock. And you can see, folks, where the finish line is going to be. They're going to tuck in that bridge underneath Kalani'anaole Highway into our finish there at Texas Barbecue and Brews. There is definitely some ground to cover still yet. But it's looking great for Kevin Saran Jerusalemi right now.
Bro, you're right. And look, what's his first name? Tuteri Maraora Hoatua. Let's just call him Hoatua. Him and Tristan look like they're right next to each other.
Right next to each other. So that camera angle that Ryan had mentioned earlier, that you can't see anyone to the right or left of him, meant that Kevin was in the lead. And it definitely, as this dot vision has corrected with better signal coming into Oahu, we're really seeing where it's laying out. Let's look at some other paddlers here. CV Teho Ta'ata is a little down south, working his way in. Right above him, if we can get it to light up, Kyle Tarao, we have, it looks like Tristan Ko'okele Santos is the lone hope.
The lone Hawaiian.
Top 5 paddlers. Come on, young boy.
Let's go. But he was just there last year, so who knows? He might get a little bit of extra that mana at the end too. And you never know. A wave here, a bump there.
It definitely is far from over, my friend.
Yeah.
Far from over.
And this guy, he's south, right? Steve. Yeah. Like I said, I mean they're right on the wall. They're right at Portlock, basically. But maybe he'll avoid a lot of that
backwash
washing machine kind of a deal.
Yeah.
And maybe he can slide right around. And this guy, he got the shape and hold speed.
Oh.
That's undeniable. So you don't even know any of these guys actually. I mean,
there's way too much ocean. I don't think you can really start calling it until they're under the bridge.
Yeah, no.
And that's what makes this race so incredible, and what has been missed by the viewing public for so many years is you're not seeing all these dynamics. All you hear is the stories being retold by escort boat drivers.
Correct.
Correct. All you hear is, oh, did you hear what happened when this, and not really getting the coverage of it. But here we're so privileged to be bringing it to you in real time with Pa'a Hawaii and Ocean Paddler, and having Koa and Ryan here to share this is man. It's been a dream of ours come true here, so we're stoked to be with you.
I'm so happy to be here to support this race.
Mahalo
and
again.
My brother Manny, of course. Brother Manny, Buller. We're gonna do this race, Buller.
Come on, boy.
Mahalo
to Manny for making it happen again. This has been, I think 2008 was his first year.
Yep.
Is that correct? Look at him. It's what is that? Like 17 years. He's still going on this. Incredible, the dedication and the vision that he had.
And
so we're just glad to be able to add another element to it and make it really enjoyable, not only for the paddlers and escort boat drivers, but all their ohana that can be able to watch. So
I mean, this footage right there, this angle, we can see. We believe that's Hoatua's escort boat, correct?
Yeah.
Now, what do we see ahead? We see
there must be either a camera boat or Kevin's
that's
escort
Kevin.
boat.
Yeah, so I'm assuming
quite a bit of space in between them.
Correct. However, right around that corner, it's a whole different ballgame. So we'll see. Hey, look, all things relative. Kevin's in the lead. If he holds on, he's our champion. But there's so many variables.
Kevin.
See, I was wrong. It's closer than we thought.
I think that other boats up front is maybe one of our camera boats running in to cover the finish line, or staging next to the waves to be able to get you a good shot as these paddlers come in around Portlock Point.
Let me ask you this, as a paddler, Kalai. I always wonder, how would it feel to be that guy? You win in the race, the solo. You're at Portlock. Right now, I probably have a heart attack right around this area. You know what I mean? Oh my God, good enough.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I never knew, and I probably will never
now we know though. We're watching it.
But I would imagine it's very lonely. I think it's very disconcerting. But you got to remember, this paddler has been in this position several times.
Correct.
On races that are probably more important to him.
Correct.
Coming from Tahiti, winning the Aito is way bigger than coming to Hawaii and winning the Molokai Solo for a Tahitian.
Absolutely.
So he's been here before. He's no stranger to the podium. He knows how to just keep it there and execute. I think he's so much time and experience on the water. And speaking of Tahitians, that's somebody from the Taraufau family chiming in there on Facebook and sending their regards to all of our Tahiti paddlers. And again, I'm not one of those that says, "Oh, these Tahitians come and they beat the Hawaiians." I love it.
I love it too.
These are our cousins.
Absolutely.
As a Hawaiian, these are our cousins. They're part of our larger Polynesian ohana, and to see them come and how great they do, I think it's inspiring for the Hawaiians. Look at where we can go with this.
Instead of the armor crab syndrome, we gotta appreciate. You know what I mean? And see what the potential is. You've been down there. You've seen it. Their culture is kanupali.
Yep.
Why isn't it our culture?
Yep.
You know what I mean? It is our culture.
Yes.
So we need to have programs like this, coverage like this, to show everybody, remind everybody, we're Hawaiians.
Yep. In Hawaii.
We belong in the Va, like my mom always said.
Yes.
Hawaiians belong in the Va.
Well, and when you go to Tahiti, it's all these Tahitians doing Tahitian things in their homeland of Tahiti.
Correct.
Right? And it's great, just like Tristan. He's a Hawaiian doing a Hawaiian thing in Hawaii waters. So I love it. And the ohana I really includes everybody.
Yeah, it's not about race. I'm talking about just.
But what's great is that just being able to see, when certain groups can be marginalized.
Yeah.
It's great to see people do that thing.
And
so,
there's the
Kristen
unofficial
Foster leader. I like it. Kristen Foster putting together a hell of a race right now. Look at her. She looking strong. I'm not sure where she is overall. But, man,
she's breaking some hearts right now, guarantee. She's breaking some men's hearts right now. I cannot catch this tough Wahine over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at her. She's moving steady. I'm not too sure where her competition for the Wahines are next to her. We're up in the front pack, right? We're about to see Kevin enter the bay. But then we got, what do we have? 131 at least paddlers behind them. And we remember to all the families and friends, everybody watching. Hopefully we got some coverage of your loved one coming in towards the finish as they all converge. Looks like Kevin's taking a little break, a little drink. He knows what's up.
He knows what's coming.
He knows what's coming.
He's actually finished very high in this race before.
Consistently.
So he's no stranger to this, and it'll be great to see him finally pull it off. I know he's had he won one already. That's right. Thank you, Ryan, for that correction. Yeah, so he's no stranger to this. But it'd be great to see this happen.
Oh, this is the moment, bro. Yeah. This is exciting. There's some rollers going in. Can you see the white water ahead? Look, this guy, he's going wide. He's not stupid, bro. Look at him. He's like easy on the bump.
Oh, there you go. Catch on little one, kind of working his way in. Little reverb off the wall.
And I'm sure he got a lot of coaching, like we were saying earlier, from Kai Bartlett and the rest of the Kai Ba'a team that I'm sure they've done this run every once in a while. What a beautiful shot! Look at that.
Oh, man!
The quick look back.
Ooh, the camera guy.
The drink. The douse the head because it's hot. Remember, these guys are on the water.
Yeah,
not in the water.
Yeah.
Like, the cool water. Yeah, you don't feel that unless you splash yourself.
I think definitely one of your indications is staying outside the surfers. Because if that guy can catch the wave with a surfboard, you don't like being there with your one man.
But your tendency is you want to go to where the wave is, right? So you're usually right up against that wall trying to catch that wave that he's look at him. He's playing it.
But you can see, from this vantage point with the drone, you see where those guys are sitting out there. Those are shallow spots, right?
Correct.
That's where a good-sized wave that you don't know is coming might be breaking right there. Look at that. That rock is sticking up out of the water to his left. This is a harrowing area. Oh, he's trying to navigate it. I'm sure he's got one eye over his left shoulder. And I think once he gets past this area where it's nice and shallow right there by the surfer.
Right through the surfer. He's like, please move.
Okay. All right. We're gonna watch this surf coming in here. Oh, boy, look at that. We're going to throw to Simeon out of the water as we continue to get this great footage. And it gives you the perspective. Oh, look at that wave breaking, bro. Simeon is right there. What's up?
Simeon.
Okay, I'm going to talk for Simi. He's
Okay.
he's coming right, or look at him. He's feathering off these waves. I mean, that one maybe not so bad.
Not so bad.
He could have, and if he were to get rolled at this point,
he could get back up.
Recover if his canoe was not damaged.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All you need is the rudder against the reef, and you're just
It's
now
over.
you're back to rudderless.
Very, very interesting, entertaining, and a lot of variables here. From the top. Okay. We're here with Kevin, CJ. He's winning the race right now. He's coming in. He is close to Pat's record, but I think Pat's record is safe. But this is going to make for a very, very interesting finish for all paddlers and racers. We got surf here on the South Shore. Solid 2 to 3, occasional 4 feet. This is where local knowledge fully comes in. We're actually running from a wave right now. And Kevin's job right now is just to execute and finish and get there. You know, we saw a few years ago where there was another fishing paddler who ended up on the rocks and was leading the race and unfortunately dropped a few places. So right now, I think Kevin's fine. Really interesting because even if you're 10th place, you can make a significant comeback and few spots, which is really, really crazy. You know, we race 30 miles across the channel.
Commentary there from Simeon. We're having a little bit of trouble with his audio, but just to paraphrase what he's saying is that this spot right here is an opportunity to either to make up a lot of ground by catching a wave or lose a lot of ground by falling off or whatever, and that's going to go throughout the rest of this whole race and all of our finishers coming in. There is no guarantee, and that's what I love about this course is that you have, after hours of paddling and all the work and everything that you've done, there's like this roll of the dice or spin of the roulette wheel and how close you are willing to walk that line.
It looks like he wants to walk that line a little safe today. Like that move he made when he went left off of the wall.
Smart.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Now, like you said, what are the guys behind him gonna do? They gotta try pull out
they
the
can get
carrot.
a good bump and make up several hundred yards of distance.
And maybe make it over that reef that nobody else makes it over. Right, you never know.
Right. I'm going to bring in Ryan Dolan real quick here and let you guys talk about this finish in this race because I know he's no stranger to this and what they're doing as far as course and their planning of making it through this harrowing section.
Yeah, this is the what it's all about. Right, Ryan? I remember your brother last year, Kevin was right about that area, right before the pylons, and your brother got a little wave and opened up the gap he already had. Let's see what happens with this.
Yeah, I think aside from him winning, it's probably the worst feeling going up in that channel.
Absolutely.
Any race, whether it's 8 miles or this 32 miles, it's just, you can see he's laboring more. He's going upwind. You can see the whitecaps passing by him. So it's just a slow slog to the finish. I think he's, like you guys said, he's playing it safe. He has a lead. He knows that. His escort boat told him that, so he's playing it safe.
Yeah, he's playing it safe, but he's still pounding because you know what? Maybe in the back of his mind, he has that record in his mind.
Oh no, he's definitely pounding. He's not taking any unnecessary risks. Whereas maybe second place can take a wave, try to sneak inside.
Correct. But it's deceiving, right? When you're coming in that area right there, you think there's a wave, and next thing you know, there's dry reef in front of you. So you got to kick off of that wave. Like right about where he's heading now, Kevin, at this stage of the race. This is, pillars.
And when we say waves, they're more of channel waves. They're more groundswell, so you really have to be paddling hard to get it.
Oh, yeah. And if you miss it, hobo, lung check. So yeah, it looks like Hotua is in second place. Like Simeon said earlier, this is his race to basically lose. As long as he plays it safe. If he doesn't catch a fishing line like your brother did a couple of years ago under the bridge, anything's possible.
Yeah, so on the left, he's passing the Kaiser State, so he's pretty far in the bay compared to second place right now. That's just kind of coming around the outside surf breaks.
Yeah.
But you can see that upwind on the left-hand shot.
The pain in right there, the shoulders. Oh, the lower back. Oh, the arms and the brain. Especially for that guy in the yellow, because he has to go. His job is to catch that guy ahead of him, right? And then you got this Hawaiian right there. Solid. He's looking back. You know what they're all looking for? Not competition. They're looking for waves.
That's right. And and it looks like he's a bit more inside. He's going to try and get some waves, which is good. Might as well at this point.
But you can feel the wind. You can see that wind right in the face, like I said before this race. It's like, oh, it's so hard.
You can feel it sucking up with that wind and the groundswell under you.
Yeah, because
his
right
nose
there.
Bouncing up and down.
Yeah, that wave give it a you know. But let's see what happens, man. Let's see if Tristan and Hotua can hold off each other, and who knows, make a move on Kevin or CJ. Oh, this is exciting, gang. And this Hotua,
he's on a small bump.
He's on a little bump, but then it's hard to stay on, like you said.
Now he's coming past the Kaiser State area, so he's maybe, what do you think, minute
and a half? Right now, Kevin's going, okay, I gotta just stay focused.
Kevin's kind of angling towards the channel now. He sees the bridge.
And it's chopping
up.
Gotta
be feeling good.
It's chopping up with the wind coming to under the bridge, shooting in his face.
And then if you're the other paddlers behind you, you go, please have a dive boat paddle past me right now.
Right. It's always something, right? Yeah.
All you need is the tour boat that doesn't know what's happening to help you out.
Popping armor right by the guy.
Yep, give you a little bump.
Yeah, so look at this, bro. We can't see Tristan in the picture, but okay, here we go. This is it. Ooh, a little bit shallow. Oh. Okay. So as you can see, Kevin, if he's smart, he'll just take a little left turn right now and just go right around these waves that he's thinking of catching, because they could lead to catastrophe right in front of him.
And on that wave, it wants to go the opposite way, so you have to have so much speed, pop on the left to avoid disaster.
Yep. But he's moving smooth still. Here's a bump.
Jason's got the inside line.
Oh, that's just going to help him out a bunch.
That's a good feeling right there.
Right there. Oh, kick. Right now he's going, oh, my brother. Bonjour.
Maybe just a little bit to lean the back a little bit.
And then look, right back to the grind. And bro, Ryan, you know, when they're paddling up from under that bridge, we surf going out.
Correct.
So right now they're going, turn around, opposite, boom, right in the face. And it's a constant push, too. It's not like when we go out, sometimes when you go upwind, you can actually move through it. This is a constant slap in the face.
Yeah, you can see just from the waves, the top of the waves are blowing away from the surf.
Oh, yeah. But he's still catching little bumps. So we got Kevin in the lead. It looks like he's in position to win. Hoatua, second place. And you know what? If you're correct, Tristan's probably inside by towards the breakers.
He could be. We don't know if it's the camera zooming in that much to making the land look a little closer, but yeah, it looked like he was.
Okay, here's a little bump.
Line.
He's hoping to catch this bump right there. He doesn't know it yet, but it's right on him, right. Now, this should give him a little push.
He looks really smooth, really controlled still.
Because if he burns his gears right now, he still has what? 10 minutes?
Half mile at least.
8 minutes? Curious to see what the record, how far off he is from the record, if that's even an option. You know what I see right here? The fitness. To keep going, to keep pounding like that at the end. It's amazing. Kevin, CJ, in the lead, looking to win.
Still chasing bumps, upwind.
Oh, and there we go. Now we got coverage. We got Tristan moving on Hoatua.
Tristan making money on the inside.
See, we weren't sure where he was, but this Hawaiian's going to pound.
So he's got a couple more bumps that he could potentially get and come up.
He had second place last year. Right now, he's going to say, you know what? Let me go get that. Let me go get that first place. I don't care how far ahead he is. Let me go get that.
He's got to try something. This is the gotta have it right now moment.
And it's a lot of people say, it's who wants it more. Hey, these guys, all three of these guys want it equally, I'm sure. But who can make that a reality? We shall see in the next what, 5 to 7 minutes, you said?
Yep. Yeah, maybe Tristan has a little upwind gear in him, paddling outside of Wailea and Kihei. That wind in the afternoon is tight and short chop like this.
Right. But when you look at the angle, see, the other angle looks like they're side by side. Tristan is behind when you get the above angle.
He is, but he has a lot of angle to still make up ground.
Right.
He could stay a little right, maybe get a last minute bump, come up.
As it looks, you know what I mean, barring some kind of Huli or something, even that, it looks like Kevin's going to be our champion.
Yep.
It's a little early to call, but look at this. Just solid, steady push.
Yeah, at this point, it would take a lot for him to give this up.
Correct.
For something to happen, it would take a lot.
And by still looking smooth, still steady, still upright for the most part. Even though he's going upwind, usually a lot of guys start hunching over, right?
Looks like his stroke is a bit more forward now than it was coming in the surf.
But not hunched, yeah?
No.
Yeah. Oh, this guy looks smooth, too. Both of these guys.
He's got a nice big power stroke, everything out front. He's in a lot of back. You can see his leg driving. His left leg is driving with each stroke. He's got to use all those big muscles upwind, cutting through.
Exactly, bro. You know, so you got, look how tight this is after all these miles. They're relatively, you know, less than a minute apart from each other. And to watch how they're still strong. Tristan's going to hope for a wave on this inside. I mean, it's very limited, but there could be a roller that comes in.
Yeah, you still have the pop-ups that come. It's just a matter of if you have the speed to get on it and stay on it.
But how proud are we of this guy competing with the world's best? You know what I mean? He's right up there with them.
Back-to-back years, he's been up there.
Consistently.
It's an awesome performance and effort.
And this is what the future can look like. We just keep the youth involved, keep inspiring everybody to keep training and get involved in this sport, and they can be right up here with Tristan.
That's also the beauty of the lead-up races, right? I think Tristan only won a handful. It was mainly Ryland, so it's really interesting to see when it comes to the channel. People change. The race is a long one, the course,
right?
How you handle your body and take care of yourself,
right? And it's not just for all these guys in front, for everybody.
Yeah, we have a whole another wave of races within the race that are coming up too. This is just the very first guys.
Yeah, it looks like, Kevin's entering the bridge area, right?
Kevin's coming around the jetty, right off of the beach.
And what was not too far behind. So this might be the time where he says, you know what, let's go. And then Tristan might say the same thing and just start revving and just burn your lungs all the way to the end.
Kevin's about to turn and get even more upwind paddling to the finish, but at least he can see the finish line buoy there at Tex 808, and he's probably going to start hearing Manny's voice on the loudspeaker and give a last burst of energy.
Absolutely. Oh man, how exciting it is to be right at that finish line to just watch this. That just happened, but it's even better to watch the whole thing.
This is a lot closer than we initially thought. Ho'otua looks like he's making a little bit of ground throughout the bay.
Look at a tree. Look at the wind. The tree, the coconut tree is just ripping.
Coco Marina is a very hard place to paddle. It's good
sticky
training.
Water, right?
Lots of shallow, deep water. Lots of different wind directions. You can paddle a good 8 to 10 miles in there and get all different conditions.
Oh, you need some camera? Okay, right now Ho'otua is right through the
That's maybe
bridge.
About a 30-second gap, maybe.
30 seconds. Can he close it? Does he have enough time? What is that, Costco in the distance? Yeah, it looks like Kevin, he's not letting up at all. Strong to the finish. You know. So you got the top these first three guys. We're not too sure about who's behind. I mean, if you look at behind them, because there's gonna be a bunch of races within this race for the guys not in the top three, right?
Right.
And they're pounding just as hard, I'm sure, trying to beat. If you're fourth place, you want to be third. If you're third, you want to be second. If second, you want to win.
I would predict too. Right now, out at the point, there's a whole mass of guys that are just jockeying for the difference of 4 to 5 places, I'm sure.
Right. Well, we got the finish line. I mean, I'm sure at some point we're going to have to get the finish line view from Simeon. But just watching this guy, how impressed are you at his performance today?
It's impressive that these guys keep so consistent year to year. And they keep coming back, which is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, they bring so much more. Winning the solo nowadays, it's a world championship. You know what I mean? You're getting the best from around the world, and these are the best. These guys.
Yeah, and they keep elevating the Hawaii paddling scene.
Absolutely.
All our Hawaii paddlers are getting better. You know, we might win one as a state, and then they come and now they won. So it's just going to keep pushing everybody to get better.
Right on. Look at Kevin Jerusalemi. He looks like he safe to say he will be our 2025 Pa'a Molokai solo champion. A few more yards.
It's coming past Costco.
Which reminds me, I got to make a trip there after this. Yeah. And Hoatua coming up right behind him. See his escort boat in the foreground, keeping its distance. We got Kevin coming in. Tristan's probably not too far behind Hoatua. Finishing strong. That's the main thing. Everybody finished strong. Look how close this gap is, man. For the amount of surf there was, for it to be this close at the end.
Here he comes. Coming up on the buoy.
Okay, yeah. Last year, Kevin Jerusalem. And Kevin just won the 2025 Pa'a Kaiwi Molokai Solo. He won actually last in 2018, and last year he came third. It was and he just a year later he came back and he takes the podium. He's first place.
Awesome job.
Very
inspiring to see how close that finish is.
And right behind him is his Tahitian brother, Hoatua Tuteari'i. Second place, probably like you said, 30 seconds behind.
Really close gap, and I'm sure Tristan is only about 45 to a minute behind him, which is pretty incredible after 32 miles.
Congratulations to those two Tahitians and the Hawaiian coming up. We should see them in a very short time. Oh, these guys are still sitting upright and paddling. I'll be laying back on my back, just boots up, ready to tip over in the water.
So we should be seeing Tristan here shortly as well.
And we got the brother. Oh, here comes Tristan. Right on, brother.
Looked like he closed some of that gap. What a great result for him. Coming second last year and third. It's just a matter of time before he does it.
All the way to the end.
A lot of these guys, before they win their first one, they have a lot of second, third places. It's all learning within each race.
He's destined for that, guarantee. What a performance. What a performance. First, second, third, you got Kevin Jerusalemi winning. Second place, Hoatua. Third place, Tristan Kaho'okele Santos.
From Hawaii.
Maui boy. He's a Maui boy, and he's got what it takes. Right on, Tristan.
I think we're going to be going to the boat for an interview with Kevin shortly.
Yeah, we got to get an interview with our winner.
Man, Cole, that was an exciting finish. There was a lot going on just in the bay there at Mauna Loa to make this an exciting finish. And I'm not sure who we are with on the screen now, but as you can see, they've got three top paddlers converging together as they approach. But we're going to get a quick interview from the finish line with, I believe, our 2025 Pa'a Solo champion, Kevin Jerusalemi.
All right, guys, I'm here with the 2025 OC1 Pa'a Molokai Solo champion, Kevin, CJ from Tahiti. Big congratulations, Kevin. Tell us a little bit about your day today.
No, I just do my thing, just surf all of the bump I can. And then I just want to say thank you to my escort boat, Tyson, my girlfriend, Nihiti, and then the captain. They show me the good line. They always talk to me to stay right, okay. And I just trust on my team and then focus on my paddling, my surfing, and then thanks God again.
Yeah, great job today. The channel looked like it was on fire today. Good to see you out front again. And surfing, as you're the expert of the sport in surfing, and you held on at the finish. How was it? Were you nervous coming in with the waves, and how difficult the finish could be?
Yeah, it's hard to surf for almost 4 hours, and then at the end you have the headwind. So hard to get the feeling of the headwind. So I was lucky. I already got 400 meters in the front. So I tried to get my first place to the end. I just want to dedicate this first place to my island, Huahine, all my team, all my family, and all my Hawaiian friends to help me when I came here, like Hayden Ramler, Jesse Solis, all the team KR. Thank you. I love you guys, and see you. Love you.
Awesome. Big congratulations today, Kevin. Awesome. Champion on the V1 and champion on the OC1. Amazing job today.
And still strong. But like Kevin said, what you just said, that's what caps it off. That interview, the humbleness, the appreciation, the honesty. Race for 4 hours, surf for 4 hours, and then you got to go up win. Acknowledge it's hard.
Yep.
What a great example.
He certainly sets an example with the way he paddles, but even more so, he sets an example with the kind of human that he is.
Absolutely.
I love what you're saying about his candor, his honesty. Like, he's surfing all this way, and now I got to paddle uphill. But at the same time, I think that's one of the things that makes that course and the Hawai'i Solo such a great race is that there's so many dynamics to getting across that channel and being able to finish, and after all of that, what you have to do coming in that bay, navigating the surf, changing your whole technique again, just to be able to come uphill. And I really like the coverage of Hoatua, and you could just see him going big and body and just doing it right coming uphill. And that's why he was able, as it seemed, he kind of closed up on Kevin at the end there a little bit. He was coming a few more miles. If they were racing all the way to the back of the bay, he might have had a chance. He was coming.
And Tristan too.
Tristan as well. Right, yes.
So yeah, what a mean finish to watch it. It's different from watching it on the screen.
Yes.
From being there in the water, but you get to see the bigger perspective, and you can see where the other guy is, and the angles and all of that. So what a finish! Congratulations to Kevin. Right now, who do we have here?
Is that Daniel Chun? It's Kyle Taraufao.
Kyle, another Tahitian. Looks like he's coming in 4th place.
Yep, right into the finish line. I'm not sure what his place is going to be. Hopefully we can get some info from our team in studio. We also have Travis Grant coming in.
Travis still up there. Look at him. He's in his 40s.
Yep.
Representing. Yeah, it looks like he's 4th place. And it might be Travis in 5th.
Yep, that was Kyle Taraufao that just finished there, coming across the line. And I believe behind him, if you're looking on your My Dot, that is Travis Grant. Wow. Yeah, buddy, what a great last third of this race. Not that he wasn't in it the whole time, right? Travis is never out, but Dynamite comes in small packages.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? He blew it up in that last third of the race. And that guy has some real staying power in the water.
Exactly.
Bro. He's really good. And talk about another good human.
And he's a former champion as well.
Exactly. Yep. Now into his 40s and I'm sure winning his age group there. We're gonna catch another update here from the finish line from our man Simeon K. Paloma over there on the escort boat. What a cool dynamic is to have this personal interviews of our finishers right at the end of the race. Simeon, who you got for us to see? Hello, Simeon.
All right, I'm here with 3rd place finisher Tristan Kelly Santos, first Hawaiian across the line, and was out there battling with some of the world's best Tahitians in Kevin and Tuteri'i. Super stoked for you, Tristan. This is your 2nd solid showing in a row. What was it out like there, and how was the battles out there?
Today was a pretty crazy one, you know. Conditions weren't as big as last year, but the whole time it was all three of us, and we could just see each other, and we were just like pushing for every bump and just trying to stay with each other. And then when we got to the bay, it was like any of us could have won that race right there. All it took was one wave, maybe two waves, and any of us could have took the lead and pushed to the end.
Yeah, when we were coming in, we saw the sizable south swell, and I thought for sure that local knowledge would come into play, and you did make up a lot of ground. Did you have any... You were moving for sure a lot on Tuteri in second place, but did you think you had a chance today to make some ground?
I felt like coming in, you know, my escort went forward. They checked out. They said, you could do it. You can gamble through if you want. So I took the gamble, got a little wave, was able to close the gap, and as felt like I was moving good upwind. I was, you know, hurting like the rest of us, but as I got closer, I seen the waves, and I was like, you know what? I'm in third. I'm going to go a little deeper. If I get lucky, maybe I get a chance. But, you know, we all kind of caught little waves, and we all kind of got nothing, and we were just all grinding with each other.
Yeah, very, very special and strong showing today. Congratulations again. Another year under your belt and representing Hawaii so well. Great job. Any last words?
You know, I'd just like to thank my team, you know, my family, everyone that supports me. You know, it's emotional to do good in this race, especially for me. You know, I grew up here watching my brother do it the first time, and just want to, like, one day get the win. And I got close twice. I'm hoping maybe next year's the one. And I just want to thank all my family, my sponsors, Kamani Composites. They do a lot for me, and they help make this possible.
Yeah, awesome. Keep it up, man. Your day's coming. Stoked for you. Hello.
Young man, and it's great to see him do well, and I do agree with Simeon that his day is coming. I've watched that young man continue to just develop himself and be better and better year after year, and I think I would agree his day is coming. And another example of how the ocean and the va'a and that family that surrounds it continues to produce some good humans.
Yeah, second interview, and what does he talk about? Support system. And we talked about it in the beginning. So this isn't, it's a solo race, but it takes so much to get you to this point. And very proud of him.
So we're getting some information from in the studio here that there's a potential that there was a record-breaking time. You're going to remember last year's time was 3:19. I'm not sure of how many seconds, but this is unofficial, of course, a time and that they got a 3:18, which would put them by the smallest of margins, maybe within a minute, faster than our record-breaking time. And if anything, I'm stoked for these guys. And now that's got to encourage our young Pat Dolan to come back out next year and give us a good showing. So I wouldn't doubt it. The water looked good. It wasn't massive like it was that. Last year was big, brother.
And that might have been a benefit to less big, because we're talking
more
earlier,
manageable,
more steady bumps. And as we saw, they were kind of connecting throughout the whole thing. If that is accurate, and if that holds, even a minute is huge.
Oh yes.
Anytime you break the record is huge. And look at this. That's why what they call that exponential growth.
You
know what I mean? It's just going to get faster. What, 2 hours now? You know?
Yeah. We're not far from breaking that 3 hour, threshold. I mean, at 20 minutes is a big leap when you're at these kind of small margins, but man, it is still possible. I'm not sure who we're with here. We're going to try and who this is coming to the finish line. We don't have a number, but we're going to go back to Simeon and get another interview from the finish line. Let's cue him up and get him ready to go as we come in. And it is upwind and it is a battle, but it's kind of a really pretty finish line as you come in. You're looking at
all right, I'm here with finisher Tahitian Kyle Taralfao. Had a great showing today. It's his first time crossing the Kaiwi Channel on an OC1. Kyle, what was it like for you, first time in the channel on the OC1 in Hawaiian waters with this very tough, prestigious race?
Yeah, first time, it was a dream for me, do the Kaiwi. Now I'm very proud. I finished 4 between the greatest paddlers of OC1. I'm very happy. Now, congratulations to all the paddlers finish line. And no, just say thanks to OK for giving me the chance to do a dream. And now maybe a little bit train on it and feel better maybe for the next race on the OC. Yes.
Yeah, great job today, man. For you to come out for your first time and have such a good result in Hawaii on an unknown craft is very impressive, and it just shows your expertise in the sport. Are you fired up? You coming back next year?
Yeah. I come back next year, and I want to say thanks to Pat Dolan. He was on my escort boat. I'm very confident because I got the good guys on my boat, and thanks to Pat for giving me the good line too.
Yeah, awesome. Sounds like you got a great team of guys who really care for you and want to see you succeed. Any last words for our friends, family back home?
Yeah, I want all my family, all my with them.
Congratulations. Awesome.
One of our just champion paddlers as we continue to watch some of our top guys come into the finish line here. Kyle Tarao-Fao, he is no stranger to the podium as well. And again, another humble, young, well-spoken man, and we look forward to him coming back. I mean, he has barely any experience on the OC1, and he gets out here. He's never crossed this channel, comes in and places fourth overall, and just an indication of, man, how deep that guy's talent must be.
Talent. He just won with the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
And, I know back at home, he's the leader of his team, right?
Right.
He's a captain.
Tahiti, yeah.
But look how he talks. Humble. Humility.
Yep.
And I think it's such refreshing to see that from champions of this.
And that's a message really out to all the young paddlers that are watching this today and looking forward to try to do this race or be a champion themselves one day. It's about, put in the work, be humble, man, be a people's champion, for real.
Yeah. And then it just makes everything so much more sweet. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you got the respect behind it. You know what I mean?
You love seeing good guys do well.
Correct.
For sure. Speaking of good guys doing well, we're going to throw out to another interview with our buddy who's from Australia but lives in Hawaii now. He had a great race today, finished just behind Kyle Tarao-Fao, 5th place, none other than former champion here in the Kaiwi, Travis Grant. Here he is, Travis Grant.
There he is.
All right, I'm here live with Travis Grant, 5th place, 1st place Masters, baby. Congratulations. What was it like out there today, and how did you feel?
Yeah, it was fun. I can't keep up with the raw speed of the younger guys, but the start was all over the place, so that's my weakest part. So I had to sort of catch up, and I just try to play smart, conserve, and go as straight as I can. And then towards the end, for some reason, I just had old man energy left. I don't know. And ended up, the 4 of us, Miles, Rylan, Monatea, and me, were in a battle at the end. Hoping for a wave, didn't happen, but I didn't know I was 5th. All of a sudden, just less boats are in front of me, so I don't remember passing anyone. So, I mean, I'm happy. Everyone sort of rated me to do well this year. I'm like, come on, guys. I'll do well, but I'm not going to be battling the top. So to get 5th, it's like a victory for me, yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter that you were moving a lot in the training in the morning, so I'm stoked for you. There's nothing more satisfying than finishing strong and finishing well. Any last words or any last thoughts?
No, I mean, it's a great race this year. It's always good when the top Tahitians come out. Obviously, they're going to dominate. You just got to not make mistakes, and that's sort of all I tried to do. I didn't try to out-paddle and just tried to be efficient and not make mistakes, and played the long game, and it came through in the end. So, yeah, I'm happy. Great event. Great ocean paddle to get to film it again, show it live, do the show. Stoked. Good job.
Awesome job today, Travis. Just shows your experience come into play.
Here in the distance, you're going to see that big back in that pink canoe. That's Kainoa Tanoai from the Big Island coming in, 260-pound paddler.
Unreal, man.
Absolute brute out in the water, and another great guy.
Humble guy.
Yeah, and Travis, I love the way he's very frank and direct in the way he talks, and that reminds me of the last time I ran into him, like at Home Depot. He speaks exactly like that about everything, and he's just one of those guys. Again, that's just a joy to be around, and that's the thing about paddling a lot of time is when you get into this upper level of guys that have paid the dues and love the ocean and have been humbled by the ocean and grown up in it, you encounter a high quality of person, and you begin in anything in life, you surround yourself by people that are good, and it makes you better too.
Infectious,
and so, yeah, it's infectious. You're right, Koa. And so I've been hanging out with Koa since we were 17, 18 years old, and look at how well I've done thanks to Koa.
I feel sorry for you, bro. Like I said, I get uglier as the minute goes by.
Oh, shucks. But it really, it's one of the joys of this sport is just what good people that are around it. There's no drama or silliness going on. It's everybody out there on the water giving their best, and when it's all said and done, you're happy for what you've been able to accomplish and happy for your buddy next to you, and going out there and just celebrating what a great day on the water that you had. And so we're going to continue to bring you live coverage of the finish here as we get other divisions. We get the Wahine coming in. We're going to try to get an idea of who finished tops in, it was Travis in the Masters, but we have Senior Masters and all that coming in. We have the underage divisions, our junior paddlers. So there's a lot of coverage left to come, and there are a lot of paddlers on the water still, and we want to make sure that we can cover as many of them so our folks back at home that, so to speak, that are following along can cheer on their favorites.
Right, and then you see them coming across, towards the finish line. Who do we have here?
I think this is, I'm believing this is Kristen again, I think. No, this is Kristen coming in again. She's starting to close in on Portlock and be able to make her way in.
Now, depending on where her competition is, if everything holds true from the men's side, she could be the next, a repeat champion.
Yeah,
right. She's won.
I'm curious how far back somebody like Lauren is,
right,
or some of these other gals that are that might be within striking distance of her. When you are in the lead in the men's race, you're the overall leader. So you're kind of out there by yourself. You know who is your competition.
Right.
It's just other guys.
Right.
In the women's race, there's other, male paddlers and junior paddlers and Wahine paddlers all around you. So unless they're really close, you cannot tell how you're doing.
You don't know where
it's
you're
a
at.
little bit of a different mental game. And so she's still in that. We had a quick cut earlier of Spencer Allen coming in. Yep. So we're going to be coming into interview with Spencer in a moment. He has been having a great couple of years as he continues to mature as a paddler and as a person. He's really long, got that big stroke, and he's been putting it together race after race. And one of the paddlers that we're certainly looking forward to watching them excel in the next 5 to 10 years.
Absolutely.
Don't you think there's a certain truth to what Travis was saying about that old man speed in the last third of the race?
Old man strength, they call that. Yeah, but it's only in short bursts, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what she said. But you know that there is a certain amount of, as the body becomes a little less resilient, should we say, the mind tends to settle in and let go of the things it hung on to in the past, and the mind becomes stronger.
And it sounds like what he was saying. He said he's practical, yet still on fire.
Yeah. And speaking of on fire, we're going to send it back to Simeon, who is getting an interview with our top junior finisher. That might be none other than Simeon.
All right, I'm live here with Wyatt Egbert, 16-year-old phenom, first place juniors in the top 15 in a very, very competitive field. Third place junior? All right, so I'm here with Wyatt, third place junior. How was the channel out there today? What would you rate it, and what was your favorite part?
It was pretty hard. I mean, the start was kind of weird. Like, we were all paddling up the coast, and you just started the race. That was fine, but the channel was good. I mean, it was hard for the first part, and I caught a bomb, and I fully went AMA under and flipped, and I lost everything. But after that, I got back up with, like, Jack and Chase, and we were going in Daniel. And then from there, we were just battling until the point, and that was probably like the hardest upwind section of my life. That was brutal.
Yeah, it's always the toughest part when you get a really strong channel. You better save some tank in the tank for the finish. But what was your strongest point in the channel, you think?
The strongest point was probably like 8 miles off the point. I was surfing super good, and I got a pretty good gap on everyone. And then when it got to the upwind, it was just rough. But other than that, it was a fun race and like good channel.
Right on. Congratulations. Another strong showing and a lot of stuff for you in the future. Bright future ahead. Keep it up. And, we're stoked to see you out here again. Congratulations. Right on.
All right, congratulations to Wyatt Egbert. He had a great race out there today, and he said it plain and simple, just as everybody else has, from CJ to Travis Grant. Like, bah, you turned that corner and that upwind after paddling for over 3 hours and giving it all you got. She just wants more.
That's when you give the hobble.
Hobble, for real. And you just got to dig deep and keep going. And speaking about digging deep and keeping going, this is Kristen Foster. She's no stranger to being in the lead, right? Whether it's 6-man, 1-man, the number of different distance and courses, Kristen is one of our standouts. And here she comes again. I believe, am I correct to say that she's defending her title today?
She's a previous winner.
Yes.
Yes, definitely. Maybe I believe 2 years ago. Yeah, I'm not too sure right now, but I know she has won. And like you reminded me, going up Kauai, seeing her up there, Bulldog. You know what I mean?
She's probably a specimen.
Yeah.
She's a specimen, man. She is just built like, what an athletic frame this girl has, and but at the same time such a sweet. See,
yeah,
there
right
you
there.
go. Okay, so 2024 was Lindsay Schenk, and she had a look at that time, sub 4 hours. Kristen might be able to beat that. Kristen was the winner with a 4:26 back in 2023. And then, of course, we had that jump back, and Monica Esquivel, Lauren Spalding, Amy Woodward. But I'm sure Kristen has been pretty close to a win at other times in the course of this race. And I'm curious where any of these other ladies, I know Lauren's paddling out there today. Is Lindsay in the race? I'm not sure.
No, Lindsay's not.
Lindsay's not racing today. Okay. Monica's not paddling right now either, I think. And Amy is with Keiki and doing the Keiki thing as well.
Yeah, it's just Kristen and Lauren. Yeah.
But I think more so than for men, women athletes have to time their successes with all their family responsibilities, man. They got a lot more to deal with when it comes to taking care of Keiki. And
way tougher than the men.
Yeah, way tougher than the men.
Yeah.
I think that's part of what makes them such tough paddlers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
They have the fortitude to continue on no matter what.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
And then go home and deal with the husband. No.
And the kid.
And the kid.
Right.
Oh, look at her. She. You know what's ironic? Out of everybody we saw coming in, she actually looks pretty comfortable going upwind.
Yeah.
So either the wind dropped or she's that rugged. You know what I mean?
Oh, maybe a little bit of both, but definitely the second. She's kind of taking a good look at where she's at, what's going on here, where she wants to be in this bay to be able to finish safely. But we're going to continue to get some nice shots.
That's Butch, guarantee.
Butch Kiahiolalo there. Yeah, I think you're right. Another Kauai native that is from the same area as.
Yeah, she
Kristen
looks like she's
herself.
by herself.
Oh, look at Brooke. I know Brooke, but Butch, he's way inside, but you got to get out, boys. White water.
Or maybe he just going straight to MP's house already, straight into the shore.
MP, knowing MP, he's got a cooler and a sign says, finish line.
Make your way over.
Yeah.
But look at her. She looks smooth. It's nice. It seems relaxed. Nobody around her, it seems, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as the women, is her competitor. Women competitors.
I'm curious where the rest of the field of women are at right now in relation to her. But another great race.
What do we have here?
Some little bump coming in.
Hard to see who that is.
But, man, it doesn't. When you were looking at the amount of paddling they were doing and how fast they were going mid-channel, look at the amount of paddling they're doing now and how fast they're not going.
Exactly. Like we were saying earlier. 1 stroke forward, 5 boats back.
Yeah.
That's how it feels, though.
It's rugged, especially at this point of the race. You just want to pull the brim of your hat low, look down, keep paddling, just cry yourself into the finish. Like,
and you know what?
Come on.
And then people are cheering, but it sounds like they're mocking you at the time because you're losing your brain, right?
Hey, great job. That's all you got?
Yeah, come on. Great. Yeah,
you can do better.
Wow, you don't even know. Hey, but look how strong. All the way to the end.
She looks good. And what a beautiful day of paddling. I mean, Hawaii just definitely gave us a picturesque view today crossing the Kaiwi Channel. I'm really curious to see if indeed these times are going to be record-breaking.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
I'm not doubting it because it wasn't that kind of at least from the outside,
Slouch
that
fest.
channel where you're looking like, wow. But there wasn't a lot of that. There wasn't a lot of guys trying to get down and not getting down.
Right.
They were getting in and they were connecting and it was lively and they were doing stuff. There wasn't any of these bombs.
Right.
Whoa, wow, crowd pleasers, you know. But there was a lot of consistent movement the
Right.
whole time. And even in the Wahine, it wasn't looking like, you know, they're trying to get in, but I no can. You
Right.
know, I'm going to get in, no can.
A lot of it was just stop paddling because he was scared to drop down. And, like, if you look at this one, what is that? The rum line.
Yes.
Everyone was kind of staying steady to whatever line they were on. It wasn't too much of this kind of like.
Right.
Nobody went from way north to way south. So, oh, here's a little bump she's got coming up. Maybe she's letting it go. She's like,
Smart money.
I'm all good.
Kristen Foster, our number 32, is our unofficial women's leader.
And
that's
she's
the
on a
neat
little
part
bump.
about this race is that you can kind of tell at this point who's where and what's standing. I know you got some more of that uphill to do, but there is a good coastline section. It's not like people are coming in from all different angles and all of a sudden they're at the finish line.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So you kind of can see a finish and know, like, okay, this guy's in first, this guy's in third, whatever it might be.
Yeah, but with the women, I'm just curious, how far is the second place to Kristen right now? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
we're going to
Oh, okay. Yeah, earlier there was an interview with Wyatt Egbert.
Yes.
But I think he was a third junior. I think Kainalu Balanga was the first place junior from what we're hearing. Congratulations to him.
That's certainly unofficial at this point, but we're gonna check on that. Yeah, we're trying to find where Lauren Spalding might be. Her GPS is off.
No GPS.
As Kainalu Balanga's might have been as well, and that's why we didn't know.
There's two juniors division. Kanalu is in the older junior division. The one we interviewed was in a younger junior division.
Really, I think, okay, anyway, we're going to figure it out. Seems like there may have been a couple of juniors divisions. There may be one where it's like 18s and 19s, because I think Kainalu is over 18 and over. So is, 17, 18, and then there's like a 15, 16, or 16 and under. Yeah, it's still so impressive that a 16-year-old kid is crossing the channel
at that level,
in high time,
yeah,
in a
at
good
that
time.
level, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if whoever it was, congratulations to them, and we will find out before the end of this broadcast.
We're going to get you those statistics as we close in on this.
What a nice shot! Look at that.
Clouds coming in, beautiful work.
I wonder who this is right here. If that's all, no, that's not. Kristen is still commanding lead from what it looks from our angle.
We are not able to find anyone close to her at this time as far as another Wahine. Another Wahine.
Yeah, so she won 2 years ago, right? 2023. Okay, who do we have here coming in? What number is this? Number 5. What number is that? 75? 75? Kaea Can from Hilo. Kaea Can from Hilo. And back to Kristen Foster, our current leader. Back with Ryan. What's up, Ryan?
This is the first place women coming in.
I'm curious to see who's in second place for the Wahinis, but technology has its limits, huh?
So Dot Vision, according to Dot Vision, we don't have Lauren on our tracker, so we don't know where she is. We're assuming she's somewhere in second or third.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We're just watching these guys. Who we got over here? Oh, that's
Back to
we got Kristen right there.
Kristen now on screen.
Unless there's somebody we don't see, and
She looks like she's
sneaking
starting to
from
come
the
wide
inside.
into the finish.
She's about what? What you think?
She's got about a mile left.
So probably about 8 to 9 minutes. 9 minutes maybe. I wonder what the time is to see how far off she is from the record. But yeah, they're coming into the final. Oh, everybody's cramping up at this time, huh?
Trying to get in those, whatever stroke you can get in. Get to the finish line.
Just get in. Or just pull left to the boathouse. Call it a day. Nah.
Just back to Kristen.
Back to Kristen. She looks comfortable.
She looks composed. I think she knows she's in front. She's doing whatever she can to get to that finish line.
Absolutely.
Play it safe.
Man, all these guys, people coming in right now, these are all
Comes
fast
a little
people.
wave for her right
You know
behind
what I
her.
mean?
See if she can get on it.
Or if she gets this one, add to the speed. Add just a little bit. Milk the back of that one.
You can see her. She's trying to come over to the channel, the boat channel.
Yeah.
This is 121.
120. Is that Billy?
This is Brett Deblin,
Oh, Brett Deblin.
Princeville.
From Kauai, another Kauai brother. Oh, he got the extra paddle just in case, huh?
Just in case.
Yeah, so we're probably the middle of the pack, you think? Yeah, so the middle of the pack. I wonder, I know I got some close brothers in the back. Big shout out to brother Alfred Horner, holding it tight, hopefully holding off Opena. But the rest of these guys, these are all races within a race. As Christian,
This shot, you can see those waves going in, but they're going so fast. It's almost a groundswell at that point, so it's really challenging to get onto that.
yeah, as she comes into this, she's entering the channel area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what should she do? Stay to the right or just head right into the channel to play? She's safe already, right?
I would try to stay on the edge of those waves as long as I could until it becomes detrimental to the course, right?
Right.
You can stay, but maybe the deeper water helps.
Right.
That's kind of a gamble. How much speed do you have? Is it worth going inside and trying to really exert yourself, or is it just better to take a straight shot and get home?
Just get home. Like
home.
E.T. Go home. And what okay, so here's my question. What is that guy doing behind? Is that just a guy who's not in the race? Is he just cruising?
He might be racing. He might just be trying to get more towards the channel and hoping that any boat going by might provide something.
Right. Oh, she looks good, boss. She looks nice and strong. Number 60. Who do we have on camera right now?
Jackson Monahan.
Jackson Monahan. Solid.
16.
16 years old. 6'12", 6'10"? These young
tall.
boys
His
are
knees
tall
are up
and
high.
long, bro. He's entering where is he? Entering the bridge?
It's right past Marshall's house.
Good job, Jackson. Solid. He's a paddleboarder as well?
He does kayaking,
Oh,
does
nice.
paddleboarding as well.
Smooth, man. Way to finish this race. Jackson Monahan, number 60. Sean Monahan's son.
Sean Monahan's son.
Coach for the Waikiki Beach Boys?
Yep.
Okay, I wonder who's next to Kristen. Kristen's coming in. Nobody's near her, huh?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, she's making her way in. I know the wide angle lens makes it look farther than it is,
It
right?
does,
She's closer
but
than
she's pretty close.
than it looks. Right on.
It's got to be a good feeling. Entering that finish, you know you're in the lead.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
Keep it going. Get there.
Me, I would be a nervous wreck still. Oh, who's behind me? Run over. Now they're again. I would like to see the time. Too bad we don't have the time reference to see how if she can break the record. Because if she can, you know what I mean. The escort boat lets her know she might kick it up a notch. I don't know. She might be going as fast as she can right now. Steady.
Some words of encouragement. Go, Kristen.
Yeah, the Culture Tattoo Collective. Go, Kristen. Go on. And there's a boat next to her that's just going to keep pushing her.
That actually looks like Lauren's boat.
Let's see who that is next to her pushing up on her.
I think it is.
On her right. $4:06. Okay. Well, sorry for the silent treatment right now, but we're just trying to figure out who
that looks like
who
it
is
could
next
be
to
Lauren
Kristen coming in towards the bridge.
That looks like
we shall see. If that is a female, we got to race to the end. If not, we got Kristen winning convincingly. But we're trying to gather that data right now. Okay, we know 32.
So this is Kristen again. The shot of Kristen from the side. She's about maybe 200 yards from the point.
Yeah.
That she's got to go.
We just wondered who is that coming on her right side, on the inside of Kristen.
Shot over that.
If we could find that out on that colorful boat. Either way, she's pounding. She looks like she's on her way to victory, yeah? Steady push right to that hard wind.
I wonder if Lauren caught some waves, if that's her.
If that is Lauren, then we got a race to the finish. We got Jackson finishing up his race.
Looking strong.
Strong to the finish. Almost there. Couple more changes and he should be, Paul. Right up to that bridge. Jackson Monahan. And how old is he?
16.
16.
Wow. Good job.
What a great performance. Right to the line. Good job, Jackson. Hold on. So, bro, why did I do that? His family must be very proud. Look at all the spectators.
That is Lauren.
So we have somebody coming up behind Kristen. We're not sure who that is. We're hearing words that could be Lauren Spalding.
So you can see Lauren right here.
And if it is,
boat, maybe 50
we got a
behind?
race on our hands to the end if we know Lauren. So we're trying to confirm who that with the blue boat and the orange Alma is. Kristen's entering the bridge, entering the marina.
Here comes Kristen coming under the bridge. She's got about 100 yards to go.
Here she goes. How's that dead water right there? Shallow?
Very slow, coming full headwind right now.
Oh, she looks strong, though. All the technique, the posture, everything is right. Right on point. She still got the pop. See, her bottom hand is closer to the blade right now. That means she's getting down and, you know what I mean, trying to bury that blade, get it deep. Yeah, she's on fire. I don't see nobody catching her.
Hanging on.
I'm curious to see who that colorful boat behind her was, though. It is? If that is Lauren, then what a battle to hold off a champion like that. Two champions battling towards the end. Okay, if we can see how close it really is. This could be interesting. Because you see that boat driving next to the leader, the person behind him is catching that wake. Yeah, Kristen's still in the lead. Looks like she's going for the win. But there is a wake behind. You notice that?
I think it's running out of lake. I think it's Kristen's.
Yeah. Wake or no wake, looks like Kristen will be the champion. What an accomplishment.
What a tight finish.
Closer than we thought because we weren't sure where the other women competitors were. So, and they're coming right around this
right past
turn.
Costco.
Past Costco, and then what? What is it? 50 yards?
Maybe not even. Maybe less.
Okay, well, she's making it. She's smashing. She's dominating. Look at that. Strong to the end. Look at that. Strength. Look at that. Steady. She sees, she feels it. She tastes victory coming up. She can't wait.
Whoever's right behind that escort boat's getting a little free ride.
And here it is, gang. We're almost to the finish, and we have it. I'll call it now.
I think it's safe to call.
It's safe to call. All right. Barring, well, we should hold off. We should hold off till she crosses the line. Oh, so strong all the way to the finish. So inspiring to see. Tough Mana Wahine all the way from Kauai coming to Oahu and taking the 2025 Pa'a Molokai Solo Race. She's almost there. Almost. Oh. Right there, you can see the people waiting. She can hear the cheers.
Cheers. Loudspeaker. It's reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your 2025 Women's Champion, Kristen Foster. Unreal job. Unreal. And right behind her, we have somebody. Is that? I'm curious.
Comes Lauren a little bit.
Is that Lauren?
Nope, the next canoe. The orange Ama.
Okay, that's not Lauren, right behind Kristen, but Lauren coming in second place, Lauren Spalding. Two former champions together, well, close together at the end. And teammates, Team Bradley. They're probably talking to each other right now. What a race. I'm going to go to Simi. Is that what I heard?
We're going to go to an interview with Kristen here shortly.
Yeah, we got to get that interview going. Let her catch her breath. What a finish. Right now they're talking story.
Teammates, friends.
Yeah, Lauren and Kristen talking story. You know, after sitting down for 4 hours trying to climb on that ramp to walk up, and you know what I mean? At least there's somebody to carry your canoe. But that can be daunting, right? Stepping
you
up.
Might move and you might cramp.
Cramps. There's our two top women finishers right there on screen. Kristen Foster and Lauren Spalding. Comparing race stories probably right now. Probably continue on throughout the night. I think what they'll do after, you got more finishes coming in. What do you think this is? Top 30?
Somewhere around there, probably top 30.
Top 30,
top
top
30,
40.
top 40.
Aloha? Let me see what number that is.
Eloa from Tahiti.
Oh,
is
from
coming
Tahiti.
under the
Yeah,
bridge.
that's, yeah.
So we're tracking Ihiloa from Tahiti coming under the bridge. Iloa.
Aloha.
Iloha.
She's what? She's the VA champion from Tahiti, right? Yeah. Aloha Ichian. Oh, but they, yeah, right on. And who else? I wonder how our girl Mia is. Mia Chukovic. I wonder where she is. Mean drone footage, huh? Look
Yeah,
at
it's
that.
unreal. This is the best way to watch the race. Brought to you live in your living room.
Yes.
Thanks to the sponsors and Ocean Paddler TV.
Oh, yeah. All the sponsors.
We're having a little
technicals.
coverage.
Yeah. We don't care. So we know Aloha is coming under the bridge, right? And making our way. There's about 3 canoes coming in right now. Okay, we're going to head over to Simeon. He looks like he got our second place women's competitor, Lauren Spalding. She'll be heading over to Simeon very shortly.
This is a mix of other paddlers finishing.
Yeah.
What an accomplishment. No matter where you come, this is a big accomplishment to finish this race.
Yes. Long journey. Starts from years.
We're going to go to Simeon on the media boat for an interview.
All right, I'm here with Lauren Spalding, legend of the sport, legend of the Kaiwi. Great showing today, second place. And the channel teaches us every year, you know, how many years you've done it. But what was it like out there? What's your reflection of this year?
You know, it was really fun. There were some great bumps, but there's, you know, it's a Kaiwi. It'll kick your ass for a little bit here and there. You know, I'm like, it's not like any other channel. And I think that's why we like it. And I'm still happy to be out here. I feel like I might be one of the older women finally. But I'm really stoked. Congratulations to Kristen. We've got a bunch of Team Bradley teammates out here today. Super proud of all of them, you know, for lining up. It's a huge endeavor, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of time away from your kids, but I mean it's also therapeutic, you know. You got to take time for yourself.
It's and this isn't a disrespect to any of the athletes, but it almost seems like when we're out there in the channel and somebody's ahead of you or they come in before you, it's like such like, oh my gosh, like you know, they're gonna get Lauren this year, or like Lauren's close, or Lauren's coming, you know. And so it must be an honor for you to be like kind of like the bar that's set, you know, for the women in the sport.
Yeah, I mean, and also too, I think the beautiful thing about this race is, you know, I saw like only a few people the whole day, especially, you know, at the start, the first hour, you know, you got some people coming, zigging and zagging out, but, you know, majority of the day I was alone, and it really is, it's you and the elements and your mind, and it's a you know, it's a spiritual journey, and I'm privileged to be out there, and, you know, hats off to Kai Bartlett for always taking care of me with the boats, and, you know, Yeti for making, you know, help me get across this channel, and of course, you know, I got a shout out to my dad. Love you, Dad.
Well, right on. Big congrats today, and look like another great channel, and just another year under your belt. A lot of things that I'm sure you cashed in and learned on this year, and you're going to be back next year?
We'll see. But you know what? No matter what, win, lose, or draw, if you come across this channel, it's a win. It's a beautiful day spent, and you know what? it's all about, getting in that, the suffering and the pain cave, and it's a great perspective on life.
Awesome. Congratulations. Good job.
Awesome interview, Simeon. Going back to his point, Lauren's been the bar of the women's paddling sports, and it's really good to see the men and women. The names are changing, and the bar is being raised, so it's getting more competitive. We got more young women and boys out there, but just the new names pushing a potential record. The sport's getting better. That's what we can hope for, right? Getting further and further along, closer to the Tahitians.
Yeah, and she was right there. You know what I mean? She was within feet of maybe winning on the other one.
Yeah.
But Kristen held her off, her teammate, her good friend. So it's good to see her. She has a great attitude about today's race.
So this is going to wrap up my stay with Ocean Paddler TV. Want to give Kalai a shout out. Hoi pa'a.
Right on. Thank you, brother, right? We're going to go to commercial, and we'll be right back in a couple minutes to finish the 2025 Pa'a Molokai Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo Extravaganza Hawaii Hoi pa'a.
The 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kai Va'a, Ozone Outrigger, Pool Care Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
You came looking for a light beer, and you found gold. Modelo Oro, the light beer with a smooth, elevated taste. Perfect for those who demand the next level of light beer. Modelo Oro, the gold standard of light beer.
The Kaiwi Solo, the proving grounds for paddlers. It's where your journey ends and the adventure begins. I always saw the journey of getting to the starting line as a true reward. Nothing feels better than showing up prepared and being able to enjoy the adventure of what Kaiwi has to offer. At Kaiba'a, we are here to support your journey and celebrate your adventure. Enjoy the day. It is truly a blessing just to be out there.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
In the late 80s, Paul Gay, Walter Guild, and John Martin added rudders to Tahitian V1s and Amos to surf skis, and the Hawaiian OC1 was born. Since then, OC1 has spread from Hawaii to the mainland and now the world. Today, we've come full circle as paddlers are back to compete where it all began. At Ozone, we're stoked to be part of that journey.
If you live in the islands, your keiki or teen are no stranger to ocean sports. But have they tried outrigger paddling? The thrill of being at one with the water, gaining confidence, meeting new friends, and having fun. It's easy to learn and is something you can do your whole life. They'll experience ohana va'a, being part of the outrigger family. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to launch this inspiring journey.
Our responsibility is to teach people about the tradition of the core canoes, the spec boats, where it came from, and why we do it. My grandfather was a core canoe builder. My dad was a core canoe builder. I spent many, many of my younger years working on core canoes with them, as I will in my future.
This is how you work on a wood canoe. This is where what we do came from.
The 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo is presented by Kai Va'a, Ozone Outrigger, Pool Care Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews,
Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii.
This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Our man Ryan Dolan for adding his perspective and expertise and knowledge and his feel for not only this race but others and his experience with other paddlers, just bringing his perspective into the studio for us here today. Mahalo, Ryan, for being part of that. And Manny, that was a good choice getting Ryan over here. He had a lot to bring in, especially a lot to bring in is this man over here, Keikoa Bruin. He and I are going to finish out our broadcast today. Again, we're recapping our top 3 women finishers. That was going to be Kristen Foster from Kauai, Lauren Spalding of Maui, and in third place, Iloa Ishin. She is from I'm going to go with Tahiti/France. She's kind of splitting time between those two places right now. All top athletes and world champions in several different disciplines and races. And so there you have it. We're not totally sure of the times, but I believe right now, Koa, that was not a record-breaking time for the women. But I'm interested to see how those final times turn out on the men's race to see if they are really record-breaking. But this is the cool part of the broadcast where we just get to kind of watch the rest of these paddlers come in across the finish line and shout their names out for their families and let them see where they are and kind of have fun closing out this broadcast.
Correct. Just like I think we've heard it a couple of times. I know Lauren said, just doing this race, just finishing is an accomplishment, right? Ryan said that earlier as well.
Right.
So watch all these paddlers that devoted so much time and effort into this race to be able to have footage, and mahalo to Ocean Paddler TV,
hey,
Alex, and all the guys behind the scenes, and of course you, professional as always, for us to be able to watch this. And look at this, battle to the end.
I really think this is much more than a race because, Cole, you know more than anybody. You don't come out and do this race. You come out and endeavor to accomplish the season and finish by coming across the Kaiwi Channel in the Pa'asolo. Right?
Correct.
This is not you just come out for the Pa'asolo. This is the last step in your journey or your ascension through the one-man season. Nobody comes off the couch to do this race.
No, and it actually springboards you into whatever next season you're heading into, Right. And so for some, I know some crews and clubs, it's a prerequisite. You do the solo so you can come into the 6-man season prepared.
Right.
So it's all intertwined. Paddling is year round, right?
Yes.
It's not the seasons are. It's not like, I heard. Are you paddling this year? We're paddling every year, all year. Right?
That's true.
Right?
No, that's absolutely true. And it's a year full of peaks and valleys, right? So you peak at the solo. Now you kind of rest up a little bit, and in a couple of weeks you start the training regimen again, getting ready for, the regatta season, which is not by a long shot the hardest one. But man, when you get to States, that's sometimes the prestigious medal to have, a win at States during regattas. And then, of course, you start accelerating right into distance season. Yeah.
And again, we talk, it's a one-man race, right? One person, OC1 race. But it involves so many other people. So, like we said earlier, family, your loved ones and everything, but also the club you belong to, who you belong to, your friends, and it inspires other people to, get off the couch, get on a canoe and get out there and move the body.
No, and you're right, and typically the hui was associated around your home club, and even more so your hometown club, right? Which is where you're from. For us back in the day was Kailua. You moved on to Lanikai, which is a stone's throw from Kailua, right? But really, what we've seen develop, especially in more modern times, it went from these kind of I guess these teams that were assembled from the best paddlers in different small clubs to these groups or unofficial teams of people that are getting out there and one-manning as a hui every week. I see them at places like Hawai'i Kai, of course, right? I see them at Heiakea.
Yeah,
There's another one, Kailua Beach. Exactly. There's guys that are, back in the day, everybody would show up at Pat Irwin's house on the canal in Kailua, right?
And you got Michael Kalama now bringing out all
the rudderless Hawaii.
The rudderless. And you see at least 30 people at a time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the sport is growing. It's growing. It's expanding to different crafts. We're learning to watch these Tahitians come here, paddle this canoe. Like you mentioned earlier, we're thinking it's so hard to paddle the rudderless. So you figure, you jump on the OC1, must be so easy, right? The rudder. No, it's a whole different dynamic.
It's not what they're used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like saying, oh, well, you're a race car driver. Yeah, but I drive rally cars.
Correct.
And you expect me to show up in the Formula V1 and win that race? They're both cars. They both have 4 tires and gears, but it's 2 totally different things. And you really have it a testament to the depth that these paddlers have to be able to come off of paddling in Tahiti to come here and win as well. I mean, my goodness. We don't, as our top Hawaii paddlers, we don't go down there and hit top 5 in the V1 in Te Aito.
No way.
Right?
Unfortunately, not yet.
Not yet.
But
yeah,
kids
that's
like
the
Tristan
goal.
them coming up.
That's the goal is to elevate each other as Polynesian brothers and sisters until we gain parity. But as we've seen, that's a tall mountain to climb. But there was a time when the shoe was on the other foot, and the Hawaiians were the better paddlers, and the Tahitians came to learn certain things from us.
Yeah, I think it's just when it goes in waves.
Yes,
and
cyclical,
and we learn from them. They learn from us. But you hit it on the head. As we all together, we all one in this VA community, right? And that's going. If you look at it like Brazil now, they got some tough paddlers coming.
Athletes.
They're tenacious.
Yes. Yeah. They have a very competitive nature to their culture. I think this is young Miss Chukovic coming across.
Oh yeah, that's
here.
Mia.
I think I remember that purple pinkish ama that we were showing earlier. Paddler number 43. Yeah, Mia Chukovic. I had the chance to speak to her father earlier in the season at the Aloha Aito race, and he just talked about how much his daughter's been putting into it and how proud he is of her and what a great season she's been having. And it's like we say, it's not, paddling is not a men's sport. It's for wahinis, it's for older folk, it's for younger folk. Everybody. And it's something you can do your whole life.
And like you said, for your as a father to watch your daughter tackle this channel of all channels, of all races, and look at her. She didn't
yards
tackle
away.
This channel.
She knocked it out of his shoes.
You're right, bro. You're right. Right now he's probably having tears of joy, pride, and all of that. You know what I mean?
100%. Congratulations, Mia. What a great race, young lady. Good to see her coming across the line again. Mia Chukovic. A great race today. We were enjoying watching her surf earlier in the channel, and she's really putting it together, this young lady. We're also showing some video farther out into Mauna Bay of other paddlers coming in, and like we had mentioned, this is a fun time of the broadcast, seeing all the rest of these folks that maybe they're not at the highest level of the sport, but you mentioned this earlier, Koa. As long as there's another paddler next to you, there's a race.
You're racing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is about the time when I would be coming in. And right now, you know what I mean? Right now, I'll be good. Like, and look,
Hey, there's our guy, BJ
but good. And look,
101. Hey, this guy is winning most inspirational. Look at him.
Oh, unreal.
My goodness.
All the way to the end. Just to stay balanced at this stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Imagine trying to balance that canoe with only your thigh on your ama side. How hard that would be.
Unreal performance by BJ. Yeah. And this, imagine the example he's setting for his kids and and just all of us.
For everybody.
No excuses though.
No,
I
no
feel like
excuses.
more of a loser.
And the thing about BJ, he was a no excuses guy before that.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. In fact, I paddled with him at Lanika for a brief period, and he brought that same energy.
Yeah.
Quiet though, not good, not loud like me.
He's not a showboater. No, and sometimes life or the universe will test the strongest so that they can be an example to the rest of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here we got Mia, almost to that finish line. What a great job. What a great job.
What a beautiful finish line there in Hawai'i Kai at Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews. I know they're gonna. There's a bunch of paddlers that are gonna be enjoying themselves down there this afternoon. Again, mahalo out to our race organizer, Mr. Manny Kulukulu Alani, top-rated paddler himself, who had not only the vision for this race but the fortitude to keep this race going. And we're so happy to bring this broadcast into it and be part of what is happening here with Pa'a Hawaii.
Yeah, it just takes it to a whole new level, Kalai. And another thing that should be said, that crowd of people, those are the volunteers. They help carry up the canoes for the competitors, get it to a safe place out of the wind. It takes, they say it takes a village, right?
Yes.
And getting back to what you said about Manny, we all know, I personally know how competitive he is for his own race. So for him to be able to sit out of these races, I know it kills him. But what it does is it proves no more selfishness. He's for the Kaiwi. Because he loves the Kaiwi. You know what I mean? Because I always say, why not just put another long race? He's gotta be the Kaiwi. Because it's such a...
It's an icon.
In itself, right?
Yes.
So, just like you said, I got to just echo what you said about Manny and the dedication he puts into this. Full-time job, full-time family. We all know how hard that can be.
I hear you. But, yeah, he puts a lot into it. And really, again, to all those volunteers and guys like Cliff Tillotson from Prometheus Construction, he put a lot behind this as well. He's come on board with Manny and helped to raise the level here, and mahalo to him. Another great guy putting himself and his love of the sport into growing the sport, which is pretty cool.
And the Ohana on Molokai as well, all the support that they give, like Kavika and his Loile.
Yep,
Kavika.
Yep.
Helping out, I'll call Ron Kimball, helping out with housing.
Yes.
It takes
Kai's
everybody
father-in-law.
and
Yep.
allowing us to, be a part of the whole.
I'm glad you bring up Molokai. Molokai is the friendly isle, right? And if you go there with the right attitude, they are the friendliest people. But I still think that's the most Hawaiian island, and aloha ain't free.
Automatic.
You know what I mean? So I just mahalo to them for allowing the rest of the canoe family to come over there and continue this race and allowing that to be happening. And I hope all of our paddlers operated, with respect and reverence for the island and its people while they were there. That was April Nakayama Frost. We were watching number 59 right there. She's having a great finish. And Megan Stickner's saying it correctly. If you finish, you are a champion. True.
Absolutely.
Well
Very
said.
true. April paddles Lani Kai. So she's under the tutelage this year of my brother Kai and his coaching prowess.
Wow.
I feel sorry for her.
Yeah.
But as you can
April.
see, if she can handle this, she can handle anything. I mean, she can handle Kai, she can handle anything.
Yeah. No, April is a strong paddler and certainly did well when she moved over to Lanikai Canoe Club and has really dedicated herself to it. And I'm great to see her get to the next level by approaching this Kaiwi solo, really. And that's kind of like a stepping stone in the development of a paddler. You're getting up there if you can solo this channel.
Correct.
I don't care how high you're finishing. You are a worthy paddler most of the time in a 9-man crew if you can do this.
And to finish with energy.
Yes.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it looks like she's fired up. And a lot of these finishes, all the way to the finish, you see them pounding because they have their own battle going on. Racing the clock, racing themselves, and testing their minds, actually. You know, like we talked from the beginning. This is a mind race in so many ways.
Yes. Yeah, there's a certain point where all the physical training in the world is not going to get you across. It's important, and it sure makes it easier to have a strong mind when you're in top shape. Right?
Yeah.
Easy for be calm and collected when you're not tired.
Exactly.
Or you're not hurting.
What is it? Cardio will kill us all. If you lose your cardio, you're done, son.
Yeah.
Time to call it a day. And you know what? Not to mention cramps and all that stuff. So for all these finishes, like these paddlers still coming in strong. That is a testament to like strong will.
Yes. And pride and self-worth, Mama didn't raise no quitters, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So to continue to keep going in all of this is something to be said. Looks like the festivities are going to start kicking off over there at Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews right there. Mahalo to Modelo Oro for supporting and sponsoring that finish line buoy and throwing their company behind what's happening with Pa'a Hawaii. But as we continue to enjoy the afternoon here in Hawai'i Kai, we'll follow all of our paddlers as they continue to make it across the finish line. It's another Wahine paddler site. All right.
Yeah, April. That looks. I think that's April. Still going strong.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a couple years when it finished at the bathhouse a few years ago, and that's just this last leg from the bridge to the what is it?
Texas 808
Texas
Barbecue
808.
Brews.
Sorry, Texas 808 Barbecue and Grill. That alone. That's that little extra. That can add so much pain to the body. But here we got Kota Fujimura, number 79.
Number 79.
Finishing smooth and strong from Japan. I can see the flag in the back.
Yeah.
And we know that paddling is probably very small turnout in Japan. So to train is probably on your own a lot, right?
I would
Or am I
think
wrong?
because I think you're correct, right? But I would think that it's got a good future in Japan because they are water people,
correct?
Right, and they love things Hawaii or things Polynesian.
Yeah.
It's just like the hula, right?
Hula, yeah.
Yeah. I think they would take to it. It seems like it's a growing sport.
What we got here? So funny. You watch this. You think it's all over, but it's still
it ain't over.
It ain't over. Yep, they got that. So Kota, I think his name was Fuji. Oh look, he's head down. Body is in pain right now. He just wants to get to that finish line. He's getting encouragement from his escort boat. You know what? Riding on the escort boat for 4 hours is tiring.
Hey, bro, driving and staying aware as an operator is rough,
Absolutely.
So Kota is there. He's closing in on the finish line. Looks like, according to Dot Vision, Samantha Stewart's going to be behind him, right behind him, to give you an idea. Andrew Buckley is right behind Samantha Stewart. He's from, looks like Australia, and then Kaulu Uvai is in that group too, right there behind Kouta right there. Maybe we'll get a chance to kind of pan back and see some of the other paddlers behind him. But right now, that's kind of that grouping that's coming into the finish line right here. Kaulu Uvai, another Team Bradley paddler. She's from Hawaiian Canoe Club. And right behind Kaulu is Miley Villablanca.
Yep, from Lanikai.
Yep, lot of great turnout. Wahine-wise from Lanikai and Team Bradley. And that's why they're two of the top clubs when it comes to the six-man, right? Because they paddle all year round.
Foundation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, all the guys that kind of left whatever club they are and created a team. That team is nothing but a smaller club. They're still family, so it still has that same energy.
Yeah, for sure.
And as the day goes on, it's still beautiful. I thought it was getting cloudy.
No, it's still pretty nice. Looks like.
Who do we have here?
It's still April, I think.
What number is that?
Ooh, that's just rough paddling uphill, bro. That's like
nonstop.
That's like hitting out the rabbit right there. Huh?
Yes, Actually, Rabbit's more forgiving for some reason.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know why. He kicked right down the back of the wave, and it's not as hard. Who do we have here? Number 44.
44. We're going to look that up.
44.
BJ Bagood, number 101, is getting ready to come under the bridge for all of those BJ Bagood fans. He's followed closely by Brad Styron and Leah Ching.
Oh, Danny's wife. Danny Ching's wife.
Yeah, Leah Ching's wife. That's right.
How's that? Husband and wife. How they pull that off?
Yeah. On screen right now, I got Samantha Stewart finishing up over there. Congratulations, Samantha, number 35, just finishing.
Great job, Samantha. They coming in on that earlier one.
All right. We're looking for Kaululu Uvai to finish soon here. Number 44, who is that?
44 is Miela Pruitt, 18 years old from Torrance,
right on.
California. Lanakila outrigger.
Oh, nice. Way to go,
All the way
Miela.
from California. Pounding to the finish. Beautiful job.
Lanakila outrigger, did you say?
Yep.
Probably
that's with
came out
Danny.
here with Danny and Leah Ching.
Lanakila outrigger.
Nice work. Strong mind, that young lady. Look at her just driving uphill. Oh, man. That chop is no fun. Like you said, when we come out to do a Hawai'i Kai run, you're surfing this.
Yeah.
You're
Heading
surfing out to the green, green pillar, right?
Yeah. And depending on what the tide's doing, it's starting to drop. I'm sure it's probably even uglier.
Oh, gosh.
Happy to
Brutal.
be happy to be indoors. Sitting
All right,
on
looks
a
like Kaululu Uvai just finished there. Behind her is going to be Maile Villablanca. They're coming in, but again, we're watching Miela Pruitt here.
There's about at least 30 female paddlers in this race.
That is great, man. That is what over what would that be? Roughly a quarter of, if we had 130 something paddlers, it's roughly a quarter.
Come on now, you're asking the wrong guy.
I got you, bro.
Thank you.
The multiplication and fractions. I'll take care of that part.
Yeah. Thank you, bro.
You come with the jokes.
Yeah, okay. High joke rate, low math rate. You know what I mean?
It's all right. That's called balance. Balancing out each other, buddy. But, looks good still out there. But, yeah, a quarter of the paddlers. And this is no joke, even for men to think about accomplishing this channel.
Oh, yeah.
It's a no small task.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to throw it to our brother Simeon for an interview there at the finish line with some of our paddlers that have made it across this Kaiwi channel and accomplished their goal of getting another 2025 Kaiwi solo under their belt. What you got, Simeon? Coming to you, brother. Here comes Simeon.
Mic check
Check
for
it
the
out, bro.
And
live. All right, guys, we're here at the finish of the solo this year, and man, what a day from the start at Kaluakoi, and then just every moment through the channel. There's just so much entertainment if you're really following along and just kind of diving into everybody's individual battles and individual races. And it was great to see the performance from everybody from the top tier of pretty much the professionals in the sport, the Tahitians, Tristan, Travis, and that top 10, and how competitive it is, all the way to the juniors and to the women. And it's just one of the best feelings is when you're down here at the finish, made it across, survived the cross, stomped the gnarliest upwind piece that none of us would voluntarily do in any training, all the way to the marina here. You get here, you're greeted by friends and family. Your season is done. Eat some food, drink some beers, talk. Yeah, 6-man practice tomorrow. Catch up with friends, and man, this is one of the best feelings is after a big race like that. Stoked to see everybody here at the finish, all the families and support, and really it's that crowd that's, a big backbone of the paddling community too, right? It's the people that go and let us train, and we convince them we convince our loved ones to carve out so much time, energy, and resources for this, and it's crazy. This is simply just a hobby, but we're professionally passionate about it, and it is world class. And this is world class stuff here. Everybody who raced today is world class. The Molokai Channel and the Kaiwi waters, it's arguably the toughest and the most prestigious race course in the world. And hats off to everybody who got out here today. And, the Kaiwi showed all her faces today. It was challenging. It was big. A lot of people still, no matter how many times you do this race in a row, you're gambling on a course every time. Nobody knows the answers. If somebody says that they knows the answers, they're lying. A lot of the best people, they have a good idea of what to expect, but we never know. Even at each stage in the race and in the course, you don't know which is going to work out. And so this is why this makes this win and performing out here so prestigious. It takes a little bit more than athletic skill and ability and training, a little bit of luck, a little bit of experience. It takes worlds to align. So awesome job to everybody. Awesome job to the crew, Manny, for putting this race on. A lot of people don't know how much work Manny puts into this thing. And just even for him to step out, years ago, to recognize and make this a sport of its own, or a race of its own. So Manny, big cornerstone in the sport. Thank you to Ocean Paddler for covering this, and I think this is huge for us going forward in growing the sport, and just continue to have a good, solid representation and making the sport more visible for everybody. Because unless you're out here on a boat or you're following along really closely, you have no idea how accomplished each one of these paddlers are for crossing the channel. And so for Ocean Paddler, for us to capture it in live and continue to improve and get better, this is huge. It just puts into perspective of how world-class everybody is. But yeah, I can't say enough. A great year. Monkeys off everybody's back. Molokai's done. We can anticipate all the exciting things for next year. Next year it could be upwind. Next year it could be glassy. And it's a whole different game. So super stoked and excited. Great job. It was an honor. And thank you guys for joining the live feed. And I hope we did a great job. Until next time, this was for you, Kalei. Hoi pa'a. Right on. Aloha. Had to, huh?
Yes, you had to.
Automatic.
Yes, he had to, of course. And great job by Simeon out there, and a lot of very valuable things that he mentioned there. Talking about Manny and all that he puts into it. And I think, recognizing everything that everybody does to get there, and hopefully, people can recognize that this is world class. And what we here at Ocean Paddler are hoping really is that people recognize that when we give it the due coverage or we give it the viewership that it deserves, people can really appreciate what these paddlers are capable of doing, the level of performances that they're putting out from the last finisher to the first finisher. And it just helps to Leah Ching finish. She's wife of Danny Ching, a former winner of this. She's out here. She's doing great. Again, Becky Needham doing 41 and number 41. But it just shows how broad-reaching this sport can be, and what it can really give to all of those that choose to participate. And as a Hawaii paddler, we're so privileged to be the host to this sport and this event itself. So, really cool. Thank you, Simeon. Great job out there today, buddy.
Great job, Simeon.
Yeah, so we're coming in. We're going to be closing out our broadcast in another 10 or 15 minutes or so. We'll continue to try to give you footage of your friends and family that are finishing here. But look at those trade winds blowing the coconut trees in the background, and you can tell it is no joy paddling uphill right here. Man. That is
honking.
Not fun.
Yeah, look
it
at
is
that.
Honking. Yeah,
Coco Isle Circle getting blown all over the place.
Yep. And so everybody's inside getting ready to finish up and all of that. I want to take the opportunity to say a big mahalo and kudos to our broadcast team. So you saw what happens here in this studio part of it with guys like myself and Keikoa Brune and Ryan Dolan. But there's a team of guys in the next room that are shifting. Oh, wow, it's starting to rain. I'm sure the rain feels nice.
Yeah, nice and
nice
but
face.
nice in your face. Like really?
Yeah, there's a team of 3 other guys in the next room. Whoa, but this guy won best costume, bro.
Oh, best all day long. Tiger Shark era. Let's go. You know what's weird? With the rain, it brings the wind. It increases the wind.
Yeah.
But right when the rain stops, it's gonna calm down a little bit.
Those guys got it.
So if I was in the back, I would chill a little bit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But there's a team of guys in the next room, and they're switching to the different camera angles. They're providing the graphics, and it's those small elements like the graphics package, doing the research to give you the last 5 winners of this race. It's our teams out on the boats that are providing footage, the drone pilots, guys like Simeon and his cameraman Pat. It takes a lot. There's an easy 15 guys out there that are making this broadcast tick right now, and just to give people a sense of what it takes to bring the broadcast on top of the race and the individual performances. And so hopefully it's been a great collusion between all of those to bring everybody a nice day on the water today. Because I really, though, I'm really a big fan of our paddlers. And from the 6-man races, 9-man races, Hawaii, Tahiti, wherever it is, personally, I feel it's like a real privilege to be able to cover what our paddlers are out there doing,
Like I said earlier, what an opportunity. I mean, to have Ocean Paddler put on this production, and like I see it firsthand. It's moving parts constantly to have, to have make it look so. What's the word? Cohesive on the TV or something.
Good word.
Hey, a couple words.
That's 2 syllables.
Yeah, K-O. Yeah, and the quality, like looking at the, and the platforms you can see it on. It's not like your friend FaceTime. FaceTime in the race anymore.
And that's what it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
It used to be just FaceTiming. Oh, yeah, we stayed mid-channel. Look at it. But now I really feel that it's getting the coverage really that it deserves. And congratulations out there.
Yeah, what a name.
Tom Thomas.
Yeah.
Tom Thomas.
His family, they had a hard time naming him, huh?
Some always like to do that. Like
Alan
Allen.
Yeah,
guys like that.
Yeah.
Tom Thomas, congratulations, number 115. He made it across the finish line there. And, yeah, there's a lot going on here, but it's fun, man, and it's a privilege. And as somebody that really loves paddling and all the facets of it, the athletes, the camaraderie, the clubs, all of that, the watermanship that is displayed by
the
these
lifestyle.
guys. Yeah, the lifestyle. Yeah. It's really been a privilege to do this. How about number 1?
Yeah, who we got over
17
there?
Coming across the line there. That is Forrest Frizzell.
He looks like a salty veteran.
He's got a Noyo. He's from Waimanalo.
Beautiful Forrest.
Yes,
so Waimanalo Canoe Club or
no
from
rest
Waimanalo?
for Forrest.
Yeah, exactly. No rest for the weary.
Nice.
And look at, we said earlier, pounding to the end. You know what I mean?
Yep, 117. We got him, Forrest Frizzell.
Right on, Forrest.
Coming in right there.
I don't see anybody on his escort boat, just the driver. Wow, they probably dropped everybody else off.
And people don't understand, a lot of these escort boats came from Oahu, so they got to drive up there.
Yeah.
And it's been rough all week.
Oh, yeah.
It's been rough all week. Who is this? We got 59. Is that 59?
Yep, 59.
59. We are looking at none other than April Nakayama.
Oh, there's April. She's finishing
April, still
it up.
coming.
Oh, she got the drop in the bottom shoulder. Very nice, April.
Oh, look at hey, thanks, coach.
Yeah, right on. All the way to the end. April Nakayama Frost.
April's getting a lot of coverage today. Good for her.
Right
she
on.
deserves it.
Taking a quick look behind.
Ain't
Right is where you check you fix the hat a little bit. You know what I mean?
You gotta look good for your finishing shot.
And this is all the kind from Lanakila?
Yeah, number 44. That is Mela
Pruitt.
Pruitt, yeah. On a Qatari, she's from Torrance.
18
and powers
years
for
old,
Lanakila,
solid,
Africa.
strong to the finish.
Tough girl, man. Look at her.
Super tough. Good job, April, right? Crossing the finish line. Right on.
Everybody gathering up over there on the beach.
Yep. And you know what's funny? The crowd's probably getting bigger the closer they get to the party.
Well, yeah, right. They go. Everybody wants to show up for the party, right? They're gonna show up a little later. They're gonna. Oh, okay.
I see Kekuakau right there with his own name on his shirt.
Hey, wow. You know what? You know, I was thinking about that earlier when you talk about names on jerseys. It really, thanks to you, Koa, and Ryan Dolan for being here with our broadcast today. It felt like, for me, it felt like watching a football game with somebody that played in the NFL.
Oh, I appreciate
the level
that
you and your brother and Pat and his family and that you guys have been able to achieve, not only your solo careers but as part of Lanikai Canoe Club and all that. It's like having the depth of knowledge and that real firsthand experience and the heart being brought to it. So yeah, it's like you sitting down on your couch to watch the Super Bowl, and you got guys that played the NFL with you. What they're talking about is what really happened.
Correct.
That's really how it is.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put me to that level, but you're right. I mean, and future can get better, more informed guys. But I do what I appreciate about just having a series. We're able to still be a part of this and feel like we're in the race.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? As we're watching it. And look, the agony of finishing. Unreal, though. But all the way to the finish. We got number 127.
127, that's nothing other than Mike Serpa. He's out of Koloa on a Volare.
Right
He's
on,
from
Mike.
Kukui'ula Canoe Club. 58 years young. Right on,
Right
Mike.
on, Mike. Way to finish. All the way to the finish line.
Wow.
It's that hardest one. Like, I'm sure you saw that. What was that, like the Ironman or somebody? The guy was the winning all the way to the end. And like, feet before the finish line, he just collapsed.
Yeah, the legs
adrenaline
rubber.
dump or whatever.
Yeah.
So a lot of that comes into play to see all these paddlers continue to the finish.
Well, it's like what they talk about, right? Hitting the wall.
Correct.
And unless you are a real top tier athlete, you're going to hit the wall. Mm-hmm. And you train day after day to push that wall farther and farther away from you, right? But some of these races are so long that you're going to hit the wall.
Yep.
And you're going to have to pick yourself up, climb over the wall, and keep going. Then you're going to hit another wall sometimes. It's like some of those long-distance canoe sailing races. You're paddling for 10-plus hours.
When the wind dies,
too,
right?
And that canoe is 1,200 pounds.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you serious? And you just
I watch you guys
hit the wall
that's
and keep going.
Different level. I'm like, why? No wind, no race.
Ooh, but when it's blowing, that thing's a rocket ship, man.
Yeah. In fact, they incorporate that into Hawai'i Kaiwi. I think they have like a 4%.
They have the what were they calling it, the Holopuni division?
Yeah. Look at that!
Oh,
he made it. He made it.
Congratulations! Oh, all I like to do is stretch my legs.
How am I gonna walk up the? I'm just gonna paddle back.
Oh, bro! Congratulations to this brother, Mr. Mike Serpa. He had a great race. Sometimes you just want to jump off your canoe and like egg beater your legs around to
just
loosen
to
up
move.
your hips. Yeah, get the blood
huh?
flow. Oh my goodness, give those nerves a break. But really another great performance by him. Mike, it's been 5 hours now for this brother to finish this race, and he looked strong coming uphill to that last finish right there, man.
I don't like to do anything that feels good for 5 hours, much less.
Hey, maybe it felt good for like the first hour.
Yeah, first half hour.
First
I'm on
2
fire.
hours.
Hey, we got
another strong finish coming here. What is that number?
126.
Oh, registered right before Mike. That is Andre Grecki. He's on a Qatari out of Kalaheo. He's also from Kukui'ula Canoe Club. 63 years young.
Oh, see?
Yeah,
Age
Andres
is just a
Jarecki.
number. He's still going strong
Yeah.
to the end.
Yeah, he looks good, bro. Nice drive. All of these guys are using that Stingray blade from Quick Blades.
Yeah,
Andres
they
Jarecki.
go for the catch, the easy
Yeah.
catch. But look at it. See, I wouldn't know. If you told me that guy's winning, I'll go, yeah.
he
'cause
looks like he's, yeah.
And like Lloyd said, we're all winners for finishing. So that's a testament to that. What about that paddle? Have you ever tried it?
I haven't. I was able, the first time I saw it was 2 years ago at the Catalina race. All the girls from, Dana Point were using it. I was able to talk to, sorry, at the moment I forget the gentleman's name, but he's the owner of Quick Blade, and he designed it. And he said, yeah, it doesn't make a huge difference. But his point was, in their research, it made a 1 to 2, maybe 3% difference. But 2% every stroke
Over
for
miles,
hours and
yeah.
miles can itself make a difference.
We talk about that all the time. The little things, all those little things, all those seconds here, seconds there, over 4 hours. They add up.
Right, and it's the experience of, being able to solve the problems that occur, like, okay, surfing, course, am I very, you get more ma'a at navigating all of that quickly and reacting to it quickly. I think that's part of what makes a better paddler, because you're more efficient. We're looking at our top 10 finishers here. I'm not sure if those times reflect our start. I think our start was a little earlier at 10:21. This may be the times that would have occurred with a 10:30 start. That's a heads up I got from somebody. But nonetheless, these are our top 10 finishers. That's Kevin Saran Jerusalemi out of Tahiti, Huahine Island, and Huahine Canoe Club. He had a great performance today. He was out in front enough to finish comfortably. Didn't you notice that?
Absolutely.
He looked comfortable in the
Yes,
finish.
to the
He
finish.
wasn't trying to kill himself.
Okay.
And Tuteari'i Maraura Hoatua, sorry, e kalamai for that. Second place also out of Tahiti. He had a great race today. He was looking
Smooth to
strong
the
at the
end.
finish,
Yeah.
very smooth, battling it out with our own Tristan Kaho'okele Santos from Maui all the way to the end. First Hawaii finisher. He had a great race out there.
Yeah, and like you said, Hotua, he actually seemed to be closing the gap on Kevin towards the
Yeah,
end.
but Kevin was very calculated.
Very
He
calculated.
kind of knew what he had and didn't want to kill himself into that end. Coming in fourth, Kyle Tarafau, also from Tahiti, another top-level paddler. Great job by him. And then rounding out the top five, and first in the Masters division, I think he's 41 right now,
Yeah.
Travis Grant out of Australia. He lives in Hawaii now for the last few years.
Right.
Been paddling, outrigger, KOK, a number of different crews. But Travis, what a great guy. Love hanging out
Great
with him.
guy. And he's been coming here for years. Training
Even prior
since-
to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I wish we could see the...
Can we put that top 10 back on again, if you don't mind, guys in the studio? Can you put the top 10 back on while we talk about this? We're seeing another paddler come into the finish line here, maybe trying to grab a little bump here, but we're rounding out this top 10. So Stevie Teho Ta'ata out of Tahiti as well. Miles Orr, he had a great season this year.
Great season.
Yes,
season.
Danny Ching out of California, Lanakila Canoe Club. Jesse Solis, great performance by him as well. And Tristan's brother, Kekoa Koho'okele Santos, rounding out the top 10. So they've got to have a proud family today.
Right there. You look at that. You see those 1, 2, 6, and 4. 1, 2, 4, and 6. Those guys' names are on the top of the podiums in Tahiti. You add in Manutea Milion.
Manutea Milion, he was out on the water today too. Guys like that, yep.
So all those other guys, the Daddy Ching's 40, over 40. Travis Grant, over 40. Kekwa, Ko'okele, his brother Tristan. To be in that conversation, Miles Orr, you with the best of the best. And that should just springboard those guys, like I was saying earlier, to get the younger guys, the guys under their heels. Tristan's getting old already. If he was
He's
in another,
25.
if he was in Tahiti, he might be
Yeah.
considered getting old.
Might be ready for
Yeah.
retirement.
But
But
yeah.
you're right. A lot of these guys, Tristan, he's 25 years old. Kevin, 31. Steve, 34. Manutea Milion, 32. These guys are all kind of there. Danny Ching's 41 this year. So, these guys, a lot of them are doing it in their 30s and 40s, and still though, I don't know, in my book, nothing beats a little bit of youth sometimes.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
absolutely. Yeah. And for the women.
Yeah, for the women, Kristen Foster out of Kauai, Team Bradley there at a 4:04:05. Lauren, we're not sure what her finishing time was. She was right there with Kristen, though. I mean, seconds behind. From Maui, she's from Hawaiian Canoe Club and, of course, part of Team Bradley. Iloa Eshin, she's kind of a mix out of Tahiti and France right now. Great performance by her, brought down by Team Are. Kahanu Amantiad.
Yeah, Ryan was mentioning her.
Yeah. I think we did a good job picking what would have been our top 20. And you know what I saw at the World Sprints last year? The Canadian women are good. Oh, yeah. There were a lot of top finishing Canadian women paddlers. Nothing against the men, but great to see Leanne Stanley. She did well at World Sprints a year ago. So, again, from Maui as well, Andrea Muller, a multi-sport athlete. Young Mia Chukovic is there in 7th place. Janelle Jimbo. That's a new name for me. I'm going to have to keep an eye out for her.
Yeah.
She definitely proud to be in the top 10. Maureen Taylor, and rounding out the top 10, Samantha Stewart in 10th place, also from Hawaii. So any comments since you're now a women's paddling coach?
Tell all of them come paddle Lanikai. Yeah, no, it's just a testament to the training and watching them. Like, look, we have a Wahine radio.
Yeah, no, this is, Is this they're replaying Kristen or is this live?
I've seen all of them
42.
Solid to the end. You know what I mean?
This is Hiaka Apia White Eagle. She's on a Noyo from
Beautiful.
Honolulu. She's from Imiola, another sponsored paddler from Kamanu Composites. She's been getting a lot of press and had a great race today. Congratulations!
And just watching all those women, how tough they are to the very finish.
That girl was 16 years old. Hiaka. 16.
Really? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The composure right there. One more. Pounding to the finish.
Yep. This is Tria Bolin. She's 18 years old. She's on a Puakea Kantari. She's out of Honolulu and Outrigger Canoe Club. Only been paddling for 4 years. Tria.
That's it. I love
Tria Bolin. Look at this young lady.
What a job.
She's just stoked. She's 136 out of 136. Man.
Awesome.
And she had a great race. Look at that big smile on her face.
Unreal. You know, it's watching the youth. It's such a trip. Before it was usually the older guard. Well, the old guys were 32, 35, right? Yeah. But I love it. I love watching this. The younger, especially the younger females coming up, pounding.
Yeah, they always look happy when they finish.
Yeah,
too. Even after the race is brutal, they look happy after.
Because women are stronger than men, mentally and physically in many ways. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Who we got over here? If I didn't know better, I would call that Brad Petrus. Would you?
Wow, you're good, bro.
I cheated on that one.
He's on a Puakea Volare. He's out of Ontario, Canada.
Hey, there's the Canadian, eh?
Hey.
Nicest people in the world.
All right. So we're getting ready to wrap up our broadcast here, and I want to tell you folks out there what an honor it was not only to have covered this race today. In my mind, this collaboration between us and Pa'a Hawaii has been a long time coming. For whatever reason, it's taken a little while, but folks, we are here, and I really feel like what a great marriage it's going to be going forward. It was certainly a privilege to cover this race and witness the excellence and the devotion of all of these paddlers, including Micah Guifreda right there finishing in that cool Hawaiian flag boat. That was neat.
Yeah.
And what a privilege it was really to reconnect with my good friend Cole Brune.
Absolutely,
here with him and Ryan Dolan and these guys. Like I say, they bring a definite unquestionable level of validity to this broadcast by what you folks have to add. You know, it's real. The opinions, the view is real when it comes from you guys. So mahalo for adding your mana'o to this broadcast today. Mahalo, my brother.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah,
and listening, watching you on all these other broadcasts, I didn't realize how difficult it is. A lot of the times my mouth is just Agape. Is that another big word?
Agape is
the
the vocabulary is coming up.
It's coming
man.
there, I hang out with you long enough. I might start doing algebra.
You gotta elucidate your vocabulary a little bit, you know.
No, but I appreciate that, and talking about the broadcast itself, Ocean Paddler TV. Just watching the value, the production value, and to let a guy like me and Ryan come in here and talk with you guys, it just shows that we want to keep this. We want to keep this real. If it's not knowledgeable, we come with passion.
Oh, for sure.
And so that's what I'm glad to be a part of this, and along with Alex and like you said, all the crew. It's been a great experience.
Yeah, we're happy to have you. You brought the 3 P's, bro. Passion, perspective, and positivity.
Or as my brother says, it starts from the po'o to the pu'uvai and out the pico.
I love that. Guy Brunisms. I love that. Those are very valuable. We're watching, what is this? 102 come in. Is that still our guy? Brad Petrus?
Petrus?
Yeah, Brad.
Oh, Brad looks better now.
Keep it coming in. Keep it coming in.
He heard us.
Yeah, are we going to wrap this thing or what?
All right. Brad's going strong. Bro, I'm surprised he's not cramping up. He's going strong. He got that little thing around his what is this?
Tennis
elbow.
Tennis elbow.
The
Yeah,
tennis elbow
he's got
thing,
that
bro.
going on.
I know that feeling. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Hopefully there's it's Saturday. No traffic. Right on.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to head down there for some
By the
barbecue
way,
and brews?
is this today your son's the kind?
Yeah, hey, you're right. Today is my son Tiger's birthday, 4 years old. Happy birthday, buddy. We're going to have a get-together. And mahalo to my wife, Pili, who took all the keikis to the beach today. Janelle Jimbo coming in, number 52. Janelle is out of Connie Ohe, 46 years old. Lani Kai Canoe Club, another one of your girls.
I was going to say. I
Yeah, Janelle, pounding.
all the way. Bury the blade. There you go.
There you go, young lady.
Look at me talking from the couch. Those who can't do talk and coach.
Yeah, those who can't, they get a TV show.
Yeah.
No, but it's happy birthday to Tiger, and tomorrow is Mother's Day, Bob.
Absolutely.
Happy Mothers to all the moms out there.
And we probably a majority of the women over a certain age are
For
mothers
sure.
in this race.
For
As
sure.
we know, Lauren is, Kristen.
Yeah, Lauren, Kristen, all of them. And behind every one of these paddlers was somebody that support team that has been quote unquote mothering them through this whole thing. You know.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Oh,
Mother's Day.
remember.
for all you gentlemen that don't remember.
Breakfast tomorrow morning.
Yeah, something.
Do
something.
You got to make it. Because if you go to breakfast, it's over, bro. You're sitting in line for 4 hours, and mom's even more angry.
Yeah, definitely. I think we still got Simeon hanging out there in Hawai'i Kai. We'll see if he's got any updates on info for us from the finish line. All right, Simeon, where are you at?
All right, guys. Thank you guys for joining our live stream. It was a great day out there in the channel. Lots of action, lots of world-class athletes. It was crazy out there. It was just about as good as you can get before being record-breaking. Conditions were big. Tide was filling in. Lots of bumps to be caught. Lots of battles to watch. And it was a pleasure to be out there in the ocean today. Glad everyone made it in safely. First and foremost, thank you to Manny and the Pa'a Ohana, and thank you to Ocean Paddler TV for covering this amazing event. Can't wait to see the replay or the highlights of this thing with all the angles, and I look forward to watching it personally myself. So thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast and the show, and sending it back to you guys in the studio. I'm sure you guys did a great job. Aloha.
Okay. All right. Mahalo to you, Simeon. And we just got word from the studio. Is it ready to go right now? Okay, right now. We'll cue it up, big boy. Let's go. So we're going to have a quick highlights reel that we've put together. And so that's one of the things that our studio team is able to do. in the course of this race happening, they're pulling together images and footage and stitching together a highlights reel. Here it goes. We've been asked to talk over this. So here's our start of the race today. You can see that big pink boat. That's Kainoa Tanawai. Wow, what you got on screen there, Koa?
Well, now we got the big panoramic view, and who's this right there?
16. That's going to be
Nalu Sampson. Yeah, Nalu Sampson, Maui boy.
Yeah.
And as you can see, the conditions were very ideal, better than ideal. Simeon was alluding to the fact that this race can be upwind, flat, whatever. So all these paddlers are blessed.
Yes. Iloa Eshin right there. I think we had good conditions today. Definitely some great competition. Good performance by all of our top finishers. Great to see Kevin Saran, Jerusalemi pull one together again. I loved the battle between second and third place there, Tristan Kahokele Santos. And it was kind of, was Hotua.
Hotua.
But it was kind of cool to watch the courses and have that brought together with the dot vision and for us to get the chance to kind of cover. We had some good times today, not record-breaking. But
close to it, though.
Yep. I think that's Tristan right there, yeah.
So,
coming into the finish. He had a good race today representing Maui and Hawaii and Wailea Canoe Club really well. Good conditions. When you can have the wind and the tide line up together, that's great. There's our champion, Kevin Saran Jerusalemi from Huahine in French Polynesia. And there's a finish of second and third place coming in.
Look at that. Tristan's still revving it right to the finish.
God, look at the wind in the coconut trees. You can tell it was a rough uphill battle
Travis
right
Grant?
there. Travis Grant, yeah. In the Spooky Blade.
Spooky Blade. Oh, he does have a
Yeah,
Spooky
he has
Blade.
a Spooky Blade.
And
Christine
our
Foster.
champion, Christine Foster. And Lauren, little did we know that was Lauren
The whole time, just
behind
off
her.
her
Yeah,
shoulder,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So it's like, wow, what a great win for Christine. And Lauren's still on top of the pack for the women.
No slipping from her. That lady is here to compete, as is Kristen. Great show by some of our younger paddlers. Another young lady coming in across the finish line there. Just stoked to be here. And the juniors, guys like Wyatt Egbert and Kainalu Balanga and Spencer
Allen, Tor Perry. I don't think we got able to see him,
so a lot of great by the future. So the future looks bright.
Absolutely.
Again, to recap, thank you for everybody to join our coverage today of the 2025 Pa'a Hawaii Solo. It was an absolute privilege to be here with my friend Kekoa Brune and Ryan Dolan, as well as Simeon Kepoloma. Great job out on the water, young man. We enjoyed your commentary and your perspectives. Mahalo out to all of our crew, from our boat operators to our drone flyers to our cameramen to our guys building graphics and working the switchboard in the studio here, and to our producers, Henny and Alex Reinprick. On behalf of all of them, we want to say thank you for joining us for this video. Congratulations to Manny Kulukula Alani again for pulling off a really solid event here. Good for you to keep this going, and mahalo for allowing us to be part of what you're doing. Koa, you got anything to say for the folks back home?
Down the road, I'm coming home soon, hopefully. I don't know. I just want to say it's a pleasure to be here with Kalai and to watch this race with all the angles and everything. It's been a great experience, and I can just see this sport growing even more and more with this type of footage. Thank you to Alex and the gang, and of course Manny, and all the sponsors behind that really make this thing happen. And thank you again. And can we give a quick one?
Oh, of course we can. Signing out for the 2025 Pa'a Hawaii Solo. I'm Kalai Miller. This is Kekoa Brune. And on behalf of Ocean Paddler and all our production team, mahalo for joining us. You'll definitely see a recap of this race on an upcoming Ocean Paddler TV show. And from everyone here in the studio, I see you looking at the arm.
Check the time. Is it right arm? Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Hoipa. Yes, sir. Right on, bro.
Man.
Thank you
job,
very
man.
much.
Thank you so
I appreciate
much for
it,
coming
brother.
today. Yes,
Right
sir.
on. Yep.
The 2025 Pa'a Hawai'i Kaiwi Solo
is presented by
Kaiwa'a, Ozone Outrigger, Pool Care Designs, Are Tahiti, Texas 808 Barbecue and Brews, Modelo Oro, Makana Ali'i Hawaii, and Pasha Hawaii.
This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
You came looking for a light beer, and you found gold. Modelo Oro, the light beer with a clean, crisp finish. For anyone who expects more from their light beer, Modelo Oro, the gold standard of light beer.
In the late 80s, Paul Gay, Walter Guild, and John Martin added rudders to Tahitian V1s and Amos to surf skis, and the Hawaiian OC1 was born. Since then, OC1 has spread from Hawaii to the mainland and now the world. Today, we've come full circle as paddlers are back to compete where it all began. At Ozone, we're stoked to be part of that journey.
Our responsibility is to teach people about the tradition of the core canoes, the spec boats, where it came from, and why we do it. My grandfather was a core canoe builder. My dad was a core canoe builder. I spent many of my younger years working on core canoes with them, as I will in my future.
This is how you work on a wood canoe. This is where what we do came from.
Allow us to help you grow your events by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media specializes in social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call at 808-343-3310.
The Kaiwi Solo, the proving grounds for paddlers. It's where your journey ends and the adventure begins. I always saw the journey of getting to the starting line as a true reward. Nothing feels better than showing up prepared and being able to enjoy the adventure of what Kaiwi has to offer. At Kaiwa'a, we are here to support your journey and celebrate your adventure. Enjoy the day. It is truly a blessing just to be out there.
For me, it's a Ferrari, this canoe. The V1 teaches you a lot. It can be a boat for beginner because when you're beginner, you don't expect nothing from a boat. You will learn with the boat. So the Marara is a boat for everyone. It's a boat who can increase the glide like very high. You can, in 2 or 3 strokes, you can improve like 1 or 2 kilometers. So that's why I love the Marara.
Get yours at shopoutrigger.com.